When you coach her, she begins to believe she matters.
I rode a bike for the first time.
And how does that feel?
Really cool. It's like I'm floating.
When you educate her, she sees things in a different light. When you empower her, she goes on to achieve great things. When you celebrate her, she knows she is worth celebrating. When you invest in her, she becomes the leader we so desperately need today. There has never been a more important time to empower the next generation of young women. When she thrives, we all thrive.
Well, good morning. Here we are.
morning.
The day is finally here. It's Giving Day. iTry's Giving Day. And I just want to start off this day just saying how incredibly grateful I am to everybody at iTry, our incredible board who has been tirelessly reaching out to their networks and doing something that is extraordinary. I have the pleasure of knowing leaders of lots of different organizations, and they all comment about this day and what we're able to achieve on this day. And that's because of people that are out there tuning in today, donating, and also all the people who already donated to us through the outreach of our board members, our staff, and so many of our girls and families who are also helping to spread the word because, in iTry, once you're an iTry girl, you're always an iTry girl, part of the family. And we just want to pave the way so that generations of new girls have the opportunities that the 1,100 girls now that have crossed the finish line have had. I'm here with Judy Carone and her beautiful home, which when did we start this here, Judy? Like 4 years?
4 or 5 years ago. It started out very differently.
It did.
The first time we did it, we had maybe 4 people sitting around the kitchen table. We were all on our computers sending emails. And then the next year it was like, let's shake things up. And we kind of upped our game the second year. And now we've got a whole film crew here.
It's like
we have
a TV
Instagram
studio.
Live. We have live entertainment. It's really become something fun and a much bigger fundraiser for us.
Yeah.
And our fundraising has been commensurate with our ambitions for this day and this event.
And the organization.
All of us, we've just grown in every way.
Absolutely.
But that's because of you, Teresa, because you always have a vision that is beyond where we are at any given moment, and you just go for it. And you've never not achieved your goals so far. So I'm touching wood.
Yeah, there's definitely lots of wood, and thank you for that. But we are a team, and
Absolutely.
what started when it was just me has really, really developed into such an amazing team. You'll get to meet a lot of that team today, throughout the day. Later this afternoon, we'll have all of our program leader team here and some of our girls, and they'll be doing a lesson, which is so fun. And throughout the day, we've got a lot of great things happening. So we've got a couple of power hours. So Judy, I don't know if you know this, but between 12 and 1, if we can raise $5,000, we have a donor who will match that. So the $5,000 then becomes
10.
$10,000. And then
I was always very good at math.
yes, well,
Yeah.
let's hope you are for our next power hour. So then between 4 and 5 when the girls are here. Oh, that's Charlie. Charlie's happy to see our next guest.
Charlie.
So between 4 and 5, anything that's donated will not only be matched, but matched twice.
Wow.
So whatever people can give during that 4 to 5 hour is really going to be special, and hopefully we will be able to get that thermometer. Oh, Jude, look where we are!
Incredible.
It's incredible. Right? Starting the day at 240,000. If I can
That's
keep a number in
amazing.
my mind, that would be great. Look at
amazing.
that! Look at that!
Yeah.
And our goal is
300.
300. So
We're going to do it.
We're going to do it.
Yeah, we have
But-
all day.
But we need the help from anybody who's out there watching today, hopefully on Facebook or our website, later on Instagram. And we couldn't be happier to spend this day with you. Hopefully you'll get a good picture of what we do at iTry and all of the people who make it possible. So Judy, thank you so much.
My pleasure. Always.
Yeah,
Always.
this is wonderful.
It's an amazing day. It's very exciting. And it represents a big chunk of our budget this day. This is like a third of our budget that we hope to raise today. We're a growing organization, so this is all, it all goes towards increasing the number of girls that we serve.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And Judy, what is it about iTry that brought you to this organization and keeps you so committed?
Because I saw firsthand a long time ago at a difficult time in my life when I actually participated in the triathlon, how life-changing it was for me. And then when you and I met 7 years ago, crazy, I immediately understood the impact of challenging oneself to do something that seems just insane and beyond one's reach. And I did it. And these 11-year-old girls are doing the same thing. I could only imagine the powerful impact that it had on the girls and on their lives. So it's just, they say politics is local. I feel like what we're doing at iTry is empowering girls that will be leaders in the future, that will have the confidence to set goals for themselves and learn tools to achieving the goals. And iTry does that. I mean, we've done all these studies. I couldn't be happier with what we've become, really, over the years.
And that is in large part to you and your dedication and your vision and trust in me and this organization. So thank you again for opening this beautiful home to us today.
Pleasure.
You're going to be coming back later on to help us make a cocktail at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And of course, Charlie will be our mascot throughout the day.
The mascot.
Hashtag Charlie. Donate in honor of Charlie today.
Charlie needs her own Instagram account.
She
I
most
think.
definitely
I
does.
think she does. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll have to work on that.
Excellent. Excellent. So what are you going to do for the rest of the day?
Well, I'm going to be here and watch the numbers go up. I'm going to be here and participate. And
you're going to keep emailing all of you?
Yeah. Luckily, my computer's fixed. So
Good,
I'm going to be on my computer.
All right, everybody, be on the lookout for an email from Judy, because she gets very competitive.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I'm up to 15,000, but
Wow.
I'm going to raise 20 today.
20 today. You heard that right here. Okay. All right. Excellent. And then another thing I should remind people who are watching, anytime today, anybody who donates $100 or more is entered into a raffle. And we have some great prizes. So at the end of the day, we'll be pulling that. So anybody who donates $100, we will put you right in the jar and we'll be shouting those out throughout the day. So thank you all. And
see you later.
See you later, Jude.
Yeah, see you
All
later.
right.
Who's up next?
Well, up next is Fred Thiel.
I will proudly give my seat to Fred Thiel.
Don't forget your mic.
Okay.
You can leave the dog, John.
You can
My
put
son,
the dog in my stead.
my son has a poodle. His name is Charlie also.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Oh, you're such a movie star.
Thank you, Jude. All right. So next up is State Assemblyman Fred Thiel, who's going to join us on the couch. Hopefully I'm not in the shadows. What a day we're having already. I thought it was going to be cold. Yes, please join us. Hey, Kath. Oh, let me move this.
So we're off. The day has started. Lucky us.
Exactly. Want to just pin that on?
Sure.
Great.
Okay.
Come on over.
All right.
All right. Good to
Hello
see
there.
you.
Good to see you too. How's it going?
Great. This is Kathy
Hi,
Borzheim.
Fred.
Hi,
We've met
Kathy.
in passing.
Yeah.
Nice to see you. Thank you
You're
for
very
joining us
familiar.
today. Yes.
Try to stay out of the sun.
Yeah, how
I
we
think I'm
doing?
good.
I think you're good, definitely. So,
Yeah.
Fred, thank you so much. I know this is an incredibly busy time for you right now, and the fact that you felt that this was important enough to come and spend some time with us today on our big giving day ahead of your big election day that's coming up.
Yeah. Well, today it's all about iTry, and I'm glad to be here and to be supportive. The work that iTry does in the community for young girls and young women. It's critical. Certainly, I think two things were important as a government official is because there's always government grants available too. And that is, what is the mission? And, I know when we have discretionary funding in the assembly, I like to focus mine on health, human services, youth, those kinds of programs. And so the mission's important to me, but also the track record. And of course, I'm obviously a true believer, but the iTry does such a tremendous job. Its programs are proven. We know they work. The proof is in the young women that go through this program. So I'm glad to be here and to be supportive and. And if not just on the governmental level, but my chiropractor, Terry Roush,
Hit you up.
is relentless.
She sure is.
She is.
Sure is.
If I don't want my back to hurt, I have to do the right thing. And but anyway, Terry, I know is a board member and is such a great advocate, and whether I have my government hat on or just living here in Sag Harbor. By the way, where Judy's house is, not as the crow flies, I'm on the other side of the firehouse. You could basically almost hit my house with a rock. I'm not suggesting anybody throw one at it, but we're pretty close neighbors here in Sag Harbor too.
Yeah,
So it's always nice for a home game once in a while.
Exactly. And I know, just from seeing you out walking and walking at Long Beach, how dedicated you are to staying active and what that means to you personally.
Yeah, well, I have two favorite walking spots. One is the Long Pond Greenbelt, which is not too far from here also. And that's kind of during the winter when the ticks aren't in season.
Right.
I go to the Long Pond Greenbelt. But most of the time, I'm walking. In fact, I was out there this morning walking on Long Beach. I try to get my 5 or 6 miles in every day. And of course, also the site of your big triathlon event at Long Beach. And every year, I think it's in June, right?
July.
I know it's at the beginning of the summer when everything gets set up out there.
When we bring the pods and we have the bikes, and it's amazing, so many people use that as their place to exercise every day. And it's so fun when we're getting set up and, all the bikes are coming out and people always want to know what is this? What's going on? And we've gotten so many volunteers and donations just from people who walk at Long Beach and see it there.
It's great use. And, certainly during the pandemic, it was all year round. It looked like summer at Long Beach because people were out there all the time. But it's a great facility, for your event every year. And
it's always touching because, as we're saying, the community really uses that space, and it raises awareness of the iTry program. And everyone is just touched when they see and hear about a program for middle school girls. and they reflect on how that would have influenced them. And in some instances, we have supporters based on their awareness at that location of seeing the program in action.
You know, middle school girls, it's a niche, it's a vulnerable age, just middle school period. I'm only half kidding when I say this, but I remember myself as a 7th or 8th grader, and I always felt like, middle school teachers should probably get combat pay or something, because it's a tough time.
It is.
It's that in-between age.
Yes.
And we see it even in in the assessments that the state education department does.
Yeah.
When they test 4th graders, they're still in that pleasing mode. They really take the tests seriously, and they do very well. And when you look at the Regent scores, when they're in high school, they're thinking about college and careers. They're very focused and motivated.
Yeah.
8th grade, not so much. When they started with the assessments, you'd see a dip. What's happening? Is it instruction or? And part of it is, it's kind of a tough period.
Yeah.
They don't want to please anymore. They're not thinking about their future that much. But it is just that transition period. And it's very vulnerable, and your program, provides services and needs, for young women, younger girls or young women who are in that age group, where, as so much, oftentimes can go one way or the other.
Absolutely, it's
during
critical.
that time.
It's a critical time, and I often say it's a magical time. As difficult as it is, I remember I used to teach preschool, and I loved how magical that all was. You would tell them a story, and they would believe in magic. In middle school, they're also in a stage that they're open, right? And so the magic is really the magic that lives within them, and that's what we're able to do in iTry.
Self-discovery.
Exactly, self-love and self-discovery, and knowing that there really isn't anything you can't be, do, or have if you believe in yourself and put the effort in.
Yeah, and I think in that age too, your peers are so important.
Absolutely.
And to have a program where the peers can kind of reinforce for each other too.
And we hear from them all the time that they, what was it about iTry? I finally found a place where I fit in. I found my people. I found my family, and that's that's important. And what we're finding is, especially this last cohort of girls. So it's, as you know, we were remote for 2 years, and last year was our first year back, and so now the graduates of that particular, our first year back, are all doing sports. And these are kids who would have never had the courage or the confidence to go out and try out for a sport. And so that's kind of blowing us away.
I think of my own daughter, who now is in her 30s, but the importance of sports. And she was not particularly an athlete, but she tried volleyball.
Right.
And I remember seeing her in the beginning. And by the end, she was a player. It just was so important to her self-esteem that something she wasn't necessarily that good at, or wouldn't have thought about.
Saw the improvement, and
kind of outside of her comfort zone. And, it helps to develop the whole person. And I say this all the time, about sports and athletics, and which is why I continue to walk today. But I mean, I learned a lot. I went to Pearson High School right here in Sag Harbor, and I learned a lot in the classrooms. I had my favorite teachers and all that. But some of the most important life lessons that I ever learned were either on a basketball court or a baseball field, and you learn about teamwork. Learn how to work together. You learn how to win. Which sounds easy, but learning how to win is not, and learning how to lose. So there's just so many life lessons that are applicable. I always remember this story. That my coach Bob Vishna, who's still alive, the gym's named after him, the new gym. And I remember it was like a freshman or sophomore, kind of in that same age group, and he came to talk to me at the end of the season, talk about the future and all that. And I shook his hand, and he said, don't ever give me a dead fish.
Yeah.
You know, the firm handshake.
Yep.
And it's like it's one of those things I always remember. I'm afraid now I'm going to crush people's hands because I overcompensate. But all those things that you learn through
Little
sports
things. Yep.
and teamwork and all of those things.
Yeah.
And the role models and part of our program and the mentoring day that we have. Because if you see it, you can believe it.
Yeah.
So,
And so, you know, that's what this program develops and encourages. And it's exciting. You know, and especially when you see something that, you know, Teresa, certainly this was your vision, but, you know, there's so many other people that contribute and your board and all of that. But to see something that really has begun on the grassroots level, you know, it wasn't one of these top-down things where people were, you know, do this or do that. It, you know, it basically organically developed, you know, as you know, watching the work that you've done and your board has done through the years. And, you know, it works for the community because it's from the community.
Exactly. And what an amazing community, right? That really, you know, from every, you know, I do so much with your office. You know, if we back up to the pandemic and the issues that our families were having, your office was unbelievable. I mean, the response. I had families that were being evicted from their homes, and they were giving the right advice, and you know, food insecurity and all of those things.
It was you know, it was a difficult time. You know, the job kind of changed for me. You know, constituent service and helping people. Most people, you know, they're never going to go to Albany or they're not focused on legislation. Their interaction is going to be through my office and whatever their issue is. But you know, with the pandemic, whether it was, you know, unemployment insurance or you know, needing COVID tests, food insecurity was something, you know, that was very critical. And, you know, I spent a lot of time working with the food pantries, but, you know, it all fits together. You know, it's a community, and I try, whether it's the food pantries or whatever.
But,
I mean, all those, you know, there's all those, you know.
And now we're kind of in the aftermath, right? Which is the adolescent mental health crisis that we find ourselves in, and it's you know, I think it's not just adolescents, but they've been hit particularly hard for all of those reasons we just talked about.
I think, you know, with mental health, it's taken a toll on all of us. To be honest. But again, you know, we're talking about a vulnerable group, and, you know, at an important time, and, you know, socialization is so important. I think part of school too, and you know, a lot of that was lost.
Right.
You know, every year, it used to be Senator Laval, now it's Senator Palumbo. We would always, at the end of the year, we would meet with the valedictorians and salutatorians, congratulate them, but we would sit and talk with them a little bit. And, you know, you ask them, you know, what did they learn through the pandemic, and, you know, what did they miss? And, you know, not being able to be with their friends certainly was a big part of that. But, you know, there's also was the theme of them becoming more self-reliant, you know,
resilient.
And you know, kids have so much of their lives planned for them, and you know, you're in high school and everything's planned for you, and then you go to college and you're kind of on your own. And I think it you know, if there's a silver lining for kids, it had helped with many as far as self-reliance. They learned things about themselves, and you know, but you know, it was also a struggle, and you know, coming out of that, I think mental health issues are certainly have been a critical thing. I know, you know, my office has worked, and Senator Palumbo too. We've worked with our schools, developing funding through Family Service League to provide, you know, mental health services, school-based mental health services. You know, school districts, you know, when it comes to mental health, they're on the front lines, and you know, there's been a distinct lack of mental health services. You know, people don't like to talk about mental health. There's that, you know, there's still that stigma to it. But it's such critical importance, and you know, and by the way, when you talk about walking, this will get back to what iTry does too. When you talk about going out there and walking that 4 or 5 miles every day, it's good for my physical health, but it was really good for my mental health. You know, the longer the pandemic went, the further I kept walking. I felt that, you know, by the end I'd be walking to Montauk.
You know? Well, I always joke, you know, like tell people they have to stay inside, and the one thing they want to do is be outside. So that, I think think that's a plus.
Yep.
I mean, just think the restaurants that now there's so much more outdoor seating, and we're comfortable with that even into the fall, and wearing sweaters, and just the, you know, the appreciation.
Yeah.
I mean, I never appreciated
What I
living
drew
out
the
here.
line was when I saw, you know, I drive down Main Street in Sag Harbor, and it'd be 30 degrees out. There'd be people sitting on the porch at the American
Hotel.
Hotel. So that's kind of where I draw the line. But people, you know, they wanted to be out, and that's how they could be out, and that's how they could be out with people. And,
Right.
you know, we learned a lot about ourselves and I think our community.
Yeah, yeah, we really did, and we're so grateful to, you know, to you, to your office, to the, you know, to the state for recognizing that there's an absolute need for support, and organizations like iTry that are, you know, more doing prevention in the mental health
Yep.
space. As you know, I know we've talked about, we have really adopted a trauma informed way that we've implemented from top down. So every coach, every program leader, every staff member, and even our board is trained.
Well, your point on prevention, I think, when it comes to mental health is well taken, because a lot of the focus is on crisis response, and after there already, you know, is a problem. And that's important. I'm not minimizing that, but, you know, more focus on prevention, you know, and what you do, and that's why it's of critical importance.
Yeah.
The more prevention, you know, the less crisis response you have to do.
Absolutely, absolutely. And then, you know, I know you're very involved in the South Fork Mental Health Task Force, and Adam Fine is such a driving force there as well.
Adam is one of my heroes, and
Yeah.
I'm glad he, you know, now he's the superintendent
So wonderful.
at East Hampton. But, you know, for that whole mental health initiative, which started on the South Fork and then expanded to the North Fork, that all of that was his idea.
Yeah.
You know, he brought it to us, and you know, again, like our relationship, you know, it's not government. You know, we're going to tell you how to solve this problem. We brought members of the community that, you know, that work in the mental health field, work in the education field, and we said, you tell us what you think the solution is, and, you know, we'll find the money to implement it.
Right.
And, you know, that's when you say, you know, I appreciate, you know, your acknowledgement, but you know, in government, we have the easy part. You're doing the work on the ground. You have to figure out what works and how to do it. And, you know, we're glad to support those efforts. As I said, the best programs, the things that work well are, you know, are community based, you know, start from the grassroots up. And, Teresa, there's no bigger grassroots organizer than you are. So congratulations.
Thank you, and good luck.
Thank you.
We're rooting for you.
Yeah, I appreciate it, and you know, it's like 10 days away. Not that I'm counting or anything. But, yeah, it'll be nice when it's over.
Yeah,
Thanks.
yeah.
My mental health will improve.
Absolutely, 100%,
Thank you.
100%. Great. Well, thank you for spending this time with us.
What do you have?
Oh boy, we've got a chock full day. So yeah.
That you do. It's good to see you.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you for everything.
Okay. So,
All right.
hey,
Hey everybody, we're back, and I'm back here with Ann Starobin, who is our iTry board secretary. And I'm so happy to have this time to sit down with you, and we do a lot of work together, but we don't really ever take a lot of time to sit and just chat. So this is our opportunity in front of all the people watching out there supporting iTry today for us to talk and so that everybody can get to know you the way I know you.
Well, thank you. I'm so happy to be here. I love iTry, and I love you, and you were my inspiration to join the board. So thank you. I'm happy to talk to everyone out here because we really need your help in helping our kids.
Thank you, Anne. Thanks for that. And you have truly become one of the most huge influences in my life and my career, and my love for you is boundless, and my appreciation for what you bring to this organization and to me as a human is as I said, just boundless. So,
Well, I would say
thank you.
it goes back to you twofold. I think we've been a good partnership
That's for
over
sure.
these years, thinking about what are the best ways that we can help our participants and our girls, and how can we grow this more, but also what does the structure of the organization need, and what kind of people do we need in the organization to help us further our cause.
Right. And how do we support those people that make it all run and work? And that's been huge. So before we go into kind of specifics, tell me about your background, about how your career was
Okay.
before we ever met. Who
Okay.
were you before we ever met?
Oh, well. I had a very serendipitous career. So I started off as a teacher of English and speech, and then I had the opportunity to start in the 70s, now I'm aging myself, to start what were called alternative schools, which were essentially the precursors to charter schools. And I was the principal of one for 8 years. And during that time, I also felt that I wanted to grow more and learn more, so I ended up getting my master's in organizational leadership, thinking that I'd stay in education for a long time. And then, as what happened so sadly in that field, and is happening in huge amounts today, is that I really experienced burnout. And I started to look for other things. And that's when I went into training and development on the corporate side.
And let me just stop you there, because I am such a believer in everything happens for a reason. And you get to a point in your life, in your career, where you can look back at all of those things and say, okay, that's why this happened, so it could bring me to here. So hearing that, right, which must have been a very hard time, you know, experiencing burnout in a career that you thought would be your life. That
Right.
must have been a tough thing to do, but it really kind of pivoted you in a different direction.
It did, and when I started looking for other opportunities, you know, I knew I had to create a resume, and I sat down with a friend because I just couldn't do it. And for the next 30 years of my life, I helped everyone I know with their resumes, but when she asked me, what can you do? What are you good at? What are your skills? I said, I make a really great roast chicken. I mean, I things that people take for granted because they do them with ease, you don't think are skills and gifts you can keep growing and developing. And what I realized, which was really the driver of my entire career, is that I really love coaching people, helping them develop, become the best person they can for themselves, but also I spent a lot of time in leadership and training leaders that what was so important is how they treat other people. And that how you get to the finish line matters as much, if not more, than getting to the finish line.
Yes.
And so that really has driven my whole career. So I went to Citi Corp at the time and I must say, embellished on my resume a tad. Don't turn me in, anyone. And got a job as a manager of sales leadership.
Wow.
And 3 weeks into the job, my boss was fired. The new boss came in and says, I hope you know about selling, because we're not doing management, we're teaching everyone selling skills. And I said, of course, great, no problem. Not a clue. But we worked with a consulting firm, and that was great. And then I moved on, and I realized what I really wanted to do was consult. So for about 15 years of my career, I worked with 2 different consulting firms. And we really worked very hard in all different industries to help people manage people with clarity and kindness instead of being so punishing. And also on the sales side, to help salespeople understand that the best way you help people is to find out what their needs are, determine them, and then fulfill them.
Well, and sales is about relationships.
Absolutely.
It's relationship building. It's not
Absolutely.
about any product or any service. It's
Right.
about that relationship. And
Right.
so, yeah, building those skills.
So then I moved on, and I ended up at Prudential, reporting to the president, heading up all of training and development for Prudential. And I wasn't quite ready for that job. And the way I got that job was that I was hired to head up all of management development. 6 weeks after that, my boss quits. The president calls me in and says, "Guess what?"
You're the boss now.
And I was the boss. And I had a very young daughter at the time. She was about 3.5 when I started there, and then I left 5.5 years later because she really needed me to be at home more. And it wasn't a job that I could do. And certainly no one worked remotely in those days.
Yep.
And so I left and started my own consulting firm. And then I was consulting for UBS, and then they hired me full-time, where I headed up talent management for the Americas.
And that was when your daughter was how old?
She was 7, 8. So she was in school,
Yeah.
it was stable, it was a job I could have breakfast with her, I could come home at night, and I had trips to Zurich pretty frequently, so I would bring her with me when I could.
How wonderful.
So that worked out really well. So we have some really fun memories about that. But it's really, I found it very, and I only have one child, I found it very challenging and difficult to raise a daughter. And my husband was very participative and be in a career. And I often felt I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. But my daughter
I think that's
says,
universal.
I think so too.
any mother, no matter what, is so torn, right? It's you never feel like you're doing the best job in your career, and
Right.
you're just certainly not doing the best job as a parent. And it's this, you know,
Right.
I remember because Rob and I had we started the magazine
Right.
when I was pregnant with Abby, and so her whole life. And I remember seeing articles in parenting magazines about, you know, balance and you can do it all, and what a great time to start a business and a career. No, it's not. I used to want. If I had more time, I would have written a letter to the editor and say, "Stop telling women that it's all you can have it all. You can't."
Right.
You know, it's a delicate balance, and
Right.
then that's where, right, that self love and giving yourself a little bit of a break, and knowing that, you know, you're doing the best you can in all the
Right.
different areas.
Well, the expression that I liked the most, that I embraced, was "you can have it all, just not all at once."
Yeah.
And
It's a good one.
that worked. And as Skylar was entering middle school, well, actually, she was diagnosed with ADD at a very early age. And so that was really helpful to us to understand what some of her challenges are. And she wasn't overactive at all. She was just, you know, she could zoom on the leg of the chair. And her teachers wouldn't think she was listening, but if they asked a question, her hand would bob up. So, but it still was difficult for her. And one of the things that really struck me when I learned about iTry, with its aim on middle school girls, was that if Skylar had that program and been part of that, she would have felt much more part of a community. I think her self-confidence would have blossomed at a much younger age, and it wouldn't have been as difficult for her.
Yeah.
And I could say the same for myself,
Right.
at that age too.
Right.
So that was really one of the sparks for me to join the board, is to help girls who really need it at that time. And since then, research proves that girls' self-confidence plummets as they enter 6th, 7th, 8th grade.
Yeah, and it's so interesting that all of the things that kind of just came through that first year when I was developing, you know, what's now our curriculum and then the program, and we were, you know, kind of just on this magical journey that first year of let's just see what it is, and so many of the things that we did that first year carry over to today, and now to see, you know, the use of affirmations, right? Something
Absolutely.
as simple as "I am strong," "I can do it," "I love me," all of those things, right? We're using them, but now there's so much science to back that up.
Yes.
Visualization, all of these things, and so the science is now catching up with the intuition. And that's so magical, right? And then of course things we knew that we were seeing, kids who struggled in school with learning disabilities and things like ADD and dyslexia and what we now call learning differences, right? Instead of learning disabilities, because it really, those kids learn so many coping mechanisms that they're so prepared for real life, I think in many ways compared to students who didn't have to figure things out in that way. And so we know we've had such success with kids like that. And now the science is backing it up. And why giving them a space to be accepted for who they are and seeing those challenges as things that are really beneficial to them and allow them to succeed in ways that maybe don't show up in the classroom, but show up as they're learning to ride a bicycle or empowering their friends across the finish line, and that the empathy and things that you really don't ever learn in a book. And that's what's so magical about what we do.
And one of the things I love the most is when I do our focus groups at the end of each program, and I listen to I have one for the kids and one for the parents. And what I love is when the participants talk about how they never thought they could do this and how much confidence they have. And I think what's so important is how they rely on our staff and our team of professionals to guide them, not only physically, but emotionally and intellectually. And that's really why we need to raise so much money, because we have to keep building our staff. We have to keep supporting them in the way that they deserve, so we can keep serving more and more children and expand our reach, because that one-on-one contact is what makes or breaks this program. It's not only the philosophy behind it, but how you all live that philosophy for the kids. And they talk about that at great length during those focus groups. And the parents can't thank us enough for the changes they see in their daughters. They're happier, they're doing better in school, they have better eating habits, they're teaching their families.
Yes.
And so it has an impact that's broader than just one individual. It impacts the families and therefore the community. And I really hope for our participants, I can see it in them, that they can become the leaders of this generation.
Yes.
And we need that desperately in this time.
Yes. And throughout this day, you're going to hear from not only our amazing staff that Anne just referred to and what they bring, but some of our alums who are now in college and beyond, who really have taken these lessons that they learned when they were 11, 12, and 13 and really apply them every single day to their lives and their careers. And that's what's so amazing.
It is. I mean, it has such a long-lasting impact on them, and frankly on all of us who are involved in the program. And I think that in case people don't know this, is that our participants pay for nothing. And so when you imagine that they're swimming, biking, and running, that requires 3 complete different sets of equipment, clothing to wear, et cetera, and we provide all of that for free. And that's also why we need you to help us in our mission of raising money to continue this program, to deliver the highest quality we can to a community that's most deserving.
Great. And if you remember, if you donate $100 or more today during Giving Day, you'll be entered into a drawing. We have some amazing prizes that we'll be drawing at the end of the night tonight, so make sure you come back and tune in throughout the day, but definitely come back at 5 o'clock when we're going to celebrate a little bit. We have a special guest entertainer. I'm not going to say who it is just yet. And just be with us to celebrate. Make your cocktail at home and cheer to us, and hopefully win some prizes.
And it has been so wonderful to spend this time with you.
Oh, I loved it, Teresa.
I know.
You're the best.
I love
have
you.
to give you a hug. I love you too.
Love you. Oh, thank you.
Hi, everyone. We're back, and I am sitting on the couch with one of my dear friends, Joan Overlock, who is the development director at the Eleanor Whitmore Early Child Care Center. And so happy to be able to spend some time with you on this gorgeous day, celebrating iTry, but also to talk about some of the things that we've worked together and the power of community. We just heard with Fred Thiel how what an amazing community this is, and how we rallied. And so I wanted to talk to you today about that, about how our organizations work together during the pandemic and what's come out of that, and just great to see how things are going.
Yeah, great. Well, first of all, it's so nice to be here with you. And I just am such a fan of what you do. You know that your organization is just really remarkable. And I wish every girl in America could participate in what you do.
Well, that's the goal someday, right?
Definitely. So hopefully this will get you on your way. I think the thing that is so interesting, and we all talked about this, we live in a really unique place in that, first of all, there are more nonprofit organizations per capita on the east end of Long Island than any place in the United States.
Wow.
And Duncan Darrow, who runs Fighting Chance, the founder of Fighting Chance, told me that fact years ago, and I've never forgotten it. And so that tells you something about the nature of the people. It also tells you something that is counter to what people believe about the East End, which people believe everybody out here is rich. Oh, you're from the Hamptons. Everybody's rich. You don't need my money.
Exactly.
And if everybody was so rich, there wouldn't be so many nonprofits. There wouldn't be the need for so many nonprofit organizations. So you have this kind of funny juxtaposition of people in terrific need and people with terrific wealth, and a whole lot of organizations that originally were all fighting for the same dollars and the same donations. And the pandemic changed that, I think. So if we have anything to be thankful for with COVID, I think it's that it brought us together rather than pulled us apart.
Absolutely.
And I don't know, should I talk a little bit about the Fund for 631, which really was
really kicked it off.
And this was remember, Teresa, we were all in panic, right?
Yeah.
It was April of 2020.
Right. So everybody had just shut down in March.
Shut down. We were all
and each of our
given the
organizations were just trying our best to be there for our constituents. And then a
we were
miracle
suddenly
happened.
just thrown out without a life raft. And I remember early in March, the Eleanor Whitmore Early Childhood Center got a call from the governor's office, and they asked us if we would open for the children of essential workers.
Right.
And we said yes, we would. We were able to get a dispensation from our licensing agency. So instead of caring for children 18 months to 5 years old, we were able to broaden that window, 18 months to 12 years old. And very soon we realized that essential workers were included grocery store workers, pharmacy workers, people who didn't have a lot of money and weren't able to pay fees.
Right.
So with our board of directors, we agreed that we were going to let people come to the center for free and have childcare for free. We had no idea
how we were going to cover that. Right.
Or how we were going to do it. But we thought, you know what, we'll make it work. Anyway, we got a story in the paper, in the East Hampton Star, And Alec Baldwin, who's been a terrific supporter of the center and served on the board for many years, read the article, called us, and said, I want to introduce you to a pretty major philanthropist who wants to do something but doesn't know what to do. And so Alec made that introduction. We had a conversation, and it became very clear that she had a lot of big money people, and they wanted to do something significant for the whole community. And, you know, the interesting thing, yes, there are so many nonprofits out here, but we're all kind of small. We're all relatively small, right? So we thought if we could put together a coalition of organizations that were dealing with the most vulnerable populations and the people who were left behind, that could be something that we could pull together and maybe generate some significant money. So you joined. So we had you, we had the Children's Museum, we had and 2 of the local food pantries. I think that was it. We were it, I think. Right?
Yeah.
That was it. Because we were all focused on food right away. I know there was a big interest in food insecurity.
Yeah.
And it was amazing. And what happened was we put together a program. We called it the Fund for 631. The philanthropists formed a big committee. The committee reached out, and within 6 weeks, we had raised almost $1 million.
It was unbelievable.
It was unbelievable.
It really was.
But what was also unbelievable was, in the meantime, what happened, by all of us coming together, we all started sharing information.
Yes.
And we all started making each other better. I mean, a lot of us were setting up food pantries who had never set up food pantries. We didn't know anything about it.
Right.
And we just everybody kept helping each other.
Yep.
And
remember, we did the survey.
Right.
So we started,
Yeah.
surveying our families, our girls and families every week.
Right.
And to see what their needs were. And then all of a sudden we realized that it wasn't just food.
Right.
Right. It was sanitary products. It was dog food and pet food and things that, you know, you're not going to get at the regular food pantry. And so we started really helping in ways that you know, were unconventional.
Yeah. Same with us. It was diapers.
Yeah.
But it was also just helping us offset bringing in all these children and hiring our staff with no income, with no fees coming in. Anyway, it was a remarkable lesson, and it generated more attention. And then I think all of us on our own kind of then we're in much better stead.
Yeah.
And then the next opportunity, I guess I met Dan Shedrick. And Dan Shedrick had started Feed the Need.
Right.
And he was looking for a new way to do something. And I told him about the Fund for 631 and said, look, this coalition idea is a big idea.
Yeah.
And Dan got us together and we coalesced. This time, last time it was over food, this time it was over children.
Yeah.
And that was the focus, and hence the East End Fund for Children, which we've now sustained for 2 years.
Yes.
Yeah. And again, I love that I can put out an email to every one of the members and say, help, I need a bookkeeper, or, you know, who built your website, or whatever it is.
Right, so we're sharing ideas and we're sharing resources, and it's really brought us together with a single purpose.
Yeah.
Right, to just be the best that each of us can be, so that the children of this community
benefit. And so I think that has been something that feels just fundraising, as we all know, is a lonely job. It's a hard job and it's a lonely job, but it's an important job because without it, none of us can do the work that we do.
Absolutely.
And so these coalitions kind of are little bright lights in that, and helping each other all become better at what we do, and champions for each other's causes. Because what's so interesting about our coalition is it's almost like where I leave off, the next group comes in, and then the next group comes in, and so on. So what we've done as a group is created a continuum of support for children from 18 months to 18 years old.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm sure some of our kids are iTry girls.
Exactly. I love that.
point,
And then some of our alum become Project Most counselors and end up working for the center. And then we've got the Bridgehampton Community Center involved, and there's a lot of overlap there. And then the Southampton Youth. So it's really brought us together, and that we know what one another are doing, so we can refer people to different things and help and support one another.
No, it's great. And we now have a new donor who is very connected to WIC, and which is the Women and Infant program. And the name is misleading because it's everything up to 18 years old. There's another opportunity for us to reach out to all these different organizations and include them in that program. So it's endless. We're all stronger together, right?
Absolutely.
All of us are stronger than one of us.
So true. And what do you have coming up on at the center?
We are about to launch our annual appeal, which, as you know,
indeed,
we are all very dependent upon. And our annual appeal is critical for us because it covers our operating expenses. And like everybody else, we're feeling inflation and feeling the bulk of all that. So it's terrifically important. And the Child Care Center is a critical resource to the town of East Hampton. Aside from the importance of early childhood education, which, it's mind-blowing to me that 85% of the brain is formed by age 5, but 14% of public education dollars go to early education. So it's really up to private donors. We really rely on that in order to keep everything accessible and affordable. And we're targeted to working families who depend upon us without having the center from available 10 hours a day. You don't have a reliable workforce.
Right.
It's really critical.
Right.
So.
And I'm sure many of our donors are also your donors.
I'm sure.
And I think that's a critical thing to understand about being out here, right? And so we all, if you get together with any heads of nonprofits and everybody says, I just need a celebrity. We just need one celebrity, right? And
I need one celebrity, and I need a big important event, right?
Exactly.
I mean, I know.
But what we realize is it's the local folks that are donating $100 or $50 or $500 or $1,000 that really maintain us. It would be great if everybody on Egypt Lane was writing us big checks, but that's what we find a lot is that the people who have homes here and also in the city, they give where they live most, right? That changed a little in COVID.
I think it did change in COVID. I think that people and things like putting our names out there with these coalitions has shifted that a little bit.
Well, it opened some eyes, right? Because even the people who come and spend 3 months here, a lot of times they didn't see. And they, when they hear that there's homeless in the Hamptons and kids who do not have enough to eat and go to bed hungry in the Hamptons, it doesn't resonate. And I think COVID really did open their eyes to a lot of that.
And just understanding who's mowing your lawn, who's cleaning your house. they have children.
Yeah.
Who's checking you out at Cinderella?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
So their girls are with you or their children are with us, and it's there. So anyway, well, what iTry does is just truly, truly, truly miraculous.
Thank you.
And good luck with this.
Yep. We're getting there.
I'm sure it's hard to resist helping these girls and
Yep.
and helping you. And
Well, they'll be here this afternoon.
Oh,
so
great.
We've got a crew of girls coming to spend some
Great.
time with us this afternoon. So tune in later
Yeah,
when
I
you're back
definitely
at
will.
your desk.
I'll be in and tuning in and
Excellent. Well,
and
Joan,
with
thank you so
information.
much.
Thank you.
for spending this wonderful.
Whoops, whoops.
That's okay. We'll get it. Oh, here we go.
Got it.
All right.
I didn't break it.
No,
Okay,
we're good.
thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right, we've got our next guest. We're hustling today. Hey,
Hi,
Vic,
how are you?
Good to see
Good,
you.
you too.
Oh. All right, have a seat on the couch.
Thank you.
So, everybody, this is Vicky Ventura. What is your hold for that noon whistle? Hold on. Actually, it's perfect timing that the whistle went off because you are our first guest during our power hour. All right, everybody, it's our power hour. So our goal is to raise $5,000 during this 12 to 1. And if we do, we have a donor who will match that. So
Wow.
$5,000 becomes $10,000. Your $25 donation right now becomes a $50 donation. So now is a really good time. And remember, if you donate $100 or more, it's raining. Look, it's like the abundance is raining down on us today, Vic. If you donate $100 or more anytime today, your name will be entered into our drawing for some fabulous prizes later on. So now I can welcome Miss Vicky Ventura, who this is so exciting to actually just kind of get to sit and talk to you and get to know you a little better. So what's your title at Event Power?
I'm the race director and owner.
Awesome. So for anybody who's not in the triathlon world on the East End, do you want to tell us a little bit about what Event Power is and its history and where you guys are today?
Yeah, definitely. So Event Power started in 1988. Steve Tarpinian founded it. And we put on triathlons across Long Island. We have 13 races from April to October. And it includes triathlons, duathlons, and running races. And all ages. We have youth events, and we have up to 87-year-olds participate in our events. And
amazing.
One of our races is the Mini Mighty Man Pool Triathlon, and we have an all-women's division in part of it. So you can race with just females if you wanted to. And really, we have sprint, Olympic, half-distance races. We touch upon everything in the triathlon world that we can.
And your geographic footprint is what?
From East Meadow to Montauk, so all across Long Island.
That's amazing. So I had the pleasure of knowing Steve and his mom and dad for a long time, and he was really kind of instrumental in my own journey in triathlon, and then really gave me some really great advice at the start of iTry. I always tell the story of the first time. I think it was the first time I did the Olympics. So for me, as I wasn't an athlete, and I trained to do a sprint, and then I started doing lots of sprints, and finally had the courage to go up to an Olympic. And I'll never forget the moment I was in transition, and you know what it's like in the mornings, and it's awe-inspiring to just see all of these people of all different age ranges and ability levels and all of that. And I hear over the loudspeaker, "Athletes, come to the beach, all athletes to the beach." And it was the first time I like literally had chills over my body, and it was Steve saying it. And I was like, "Oh, they're talking to me. I'm an athlete." It was the first time I ever really felt. And this was years in, and I had done, but in that moment with that crowd and his voice calling me down to the beach, it was just such a moment for me that I'll never, ever forget. Sadly, we know that Steve died from suicide, and that was also a big moment for me personally, knowing his mom and dad, and just what a hard thing that was. We had also lost a coach to suicide earlier, I think that same year. So so way back that you know, that was probably in like our second or third year of iTry. It really set us on a path of knowing how important mental health is, and open conversation about feelings and emotions, and destigmatizing getting help, and all of those things were just so ingrained in us from an early start. And I feel like that's, you know, Steve left such a legacy, but for us, that's probably the biggest legacy that you know, we learned from his experience and tried to lay a groundwork of support.
Yeah, he really touched people in so many different ways, whether it was, you know, when he was alive or after. And he had books out there. He taught people how to swim. I've met people that never met him, but he still had an impact on their lives.
Yes.
And what he's done for the triathlon community. I talked to someone last week, and I mentioned Event Power. They're like, oh, I know Steve Tarpinian. He was so impactful on what triathlon is in the world and on Long Island, and bringing athletes across the country to race. So he really was just an amazing person, and gave people those chills race morning, or, you know,
Always.
made people feel special and important. And that's what everyone should feel, especially race morning before you get in that water.
Yeah. And I think you and your team have really kept that alive, that spirit. And I hear it all the time. You know, I know we have some of your athletes here with us today. Samantha, she'll be popping in, and Alyssa, and we've all experienced that Event Power energy and emotion, and I love your announcer, and you know, it's so great. How did you get involved, and what's your path here?
Well, I started back in 2002.
Wow.
And I was a runner, and I always ran in high school, and I ran in college. And I had a friend who was on the swim team, on Steve's team, Total Training swim team. And he was like, come swim with us. And my friend's father owned Sunrise Cyclery, the Totino family. And she's like, all right, my dad's a sponsor, so we're all signing up for this race. I was like, all right, I can swim and I can run. So I went and got a bike.
Oh, wow.
And 5 of our friends signed up for Tobay. I was the only one that showed up race morning. It was very early morning, and I did the race. And I remember my mom went up to the lifeguards and was like, are you going to watch my baby when she swims? And I was like, oh my God, looking back, I'm like, that's so embarrassing. But it was my first race, and then I got hooked, and I started swimming continuously with the swim team. I started volunteering, and then I started volunteering for like the Mighty North Fork was my first event, and then the Mighty Hamptons, and then I became the volunteer coordinator just through volunteering.
I remember.
And then, it just evolved. And then I went to college for sport management, and I wanted to do something with sports, but I didn't know exactly what. And then I graduated college. And the same time I graduated, the former race director of Event Power was moving on to a soccer career. And so it worked out that I graduated and then became the race director.
I didn't realize that's what you studied at school. So wow, that's a beautiful trajectory that just, it's kind of like, right, you follow your passion. That's what we try to teach the girls. It's like, you don't have to figure it all out. You have to just go from what feels right to what feels right and what feels good. And then things just appear.
That's so true.
Your path really did appear. And I give you a lot of credit, because tell everybody how many children you have.
And I have 3 girls.
3 little girls who keep her very busy. So to know that you're able to do all of this and you know, and really you've kept the organization going, you know, past Steve, and really during the pandemic, which was, I know, a challenge. Do you want to talk a little bit about what was going on at Event Power then?
Yeah, I mean, the first event, they said, when we found out events were canceled, Tara, who works for Event Power, the 2 of us were like, all right, we'll be fine. We'll have our race in May. It's okay. And we ended up, instead of having the race in Riverhead that we had it canceled like a week before, we ended up doing like a community run. Everyone could sign up for free. Let's just go out and run. Separate but together. And we had a couple hundred people sign up. And then after that, we just race by race. We were like, I was kind of in denial. I was like, you know, this season can't be over. So we would push through. We would be artwork ready to go. And then we'd wait for the town to say, you know what, you can't have a mass gathering yet. Next event, you can't. And then it just kept going. And then after the whole season ended up not having any races, the last event, the Fall Duathlon, we were able to have 50 people. And that included volunteers and staff. So it was something just to get out and be involved with other people. We practiced the social distancing. So, I mean, it was a hard year because we love doing what we do and love being around the people. And the biggest thing is like just being around everybody. After Montauk, our last race in October, a big one, it's like, oh my God, I was just with 1,000 people and now I'm not going to see these people until the spring.
Right.
So it was hard throughout the season, but we kept in touch with our staff and our volunteers, and we tried to be positive and just work through it and be a forum for the athletes to at least continue to run and do something.
Right. Did you do a virtual option for that was interesting. We did something similar, but because people just needed something, right? We know how important being active is to your mental health. Have you seen, I know we saw a dip in triathlon and we're still trying to get back to those numbers, but do you think, I've been hearing that it's getting a resurgence because of COVID, because people who didn't run before got out and ran, were on bikes, we're, really more into being out in nature. And that's a perfect fit with triathlon. Are you seeing some newcomers to the sport, and what's your predictions for the growth?
Definitely, there was a dip. I'd say last year, numbers were really low. People still weren't comfortable coming back. But then this past race, we had a duathlon, and there was at least 5 people I talked to out of 20 at one of our check-ins that's like, I just started running during COVID and now I cycle, and people needed something to do. And I think they picked up triathlon. And so they are getting out there, and some people have started participating or training, but they haven't committed to an event yet because it's hard to make that commitment. Let me sign up for my first race. Right. But we definitely, I think more people are going to be coming to the races.
Well, let's talk about a little something that we've been brewing on the side and talking about for anybody who might be considering doing a triathlon, right? We hear it a lot, right? When people see the girls race, their parents say, "Oh, I'd love to try that," or people new to the sport. So let's kind of talk about what we're thinking maybe for next July.
Yes, so we'd like.
No, actually not July, right? It would be September, right?
So the Mighty Hampton Steve Tarpini Memorial Triathlon is one of our largest events. It's one of the longest running distance triathlons in the country. We have people from all over the country and the world come to do this event. And we're going to be adding a component with iTry to have more people be involved in the sport and add a super sprint to the race.
Yeah. So the exact same race that our girls do in July, adults will be able, what did we say? We're
14 to 19.
14 and up. So 14 and up. Anybody can sign up, and it's an absolutely doable race. I would say you do have to train for it, right? So it would be the same race that our girls do. The 300-yard swim, a 6.5-mile bike, and a 1.5-mile run. So totally doable. Start training now, and you'll have plenty of time to get ready for September.
Yes, definitely. So 14 and up, anyone can do it. And you can have a friend or family member do the Olympic distance race. You could do the super sprint. You can try it out. It's definitely a good way to get involved with triathlons.
Yeah. Yeah, it's such a great sport. And people, when you say triathlon, a lot of times they're like, "Oh my God, I could never do that," because they have like Ironman put in, they think it's all Ironman. And this is something so doable. You come out and do a super sprint like that, you're going to have that same feeling of accomplishment because you still, we talk about this in iTry, and I know you can relate, doing them and running them, is that no matter what, that day, that like those friends of yours who trained and didn't show, how much of that was fear?
Yeah,
right. So we always say that's what puts iTry in a different realm than something where they're only doing a 5K, right? Because you don't go out for a 5K and like, "Oh, I might drown or I might get hit by you're okay." But anybody who does a triathlon, I mean, we talk to pro triathletes, Sarah Piampiano, right? A pro Ironman. And I asked her one time, "Is there ever a triathlon swim that you do that you're not afraid?" She goes, "Never." You get into that water with 100 other people, it's scary no matter what. And so the fact that you face fear and you have to make that decision in the moment, am I going to do it or not? And then on the other side of fear, there is just this elation that you conquered this fear. And I love the camaraderie of triathlon, right? So I mean, you see it. I bet you must, if you can pull yourself away for a second. But just like I loved, in transition, I was never the top or the bottom, kind of somewhere in the middle. But people helping you with your wetsuit or in the water and making sure everybody's okay before the swim start and all of that. It's such a great sport. And I hope people come out and race with us, but also just really look into Event Power and all the amazing events, because it's not just triathlon, right? You have duathlons now, you have running races. So any way that you can get active and be a part of what Event Power provides, it's an amazing organization and so much fun to be involved in.
Yeah, and thank you for your words. And definitely, it's a huge community. Like, you can go to any event on Long Island. You can go on to an event off of Long Island. Like Sam was saying, she went to an event in another state, and you see people, and you're like, you know their faces, and there's people you meet at check-in, and they come with another friend, and they're like, oh, we met at the beginning of the season, now we train together. And so people make lifelong friendships at the events. And some people volunteer first if they're nervous. They're like, I don't know if I can do it. We have races starting in April, so you can volunteer to race in April, know what to expect, and then come race you can race in July, or you can race in September. So people get the full experience, but it's definitely just a great community to be a part of.
And what's your website?
EventPowerLI.com.
Okay, EventPowerLI.com. Check it out. Vicki, thank you so much for taking time away from your busy career and your little girls. Hopefully they'll be iTry girls someday in the future.
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
We'll make that happen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for spending this time with us today.
Thanks, Teresa.
Great. Okay. Wow, the day is flying by. We have our next guest. Hello, Maria. Nice to finally meet you in person. Nice to meet you. Oh, come and sit.
Thank you.
I'm going to just take a little sip of water.
Yes. Great.
How are you on this gorgeous day?
Great. My gosh, it really turned out so nice.
Didn't it? I know. What a
beautiful fall day.
Yes.
Beautiful day for a run.
Perfect. I know. So, Maria, thank you for spending this time with us. I just want everybody to know this. Maria is not. Oh, come on over. Sorry, Alyssa. I totally forgot. I forgot Alyssa. So everybody, you probably, if you've watched us before, you know Alyssa Channon, who is our program director. And Maria, you are a parent of one of our last year iTry girls, and not only a parent but also a professional. And so we're so excited to talk to you a little bit today about your career and your trajectory into the career you have now. You can kind of tell us about that, and then specifically on in adolescent mental health, what you're seeing with your patients and clients, and also your experience with your daughter and iTry and all of that.
Yeah. Wow, where to start?
It's a long way. It's all yours. You got the floor.
So much to say. So I heard you talking about COVID before, and for sure, I mean, I think kids being stuck at home and not having the opportunities to move and connect. We saw a lot of anxiety. I mean, a lot of mental health crisis, really. A lot of depression, anxiety, I would say, are the top two. In my work, I really, really try to focus on the preventative pieces. I try to focus on the strengths-based and resilience, and really building in proactively preventative strategies and building wellness rather than treating illness. Let's push. And that's why I really just so love the iTry, the whole curriculum and the whole program, because that's exactly what it does. And I think one of the biggest takeaways was how it's not just the physical activity. It's not just, improving in your fitness. It's really so, and we got a chance to speak briefly. I mean, there's just so much of what I wish every child would learn about shining their light and their inner strengths, and how can we cope and get there. I know, you did a lot of affirmations and the visualizations, and just all of that is just such powerful skills that I wish every child can have, and it sets them for such a different trajectory to have those skills early on.
Yeah. I so appreciate that. Are you familiar with Louise Hay?
Yes.
So years ago, talk about affirmations. Before I ever did my first triathlon, before iTry. I remember reading her book, and
She has the little
right, yeah, and I have every one of her books. But at the end, it said there was a line that said, "If this could be taught in every school in the world, what a different world we would live in."
Absolutely.
And so that's what we, that's what we're able to do.
Yeah.
And that's, so many, Alyssa is not, didn't go to school to be an educator, but she's a master. But a lot of our program staff are educators, either, a PE teacher or early childhood teachers. And it's such a gift for us to be able to teach and not, we're not teaching, math and science and things like that, but we're like the most incredible life skill you could ever imagine.
Absolutely. And not only that, but as a life skill, I mean, I've worked as a school psychologist before too, and when children aren't mentally in a good place, they can't learn. They can't focus during math if their anxiety is running rampant, and not to mention the skills of like the resilience and the building the perseverance, and like I could set this goal and I could work towards it. A lot of kids are handed maybe math problems. I just can't do it, but you can, and learning that, whoa, I can. I just need to break it down. And show up one day at a time, one step at a time, and I will get there.
And trust, and trust that there might be somebody there to help you.
Absolutely.
So much of the, what happened, a leaf or a bug, right? I mean, one of the, we use this, and Alyssa's the pro at this, and she can talk to that as well, but to evaluate the program. We are a part of a cohort that uses something called Hello Insight. And so it's a survey that the kids do at the beginning of the season and at the end of the season. And it really measures social emotional learning benchmarks and things like that. And one of the questions is, do you have supportive adults in your life? And we see that jump, right? Because not everybody does. And that's, I think when you're a parent and you are there for your child, you kind of assume every child has a similar, and it's not. It's not that way.
And my goodness, so what you mentioned, that's one of the things in the resiliency research that's really stuck with me, is that really you need that one caring adult. And having that one caring relationship, then you could suffer through trauma, and that's what's going to help you then rise again, and just knowing in that connection. And so with my daughter, she was struggling with some anxiety and through the program, and I have to say it was the coaches. I mean, it was the coaches understanding, meeting her where she was at, but the connection too, the texting and following up, and she knew she was cared for, and that made the biggest difference in her showing up. Absolutely.
And that's always been our approach, but I think even more so this past season because of our training. And Alyssa, do you want to talk a little bit about what we did this year to get ready for this season?
So we partnered with the Center of Healing and Justice Through Sport, and we went through trauma-informed training. And a big thing about that is we learned that kids need people that will show up for them and consistently. And we've always done that. All our staff is paid. Their time is worth it. They have to be there for our kids. And we always work hard to have the same program leader with every group. There's a familiar face. I think Kalina's program leader was Reagan, was one of them. And they had such a great connection. And when Reagan was so great was, she made sure to introduce every kid that she was close with the other program leaders, so they also had the connection. And it was these are people that care about you, that are in your life, and it was so important. And just the consistency of showing up, the familiar face to someone that was going to ask them about their day, and just the small things really makes such a difference in these kids' lives.
And the understanding of the brain science. So what you said, right? They can't concentrate on math when they are feeling anxious and depressed, and their brain's not firing and functioning. And so that's our whole team had that training and that understanding, and giving them time and choice.
and meeting them where they were at, because I really found that with my daughter, like she didn't want to get in the pool, but so she was able to help on those days and be a helper after they established she could swim, for instance. But when you bring up the brain science too, so that anxiety is actually in the amygdala in one part of the brain, and where we want the brain to work is the prefrontal cortex, and the connection is actually what snaps you back into using that full brain. And so I just can't say enough about the connection between people, and so and on a bigger scale, like not even the connection between the coaches, but I mean, I was there on race day. I mean, I wanted to cry. I've never clapped so much or cheered so much in my life. It was just beautiful. I mean, it connected the community, not just those girls. It was so beautiful.
I have chills.
Yeah.
It is, I know. Unfortunately, my partner here had COVID, and so she wasn't.
I saw the lightning rod and everything that could go on a race day. I got it.
So we were all a little bit emotional, not having Alyssa there, and she and I are we just need to make sure that when they're on the bikes that they all get out, and they all, so I channeled Alyssa, and I wouldn't move from my spot until every single biker got out and back. But what was so funny was that so many parents came, and I had more fun. First I had to be like, back off, but after that, it was just so fun. Like you said, they were cheering. It wasn't just about their own kid. It was talk about everybody was just so engaged and just was so rooting for every single kid there. It's just so much fun.
Just knowing how far those girls came. I mean, my gosh, and to swim, like I get, worried when I'm in the water.
It's terrifying. That's what I was just saying.
So to go through all of that, my gosh.
That
amazing.
That fear factor
Beautiful.
of going through something like that.
Yes.
It's just Oh boy. So Ted, tell us a little bit about your practice. I know it's...
So I'm really excited. So I have Hampton's Mindful Youth that focuses on, it's a psychological based wellness practice for children. And now I'm kind of steering into lifestyle medicine and doing more coaching with women that I'm looking to start. And it involves like those lifestyle medicine. So connection and physical activity and nutrition and just all those pieces, the sleep. It's all that mind-body connection. Like you can't have one without the other. You have to take care fully, and
it's so true, and it's so easy to get disconnected.
Absolutely, when life gets busy, our sleep goes, and our nutrition and our physical activity. And for me, I know those are important, but like my social connections might go because that's sometimes last on the list. And so remembering how important all those pieces are and needed.
It's so true. One of the lessons I really talk to the girls about is that there is nothing more important than that I feel good.
Oh, yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And it sounds so selfish, but it's not, right? We know because if you are not full, you have nothing else to give. And that's why we use that lesson. We talked about the lantern and the light, right? It's feeling so good that whoever you come in contact with benefits from that. So it may seem like a selfish thing, but you have to. And especially I think, as women, we put ourselves last. As mothers, we put our, everybody's needs in front of ours, and we have to flip that.
Yeah,
we absolutely have to flip that.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think as a nation, we're at like a burnout. Like we're all getting burnt out. And I noticed that during COVID as a mom and working, that at one point I just couldn't give anymore. Right? I couldn't give. And so I couldn't help without filling my light and working on that. So
and what are some ways that you fill yourself up?
So physical activity, sleep, and nutrition. But really, I mean, all those pieces, the social connections. I love yoga. I love meditation. Just being with my children. Yeah. trying to take it easy sometimes.
Yeah, I know that's not easy. So what advice would you give a parent out there? So in January we'll start going into the schools and talking with the girls. But if you get that notice, if you're a parent out there who may not know about iTry and you get this notice that your daughter is invited to participate, what would you tell them?
Oh my goodness. Take it one step at a time. Like, come to the first informational session and everything will be taken care of from there. The coaches are there to work with you, to work with your children, to meet you where they are, whether you need a ride, a bike, some extra support. My gosh, it's really, just showing up those first couple days and then just day by day, and then before you know it, you're crossing the finish line, and amazing.
Yeah. And so Kalina's doing well.
Oh my gosh, yes. And she joined field hockey, which she would have never done. I mean, we've been trying to get her into sports forever, and now she's in field hockey, and it's been challenging, and she keeps showing up with no complaints. And I'm like, wow.
Well, please tell her that we are all so proud of her.
I will.
And we expect to see her at some point. We know she'll be playing sports, but we hope she'll drop in and be a part of the empowerment again.
Yes. Oh, yes.
To help those younger girls as they're coming up.
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Oh, Maria, this has been so fantastic. Thank you so much. I love your shoes.
Thank you
for spending this time with us today.
Thank you for having me. Thank you. It was such a pleasure.
Have
a great day.
Take care. Bye. Hello.
Hi. How are you? Kimberly.
Teresa, nice to meet you,
Nice
Kimberly.
to meet you.
You want to take a seat there? Awesome. Did they give you something to drink or anything?
Not yet, but I'm good. Thank you so much.
I'm going to have just a little water here. Awesome. And we're still live, even though we're okay. So we are going to do something really fun right now. Is a conversation. So if you're watching at home on the screen, how you doing over there?
Hi, how are you guys?
Mic'd up. We're good. We're doing good. I'm going to have each of you introduce yourselves in a minute once we're all set. But while I have this moment, we are still in our power hour. Hi, you want to come sit next to me? Hi, I love your pink suit.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Good to see you. So
Thank
just 1 second, I'm going to have everybody introduce themselves.
Sure.
So we are in our power hour. So remember, anything we donate during this hour gets matched. So we're really trying to get to $5,000 in this 12 to 1 time frame, which would then become $10,000.
Oh, amazing.
Which is huge. It actually costs about $2,500 per girl to get them from day one to the finish line.
Wow.
And the families pay for nothing. That's why
incredible.
a day like this is so important, because we just have to make sure that we can provide everything they need. And in a lot of cases, that's things like sanitary products or a sports bra, transportation. And so this is why today's so important, and why I'm so grateful that you found the time to spend with us today. So what I'm going to do is just have each of you kind of go around and introduce yourself, and then we're going to have a conversation. So for everybody at home, this is our entrepreneurs, amazing women, female entrepreneurs, and what they're doing in the world and how it's benefiting all of us.
Thank you.
So why don't we start?
My name's Kimberly Green, and I'm the owner of Greenpeace, which is an ethical, mission-driven cotton and cashmere company. I source with artisans over in Thailand and Nepal. And in Thailand, we contribute to clean water projects along the Myanmar border. And then in Nepal, we provide the education for the women to learn the craft, as well as sponsor 2 of their child's education in English-speaking schools, and provide transportation to and from work, as well as healthcare, dental, fair wages. But we're so grateful for the work they do. It becomes a sustainable practice when it's done this way. And
oh, that's really wonderful. So you empower the women, who are then empowering your company
and empowering their children. Who are our future.
Absolutely.
You're amazing.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you.
I'm Lori from Scott's Protein Balls. I had breast cancer back in 2017, and I needed a healthy snack. And my husband, Scott, who's in finance, just said, I'm going to create something for you. And he did. And he made me this little peanut butter cacao ball. And it's been 5 years. And we committed, well, our mission was to raise money for breast cancer research, and we now are partners with BCRF, Breast Cancer Research Foundation, and
Wonderful.
we donate 1% of sales to breast cancer research.
That's fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's amazing. And hi.
Hi.
Don't you love technology? This is amazing.
So great. It's so great. You ladies look amazing. Love the picture. My name is Alana Oates. I'm the founder of a brand called Lonnie. We partner with female-founded and family-owned factories in India to produce everything, and we ensure that the factories we work with have women in leadership roles.
That's wonderful. Tell me again what the product is.
It's called Lonnie. We started as a shoe brand, but now we are a full collection of accessories, and we also have some one-of-a-kind pieces.
That is fantastic. That's fantastic. So we're all about empowering the next generation.
Absolutely.
So think back, if you will, to when you were 11, 12, 13. We all know what a tough time of life that is. So what advice would you give your 11-year-old self now from your perspective of everything that you've experienced and where you are now?
That you don't have to dim your own light to shine light on others.
Nice.
And that, the more we shine light on other people, the more we glow as a world.
That's beautiful. And do you know that's a big tenet of what we do in iTry?
It's so funny because I was talking to Tia last night about this, and she was like, "That's the whole." I was like, "That
was beautiful."
Yeah.
Yeah. That is, and you didn't realize that.
I
right?
didn't. No, I didn't. But I was thinking about my 11-year-old self as this was approaching, and like what I needed to know. And I have 3 nieces, and they're all, approaching that age.
Yeah.
And I remember it was such a difficult time. And I think that is basically what we all need. And
Right.
you realize that, and you are doing amazing things with knowing that.
Because at that age, you either want to just like kind of blend into the background, or be just like everybody else, right? And then,
or be the only star.
Exactly, or be the only star, and it's about competition and better and worse and all of that. So that's a really good one. I'm going to remember that one.
I like that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's tough to follow. What I would say is what I learned through my journey is, and I've always been a positive person, but when you go through a journey like something like having cancer, you realize that you're out of control. You can't control everything in your life. And, at a young age, when I was 11 or 12, you think you can control things. And I would say that things will happen and you kind of have to roll with the punches. We rolled and made protein balls, but I think more so you need to look for good things when bad things happen.
Yeah.
Because bad things will happen, hard things will happen. And I think a message that I wish I knew then was, it's okay, it's temporary, you'll get through it, and something good will come out of it. And that's what we did.
That is such a big lesson, right? And unfortunately, I think kids are experiencing things that at an earlier age.
Absolutely.
And then, I think we all collectively just went through a global trauma through COVID. And so coming and hopefully we are going to be seeing some of the beauty. I mean, it's already around us, but just coming from that place of, it's what gets me through is that strong belief that everything happens for a reason.
Absolutely.
Right. And you may not see it at the time, but something good does always come.
Absolutely agree.
And then the other thing, and especially, going through something as tough as a cancer diagnosis. And, I know throughout my life, there's been, things that I've had to get through. And when I learned that, the power of gratitude and how important that is, right? So what we teach the girls is with that light, right? Your job is to keep your light bright so that anybody who comes in contact with you can benefit, right? But it's not always easy, right? How do you do that, right? And so like there's this scale, and at the top of the scale is love and appreciation, and at the bottom of the scale is fear. So it's love and fear, but right below, so it's hard, right? When you're in panic mode or you're mad or upset, it's hard to like get from fear to love. but right below love is gratitude.
Makes sense.
And so if in the moment, I always say, if in the moment that the worst possible thing is happening, if you can find one thing to be grateful for,
very good advice.
It brings you from here back up, and your light shines. And it's not always easy to do. It's simple, but it's not easy. And it's a habit, and it's always trying to find, waking up every day and saying, I'm going to strive to feel good today, because I know that'll help me, and it'll help me help others. And starting the day with gratitude is always a great way to do that.
Absolutely agree.
Yeah. All right.
So to kind of piggyback on what Kimberly said, I have a 4-year-old daughter, and we try to just tell her that like the smallest kindness can go a really long way, especially interacting with friends. If her friend gets pushed over on the playground, pick her up, or if someone's kind of sitting by themselves and playing, or if someone exchanges a mean word, like go over to that person and just show these small kindnesses to the people around you.
I love that.
That's great.
Yeah. Just be kind. In a world where you can be anything, be kind.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So now what I know a lot of times, we talk about the challenge of being a woman entrepreneur, but let's not focus on the challenge. What's the benefit? What's been your experience in business that it's a benefit to be a woman?
The community, like all you women here, and getting to connect with women doing the same thing and helping each other and talking about what we're doing and just like learning from each other and helping each other grow. And I feel like it is a movement that is happening, and it's amazing to see. And like, I think we're changing it for the girls that are at iTry, and hopefully they'll have a even better, easier experience with new things to share.
Yeah. Do you find it's easier to collaborate with other female-owned businesses? And
I feel like it's less scary. It's created an environment where it feels more like we're helping each other instead of competing against one another. And even when we're in the same field, it's still like we can still help each other. There's, competition is your best asset sometimes.
Yes. And paying attention to what others and learning from them, and
being on top of things and new strategies and new techniques to be more sustainable or helpful.
I love that.
That's great. I wasn't expecting to be an entrepreneur. This kind of just happened.
Yeah.
So for me, it's really amazing because it was unexpected. So I'm meeting amazing women through the process, and strong women, but soft, and they're powerful. And I feel like we speak the same language. We it's unspoken. We understand what it took,
yes,
to get to where you are. And everyone's at a different stage, obviously, in their business, but just how hard you had to work. And it's understood by other women entrepreneurs who've had the same struggles that we have.
Yeah. So true.
Yeah, I think there's just a lot more mindfulness in this space. I think every single one of us touched on an aspect of our business that's about giving back or lifting someone else up. And I think that's really a game changer. You look around 10, 20 years ago, or at some, not female-owned companies, and there's just not the same intention, there's not the same impact, and there's not the same mindfulness. Now it's just second nature. I think it comes from us just being nurturing at our core, and kind of having that like top of mind thought about how to give back or how to help other communities, how to help others, and embrace others. I think that's the best thing about being in this community of female entrepreneurs.
And said perfectly, right? I mean, there's just it's a mindset of the more you give, the more you get. It's in giving that we're receiving, and instead of being all about the bottom line and the profit, it's so much more than the dollars and cents, and it's the energy that you put behind your product and supporting the people who are doing the work for you in a beautiful way that the effects, right? The ripple effects from that go way beyond any one product or any sale that you could ever make.
Absolutely.
It's such a wonderful, hopefully self-fulfilling
and it'll catch on and people will copy that.
Right. And that
the
exactly.
connection.
That's
the connection.
That's what we want people to copy and implement, right? Even,
The ethics.
The ethics.
Right.
And that's not always the case in business, right?
Absolutely.
I think, we tend to think of cutthroat and
dollars,
right? The bottom line. But, I think just, the younger generation and my daughter is 24, so she graduated during COVID, and just that generation really wants to know that what they do in the world matters.
Yeah.
And I can
Very
see
true.
that you, the three of you, are such role models for that, because it has such impact just beyond what you might pick off the shelf or put in your body. There's when you know the
Very
energy
true.
and the love and the reasoning that goes behind it. It's amazing.
I wish I knew more when I was that age.
Yes. Yeah. What do you think you would do differently?
I think I would be more grateful earlier on. I think that's for me, and I think that's something learned. Sometimes, you are grateful, but you just don't realize what that is.
Yeah.
You don't, say that you don't understand the meaning of it until you get a little bit older.
Yeah, that's true. What would you say?
I think definitely feeling grateful. I again, I think it just goes back to kindness. I think when you're a pre-adolescent, you're kind of so self-consumed, you're not really outwardly looking. So I think that would probably be my lesson to my younger self, is just to think outwardly, not so much up in here, but think about how you can be gracious, give back, be kind, all of those things.
Great.
Yeah.
Appreciation.
Yeah.
Right.
Appreciate everything more. People that help me along the way, and life and beautiful days.
Yeah.
All of it. Just appreciate it more.
I know.
So
I know. And even that appreciation of the opposite, right? You when you had a health scare, your health becomes number one. We had rainy days at the beginning of this week, and look at today, right? It's like the lack of then brings you to this place, and we have so much to be grateful for. And I am so grateful to the three of you for being role models in this space. And I wish you all the luck in your endeavors. Please share out today that you were part of this, and we will share your different sites, and thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Really wonderful.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
We do a mentoring. Take care. We do a mentoring day in April, so I'm going to have
great.
I would love
be in
to.
contact, so the girls get to meet
pleasure.
you in real life.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Lori.
Thank you.
Mwah.
Thank you so much.
Mwah. All right, boy. I hope everybody's really paying attention, because we've got some heavy hitters. This is amazing. And just to remind everybody, we are in our power hour. So please keep those donations coming. Sam, have we had any donations come in recently? Really? Okay. All right. Keep them coming, because I really want to be able to mark that board that we've just got ourselves to a next level.
And as I join this segment before we begin, and as Teresa said, we're in the last 15 minutes of our power hour.
Kat, sit down.
At this point, at $261,000.
You're kidding me.
Our first 2 hours were amazing. We've got 4 more hours ahead of us. So please be keep iTry in your thoughts and your donations, and we're very grateful. And again, we're at $261,000.
Alyssa's going to put us up there.
Left to our first power hour, which has a match, and at 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. we're going to have another match, which will be 2 times any donations that come in from the hour of 4 p.m. to 5 p.m.
Excellent. Okay, so I don't know, but I see somebody with a little envelope, so this could be exciting. Hi, good to see you.
Nice to see you again.
You too.
I'm Erin from Lulu Kitchen and Bar. in Sag Harbor, just down the road. So we have participated last year, and we're happy to participate again this year. And this year was a little longer. We did a week long as opposed to just one day. So we have a check to present to iTry today.
How
from
wonderful.
Sales of our heirloom cauliflower. So
our favorite dish over at Lulu's.
Big favorite in the community.
yeah, you're welcome.
Well, we are so grateful. We're so grateful for your support and to have you in our community. Just, I mean, when we have special lunches, we tend to come to Lulu's and sit outside and really make it enjoyable. So keep up what you're doing.
Absolutely. We'll do. Have plans to do that. Yep. We'll be open all winter. Just closed on Tuesdays, and please come on in and visit us.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. And thank you for the partnership and your support.
You're welcome. Yeah, it's our pleasure.
Thank you. All right, this goes to our match. We're getting there. Erin, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Take care.
Yep. Yeah, and our good friend Dorothy Frankel's here.
Hi.
Good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Remember Kathy?
Yeah, it's good to see you.
Dorothy.
Hi.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
How are you on this beautiful day?
Oh, it's gorgeous. Couldn't have gotten a better day.
I know. We are so lucky.
And I thank you for all the work you do. This is such a fantastic program.
Thank you.
I mean, on every level. Every level. It's very exciting what you do.
We so appreciate that.
Yeah. It's very unique. Yeah.
Thank you. So this past summer, you very graciously invited a couple of iTry girls to attend the Eleanor Roosevelt
Legacy
event.
Mm-hmm.
And I can tell you, they were on cloud nine to have been a part of that. So do you want to talk a little bit about Eleanor's legacy and why you thought of our girls?
Oh, well, because your group is all about self-esteem and empowering. And Eleanor Roosevelt Legacy does the same thing, except for they take it another step where the women are learning how to be politicians. So what they do when they do their event on the East End is they bring all of our local politicians, and all the women have gone through their course. So it's a training program. Right. And then they come in, and a lot of times they'll bring in national or other up island politicians. Like they brought Grace Meng, and the girls got to meet her.
Queens.
And and she spoke, and it was very exciting. And it was very exciting to see them because they just lit up. And I think the idea of coming to an event and being around women who are very high-powered, who have a voice, who have learned to be confident and have a self-esteem. I just thought it was a continuation of your program. It would open them to another world that they hadn't seen. And now they see as they develop their self-esteem and they learn how to navigate what is right for them in their life. They see people who are change makers, and they too can become change makers, which we discussed for a moment at the very end. Of what changes they would like to do too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's wonderful. Yeah, it's about finding your voice, right?
It's about finding your voice.
Seeing someone who looks like them or talks like them, and that has really taken that step forward and is able to really use their voice in a very powerful way. Because
that's right.
It's even though they've gone through iTry, and even all that we give them, then they go off into high school, and they're still there's a lot of roadblocks for a lot of these kids, and they don't all have the support at home that other kids do.
Right.
And so,
that's why it's great that you're giving them the beginning of a support system. Yes. And I love how you do it step by step. So it's not so overwhelming. Yes. How do you become more sure of yourself? How do you even know what you like and you don't like?
Right.
How do you have a loving environment? How do you pick the people who are supportive and trustworthy? Yeah. How do you change maybe from the family norm to what's right for you? Yeah. And you do that through your program. Right. And I thought showing them Eleanor Roosevelt, these women had to go through training also. Yeah. You don't automatically know how to be a professional anything, and certainly a politician. So,
and having had the benefit of attending, and thank you, Dorothy, for inviting us. I thought it was for everything we're saying and supported it and just the real world examples, because the women that were speaking that day talked about their backgrounds and they talked about challenges, but they then demonstrated how you can overcome them. And I know
That's
the girls that came with us, the iTry girls, and we had some iTry moms as well.
That's right.
We all left just on a high.
I know.
We just left on a high because it was just very, very encouraging and inspiring.
Yes. I always find their events to be very inspiring. As a matter of fact, I was going for years, and my mother was in California, and they had commissioned me to do a small sculpture for Hillary Clinton and Ellen Malcolm. And my mother came in, and my mother was not really so engaged in this, and she came out like this became her life. She got so inspired by it, and to see the girls light up, I mean, it made my day and weeks. I was so happy about that. I mean, I think anytime you can open someone's eyes and give any kind of hope and inspiration, there's nothing better.
And the format of the session, as we mingled a little bit, then we listened to the speakers, we listened to the women, and then it was just more mingling. And the girls didn't want to leave. They told me who they wanted to speak with, and then we took our pictures. And it
with
really,
Grace Meng, which was great. They wanted to meet her.
So it was really, really special. And that's why in organizing today, we really wanted you to be part of it.
Thank
because
you.
that was a very special event.
Thank you.
And thank you.
No, I thank you, because I think what you do for the community is just, I mean, it's just a superior concept. And I just hope everyone donates, because you need as much money as you can, and maybe then you can help the girls when they go into high school. Because high school, that's a very challenging period of time.
And Dorothy, what did you say about donating?
I think you have to donate. I think it's very important everybody really donates, because this is a community program, and it's right here in our backyard. These girls need help.
And as a reminder, it's free to all of our participants.
It's free.
And it's available to all of our
It's huge,
all the girls.
all the aspects that you do. And you're very gentle and loving. And I think that's a very important aspect. Besides, these are girls that don't know how to maybe bicycle or run or swim. They're getting it. They're coming into their bodies first, and then coming into their hearts. And that's what you're giving them. It's a wonderful basis.
Yeah, you got it. Hey, Dorothy, scooch over a second. I want you to stay with us. But Adeline, come on over. So we've got another special guest who just dropped by. This is the drop-in.
I did. I'm doing the drop-in hour.
So Adeline Newbert, who is on our board, has graciously in her green money pants today.
Exactly. I knew there had to have been a reason why I chose these pants.
Yeah. So did you see where we are?
I did not. I kept asking, and
That's where you are. That's where we are. That's where we are.
Excellent. I love it. We still have a little bit more to go, and so I'm going to jump on what you just said, that we all need to open up our pocketbooks and donate, because this is an amazing program provided free to all of the participants, and it is incredible what it does for them, from like mind, body, soul, and for their families and for them. And really, the proof is in the pudding. I mean, look at it. Your daughter was one of the first people, and look at where she is now. So it's really evident that it works.
It came up a little earlier today when Fred Thiel was here. We can demonstrate our results. We can demonstrate our impact.
Absolutely.
And there is movement. Our girls, when they go through the program, they increase their social and emotional learning, which is critical with life.
Absolutely.
And in learning and self-awareness, as demonstrated results, it improves health, it improves career readiness, and that's what iTry does. So, so what are we saying? Donate?
Donate now. But that's what why it's such an incredible program, because it doesn't just look at it doesn't just look at the sport. It looks at the entire journey. And that's really what is the key to this program.
Right. And to piggyback about, how we were just talking about how some of our high school age alums got to go to this wonderful event with Eleanor's Legacy. And that's what we do programming at, as the girls leave the main program, we do success circles and different events for them. And I always tell those kids, just say yes. This is the lesson. Just say yes, because if we call you or we text you and we say that there's an opportunity, just say yes. And it's those kids that came that day. They're really learning that, because those two of the same girls, I took to another event in East Hampton. So it was a Bridget Fleming event. And again, Bridget took time to speak with them, and the same thing. They lit up. They want to do voter registration drives at the high school, and and I didn't know this, but they told me that now when you register for your permit, you can pre-register to vote. Brilliant, right?
Great.
But not everybody knows it, and so they were like, "Oh, well, we'll tell our friends."
It just opened up.
It absolutely.
Yeah,
So,
it's empowering.
Yeah,
because you're teaching them to be empowered, and that's a wonderful concept.
And then to
say
empower
yes.
the next
To say
generation,
yes.
and that's what we're doing. Right? Just say yes, because you never know where that opportunity lies.
Because you're making good human beings.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really what you're doing. You're helping them be rounded and good and solid. So they're coming from a good, solid place of helpers, of being the helpers.
They're being really extremely wonderful contributors to society, because they're learning that as part of this program.
And that's why you need the funding on top of it, because we need the helpers. We're in a very difficult time. And your program is establishing the next generation.
Right.
The next generation of leaders is what I say.
And
donate now so we can empower more girls to be our next generation of leaders.
Yes, because they're coming into a different world than we came into.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they're going to have to take the lead in working against some things that we didn't have to work against.
Very it's different the girls that have to do it.
Absolutely.
So you're giving them that power.
Yeah.
I like that. Just say yes to every
Just say
opportunity.
yes.
Just say yes.
That is
right.
you. Thank you. So great.
Well,
That
I
is
think
you.
it's all
That's
of
why
us.
when we ask you to donate, you just say yes.
That's it.
That's right. Now's the time to say yes.
That's right.
Right.
We'd like to see that bar going a little higher here.
Yeah, right.
Well, it has to hit over the
Over that little sunshine.
Over that sunshine.
Absolutely.
Yes, wouldn't that be amazing? I
think
bet
it'll
there's somebody
happen.
out there who's saying, "Oh, I can make this happen."
Yeah.
Yes, there is definitely somebody out there who can say they can make it happen. So we look forward to all of you participating to the best of your ability and donating as much as you can, because that's how we're going to be more successful and be able to address and reach more girls.
Right.
Absolutely.
And as we're saying with our campaign, when she thrives,
we all thrive. Absolutely, absolutely. So, Dorothy, I hope you can stay. We have Chef Nick is here, and he's prepared some amazing food for lunch. And Adeline, I hope you grab something to eat.
We definitely will.
All right.
Thank you for having me in my little impromptu appearance.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you.
You do a great job.
Well, we do good things together. Yeah, that's what it's all about.
Nice.
Thank
to see
you.
Thank you, Dorothy. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Nice to meet you.
So nice to meet you too. All right, ladies. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I love you, Adeline. Whoops.
That was the end of it.
Whoops. How's my beautiful girl doing? Oh, she looks so gorgeous in her picture. She's doing really well. She's doing really well. Is it still on? Are we live now? Or no? She's so gorgeous. I know. She's always. Hello, Sharon. Next up. Hello. Good. How are you? Good. Okay. This is my fun. Well, it's all fun. It's all fun, but we never get to do this. Maybe once a year, we actually sit down on a couch together. So I'm sure everybody who's been with us before knows who this powerhouse is with me on the couch. This is Sharon McCobb, who is iTry's athletic director, our race director, my right hand, left hand, brain, weather person. My yin, she's the yin, I'm the yang. Right. I worry, she tells me to calm down. So I couldn't ever think about doing this without you. So don't even tell me you're moving anytime soon, because I won't be able to manage that. Not yet. Good. So talk about what iTry has been for you over the years, because as you know, we talk about all the time, you were there from day one, from the day I came to you with the crazy idea, and you said, yeah, but there's not a race. We're going to have to make a race.
Right.
So kind of talk to that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I loved your idea, obviously. I had been training swim team kids to do triathlons. So that's why Teresa tapped me and said, "You're training kids." And I said, "Sure, whatever." So, you know, iTry has been an amazing learning experience, from training athletic kids to then having to make that brain switch to kids who just need to get it done, right? And just making them comfortable, swimming, biking, and running. And even though they didn't think that they could do those things. So it's been a lot of fun, and, you know, a lot of work to keep changing that, because that still kicks in every once in a while. You can run, come on. And then just let them walk and then run, and let them walk and let them run. But, no, I mean, I've seen incredible things from the girls. So for me, it's been watching that growth and knowing that it works. You know, the program works. The confidence level that you see after they finish the race, the smiles, the next year, they're completely different people.
Yeah. Yeah. We hear that from their parents, from the schools, from everybody. And you've even had kids who started out not running, and iTry end up on the cross country team at East Hampton.
We have one right now. She's our number 4 runner.
Wow. And was it yesterday or the day before?
On Tuesday, we had a big meet. It was that hot, sticky day, and it was not a good meet for not just our girls, but for
everybody.
Yeah. One more to go. But yeah, she's a great runner. And I've never really asked her if that's why she runs, but you know, she's been great.
Well, we'll just say that's why. That's why. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I remember early on you saying to you, if this was iTry for highly motivated athletic kids, it would be no problem.
Right.
But it's right. It's kind of the bait and switch.
It is.
Right?
It is.
Because we know that, you know, some of them will go on to become athletes, the majority not. This may be the only triathlon they ever do. But what happens on the other side of that finish line is so impactful that it really resonates from, you know, years and years later. I am the lucky one, because I get the requests to write them letters of recommendation when they're for schools and things like that. And how many of them send me their college essay? And that's the moment they pick, is being 11 years old and and they're so amazing to read, because they talk about waking up that morning and wanting to say they can't go, and just what it meant to do something that hard at that young of an age. And it really does change their trajectory.
Right. That's a good hook to get them to do it.
Well,
you have great fodder for your college essay.
Right. Well, at 11, you're not even thinking that, but yeah.
I used to always tell my daughter that if you do this, you're going to have great writing material.
Right. You know? It's so true.
Yeah.
It's so true. How do you think it's impacted you as a person, an athlete, a coach?
Really more probably just the patience, right? Just really understanding that everybody has a different way of doing things, and to understand that and allowing that to kind of happen. It's, you know, and in a large group.
Yeah.
And that's the hard part.
Yeah.
You know,
well, you know, earlier, Alyssa and I were talking to, one of our parents who's also a psychologist, and we were talking about the trauma-informed training that we all did, and how that's really made a difference. And it made a difference with her daughter, Kalina. If you remember right, Kalina didn't want to get in the pool. And so, you know, it was what we now term dosing, right? And that kind of thing, where we would say to her, well, why don't you just come and watch, or come and help? And if you decide to go in the pool, then inevitably she'd go in the pool, right? It's knowing, pushing, but not too hard.
Right.
And I think that's what you're talking about. And I think we always did that to an extent, but I think that training last year really helped us to understand why it's so important to do that.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that's my biggest learning, is just, you know, just, I mean, think of how many girls we've trained in all these years, thousands now.
I know.
So you really, a lot of learning there.
a lot of gray hairs.
A lot of
on our heads,
personalities. I mean, the personalities are all over the place.
Yep, indeed. We've seen a lot. So you're also wearing a different hat today.
Yeah.
You are on the board of OMAC. So
That's
you
right.
can talk a little bit about what OMAC is and what they do. And
Right. So OMAC stands for Old Montauk Athletic Club. It's sort of transitioned from initially starting out as an organization that wanted to get playing fields out here in East Hampton to more of just a non-for-profit for raising money through some of the races that we do and giving back to mostly youth-oriented sporting organizations. So we do a lot for the cross-country teams, the Bonnet on Board for wellness at the middle school. We pay for that race to happen. And iTry has been on our radar for the last 10 years or so. So that's what we do. We have 3 or 4 races a year, and we give back to the sporting community.
what are your races?
So they are, this year we did the May Day race in East Hampton. They Great Bonnet Foot Race in Springs.
Now, is that still, is that a 10K?
That's a 5 and a 10K.
5 and a 10, yep.
Hither Hills Half Marathon in the woods. And then Varathlon has been on hold for a couple of years, but we're going to bring that back next year. Yeah.
Where do you hold that?
That in Montauk, in the field right in front of the brewery.
And explain, that's a really fun one. Explain what
that's
is.
a fun race. It's a row, a bike, and a run. And this year we're going to actually not allow stacked teams. We're going to have everybody pick a hat and you get your team.
Oh, how fun.
Because we always have 2 teams that are like so far ahead and it's no fun.
Yep.
No fun.
Yep. Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Gosh.
So we are handing iTry a check for $500 this year.
Okay, team over there. $500 towards our 5,000 match. Ooh, we're getting there.
Yeah. And then this is from a client of mine. I am also a personal trainer on the side. And I have a client who owns a kennel out here, and Robin Foster, and she's giving $150.
Oh, Robin, I hope you're watching. Thank you so much. We're so grateful.
Yeah.
All those puppies. Ah, how wonderful.
Yeah.
So we're getting there. We're getting there.
Yeah, good.
Yep. Yep.
You got to keep growing that program.
We do. We're, I remember all the years saying, just don't tell Sharon how many we have. Don't tell Sharon. Right? Every year, how many do we have? You don't need to know yet.
I love all of them, but I'm so a perfectionist about names. So then I'm always like, is that Kaylin?
No.
Katie?
But wait, we came up, Jill, who you guys will all meet later on, came up with the most fabulous idea. So we give each of our girls their own training tees every year.
Have a name, right?
So so when we have them printed this year, we're going to do a big white block, and then in Sharpie we can write their names. So that way we will be able to, because I'm the worst.
I'll be like,
yeah.
Katie.
Well, on the bikes, that's going to be so helpful, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we'll learn them.
Right.
Then we'll learn them better.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Because I get want to ask again.
Yeah, I know. I always, I tell them at the beginning, I go, I will know you. I will know your soul, but I'm always going to forget your name. just tell, when I look at you like this, just tell me your name.
Yeah.
I love it.
They're patient.
Yep. So what are you looking forward to most for this upcoming season?
I think, this past year, as we all know, we dealt with a lot of, I think immaturity levels through the pandemic. They were home. So I guess I'm looking forward to them being a little bit more socialized again, and maybe just having a little bit less of that anxiety. I'm hoping than we had last year. I mean, it was completely understandable, but I guess I'm looking forward to maybe that having gone away a little bit. It's never all gone. It's never all gone.
Yep.
Because you're always, again, the personalities are there, but I think it'll be a better year in that sense.
I do too. And I think we're different, right? We're different. We've all gone through our own transition through COVID, and now with the training and having it under our belts for a year, I think that's we'll come into it different as well.
I agree.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, gosh. And your daughter's doing well?
She is. She's doing great.
Where is she?
She's in Philadelphia.
Wonderful.
Doing great. Yeah. Got settling in. She's been there a year, so
it's amazing.
Yeah.
I know. She's like an unofficial iTry girl.
Yeah, that was her community service.
all of those times. And
That's right. First she did the Spanish translating.
That's right.
I mean, second, then she was always, that was her community service.
Yep.
I need somebody, Lena. Okay.
Yeah. Do you want to do a plug for anybody out there who might want to coach for us? Because we're probably going to need a coach or two.
Yeah. What do we think? I don't even know what we're going to need, but we always lose one or two people. I'm thinking maybe a running coach and a swim coach. We probably will need this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So
any cyclists out there, when we actually start cycling on the road, we can use all the help we can get. So any experienced cyclists who want to touch base with us and come and be out there on the road with our girls, that would be amazing.
And don't think that you need any kind of real special training. Really, if you know how to run, know how to swim, we will give you the tools on, how we approach teaching our girls. It's not like you need a certificate of any kind.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. All right. Well, Sharon,
Okay.
thank you so
Yeah,
much.
thank you. Good luck today.
Tell everybody at OMAC that we're so grateful, and
I will.
I'll reach out to Robin personally, but thank you.
Okay,
Thanks
I
for
will. All right. Have a
always
great day.
being there.
Yeah.
I love you.
Okay.
All right, everybody, we've got a big treat. Come on over.
How are you? So
I'm
good to see
good.
you.
Good to see
Good to
you.
see you. Thanks for
You're-
having me.
Thank you. Look, you're the perfect color for today. we love the pink. So this is Nicole Corbett, who I feel like this is our big get for this day.
Thank
I'm
you.
just such a fan of your work, and it was Kathy Borzon who turned us on. She read about you while she went to an event at your home, and then when the article came out in the Star, she sent it to all of us, and I know you've spoken to Alyssa, our program director, as well. And so I'm just so happy to have this opportunity to sit with you.
Thank you so much. I was so excited and so moved that you came to my gallery opening a few weeks ago and brought 3 of the girls. They were so lovely, and I just felt like we had an instant connection, understanding. This is empowering girls is something that I've been very passionate about for many years. In my former life, I had a creative agency that was specifically focused on helping women build businesses. So it's once I found out about iTry, I really wanted to be involved in however way I could.
We're so happy because even what I spent 10 minutes talking to you at the gallery opening, and we speak the same language. Our souls are in the same place. Our hearts are doing the same work on the planet. And so I'm so grateful because I know you were meant to be a part of iTry. I felt it,
Thank you.
so clearly. So, you presently live in Springs.
I do.
That's where iTry started.
Yes.
I think I shared with you that it started in 2010 with just 10 girls that first year. And, I'm sure you feel that energy, that Springs creativity energy,
100%.
right?
That's one of the big things that drew me to that neighborhood. And that still remains there. There's so many artists who are living there. I feel like even more and more are moving there. And, one of my closest friends just bought a house in Springs, and her name is Anna Petoniak. She writes political thrillers, she's really interesting, and there's painters and sculptors, and it's just a really vibrant neighborhood.
Yeah, it is. And it's interesting. It's a resurgence, right? For younger artists and younger creatives. I think now the way the world works with being able to be remote and you can do things anywhere on the planet.
Exactly.
It's great that we're bringing that energy back into Springs. And it's just, I always say, iTry wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for this little small community school that I went to them with this idea, and they just let me do it. And it's crazy that it was that easy. People are like, wait, how did that happen? And we've just, grown, but they just had trust in the creative process, and because they don't have a huge budget, that they were always open to artists, having artists in residence at the school, or just different ideas. It's like almost an incubator. And the population of that school has really changed over the years, right? So now that school is up to 70% Latinx, and which is really wonderful. It's just this wonderful mix of backgrounds and worldviews, and it's really wonderful to be able to do what I do within that district, and I'm sure what you do is amazing. That's why having those girls meet you in person, they were, I was fangirling out, but they were like, oh my God, this is so great. This is so crazy. How does she do that? Even when they were watching the video, they were just like, this is so cool. Can you talk a little bit about your art and about what that voice inside of you that brought you to where you are right now?
Absolutely. So I consider myself a multimedia artist. I specifically started as a photographer, but now I work in clay. So I'm a sculptor using clay. I still work in photography and also performance and video. And what really brought me to working with clay and sculpture was sort of a response to how digital my life had become and how I felt like I was very much here all the time, right? Like the logic, mental, intellectual, screen time. And I really wanted to be in my body, right? And connect to my body again, connect to my heart and listen to what my body was telling me. It was telling me a lot of different things. I had headaches, I had different kinds of pain, I had a lot of different stress. And I realized, that it wasn't going to be solved here, right? And so working with clay and being really physical with it really sort of fed my soul, and also was it disconnected me from the digital, and it was a way to sort of teach me the wisdom of my body, right? So as you know, my show right now is called Body Wisdom, and it's because through the process of making this last body of work, I was learning what my body was telling me. And just to explain how there's that body connection, not only do I hand build these large moon jars, that are about this big, but then I make abstract marks on them using my hair and my body. So it's an incredibly meditative physical process that requires, bodily strength, but also a lot of vulnerability, to let myself do that and be in the moment. I just did my first performance in front of people in the studio last weekend. There's about 25 people there, and usually I'm alone when I'm doing it. So this was the first sort of experiment with what that was going to feel like. And I felt so connected with people. Really? Because I asked them to meditate with me, and we were all so present. Don't worry, I'm doing it again and I'll invite you. Okay, thank you. Thank you. We were all so present, and afterwards someone commented that they could feel they felt not only calm, but also like the strength. Yes. And I really find I've had to learn in my life that vulnerability is strength, right? Is courage. Yep. It's not the opposite that we're often told. Right. And that's just so important. That's something that I'm continuously learning, to open, right? And open to my body's intuition, right? It knows what's right for me, right? It knows that I need to walk a certain path, even if there's no logical reason for that path, right? But that I'm going to find out what that is, and I need to follow my own inner compass. And that's how I've ended up here. I've been an artist, right? Right. Well, we spoke about this, that, in the article that was in the Star, it was like this voice inside of you saying, use your hair, which makes no sense. Right. Right. And then, but when you did it, it made all the sense. Yes. And then, we were talking about how important it is to honor that voice. And when you hear that voice, if you just blindly follow it, then the next, I think I
I imagine stepping stones. It's like you hear the first and you step there, and then the next thing appears as another stepping stone, and you step there, and and before you know it, it's like you're living in Springs and you're having art shows, and it's amazing because and what I try to teach the girls is that when you listen, each time you listen to that voice and then take action, the voice gets louder and you become more confident that is that really what yes. And it's again, it's simple. It's not easy, right? To find, even just to find the time to be still or find where that voice comes to you. I find I do a lot of walking and hiking, Cedar Point. I don't know if you've been there yet, but that's like my favorite place to just, and the ideas that come to me when I'm just walking through the woods, that's my meditation. And that's where that voice, really, really plays itself out in my life.
That's beautiful. I very much relate to that. I've been a Zen practitioner for a long time. So meditation, specifically Zazen meditation, is huge in my life and also is a huge influence on my work. Meditation is something that it just is part of my art as well.
It's your process.
Yes.
Right. So explain that. So do you, when you're actually throwing the pots and doing the clay work, is it a similar experience? Do you meditate before doing that, or it's more in the painting and the finishing?
Well, I hand build these pieces through a coiling.
Oh, okay.
Through coiling, yes. Many people think that I throw them, but I actually coil them.
That's interesting.
And I'm very much able to get into a flow state when I'm doing that, where I'm not there anymore and my hands are moving, and it is a blissful state, for that monkey mind to sort of disappear and just be doing.
Hyper-focus.
Exactly. Yes. But I would say that the more sort of intentional meditation is in the second phase, which is the mark making, because in meditation is crucial, because what I'm trying to do is not try to force anything to happen, but actually the opposite, to empty my mind, to be a channel.
Yes.
And to let whatever wants to come out onto the piece. And then there's a meditation at the end, and that's a meditation that's about acceptance of what just came out.
Wow.
And not wanting to change it. And my brain might want to change it. I have all kinds of opinions and judgments about it's good, it's bad, and that's just, at the end, it's just a meditation of I accept what's here now, what is.
Right.
Because, some of the greatest suffering I think we can experience is to be in the lack of acceptance of what is here right now.
Yes.
And if that goes away when you could just simply let go and accept.
Right.
And that can apply to so many different things in life. And I've learned that, over and over and over again until I've really learned it.
Right. Isn't that how it works?
Yes,
right?
Absolutely.
Exactly. I love it. I love the visual of thinking of you as a channel. I do the same in, Wayne Dyer. He's, written a million books, but one of the things I take from him is, every day he's passed now, but he would start the day with, how can I serve? Right. And it's like, how can I be of service in this world? And really it is about letting whatever's supposed to come through. And if each of us just did that, right? You're doing this through art and the beauty of what you create. I do it through speaking or singing or the different ways. We're going to talk to Chef Nick in a minute. He does it through delicious food that he's creating with us. But it's just so, I love talking to you because I just know that you understand really what it is that we're doing. And I try, we talk about it a lot, and what people see a lot is the great moment of the finish line, right? Or race day.
Yeah.
But the real story is the lessons that got them to race day, right? Imagine being 11 years old, and you may not have people at home who talk the way we talk or express things in those kind of terms. And you hear for the first time that not only is it okay to love yourself, but it's the most important thing you can ever do. I had a conversation the other day with one of the girls, and she's you know, born here, but a child of immigrants, and we know how tough that is.
So am I.
Right, that first generation, right? And I said to her, or she said to me, my goal is to make my parents proud of me, which is beautiful. I love you. You know,
my skeptical face.
Exactly. Well, I said to her what you would say, and I said, that's beautiful. But I have to tell you something. The most important person that you need to make proud of you is you. And I can guarantee if you follow what you want to do in this world and you listen to that voice within you, that no matter what you do in the world, then your parents will be proud of you. Your family will be proud of you. But you can never work hard enough or do the right thing to get anybody to feel anything. It has to come from you. And she got it. She's just one of these kids who just, okay. I mean, maybe in that moment, it changed the way she's going to think about her trajectory of her life, right? And that's what you do through your art. Like, you give people this window into something that they haven't experienced before. Like, that's what we're able to do. And I Try is just these beautiful little souls that, you know, come to us and just implant these concepts and ideas that, yep, they're going to do a race. Whether or not they do the race, I don't care. But even if they spend one day in an empowerment session with any one of our program leaders, they leave there different than when they came in. And the things that we teach them, those life lessons, those how to use, that your words are so powerful, right? That you know, the two most magic words in the whole world are I am. Whatever you say after I am is what you are trying to bring into your life. So if you're constantly saying things like, I am stupid, I am fat, I am dumb, I can't do it, that's what you're bringing to you. So changing the energy of your words are it's magic, right?
You know, you're changing the world, right?
We both are. We both are. And right. And that's what people can do today, right? They can donate and help us change the world. Because when you change one life, when you impact one life, the amount of people that one little soul is going to come in contact in her life it's massive. So when you think 1,100 girls so far, after this year, it'll be 1,200 girls. That's imagine all the ripple and the life and the community that you get to live in, because these are who are going to be our teachers and our lawyers and our bankers and doctors and support where we're going. We're creating the future.
100%. And when they feel that generosity coming from other women who are sharing that love and that knowledge and wisdom with them directly, they are just naturally going to want to share that.
Exactly.
You know, with the next generation and with other girls and women that they meet. So thank you so much for doing this.
Well, thank you. And you know, we have a saying in I Try. Once an I Try girl, always an I Try girl. You know now that you are an I Try girl, right?
Thank you so much.
You're part of us, and we're going to figure out really amazing ways to work together. So because I just want them all to experience your soul and your energy and what you bring into this world. You are changing lives as well with each person that you connect with. And I am so grateful to Kathy for you know, finding you and bringing you into our family.
Thank you so much, Teresa. I really appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Well, it was definitely my pleasure. Have a
wonderful day. Thank you.
And definitely get something to eat.
I will.
Because we're about to talk to Chef Nick, who's going to tell us what's for lunch.
Okay. Thank you so
Nicole.
much.
How are you?
Good, and you?
Good. You been working hard over there?
Definitely.
All right.
Good to be back.
Okay. What time is it? Does anybody know what time it is?
It is 1:31.
Oh my goodness. It's 1:31. So are we extending our power hour?
I guess so.
I guess so. All right. Well, we'll come back with a drum roll soon, because you know what the gist of today is, right?
Yes. Of course.
How much are we trying to raise today?
For me, let's get it all.
Let's get it all.
Yeah.
And then some, right?
Always.
And
if
then
we can
some.
go for more, let's go for more.
We're always going to go for more.
Exactly.
Excellent. All right. So Nick, what I know there was some treats there for us this morning.
Mm-hmm.
And what did you make for lunch?
So for lunch, we have a local cauliflower soup with a local infused herb oil on top. And I mean, just don't need to say the word local 100 times because everything is local. And then we've got a butternut squash soup with apples.
Okay.
So same thing. I used all the scraps from everything in there to make sure that we're not wasting anything.
Great.
Infusing all those nice flavors, all those fall flavors in there. And then we have a baby spinach salad with brie cheese and roasted butternut squash on top.
Okay, I think I have a break coming up sometime soon, so
Good.
I'm
Well,
going
I'll
to
make sure
definitely get some lunch.
I've got some hot soup hiding in there for you.
Well, I got to see some behind the scenes this morning. Tell us about that contraption that you had. It was so cool.
Yes, I have an immersion circulator in the kitchen, keeping everything like perfectly warm. So I've got like a big, we'll call it a big mini hot tub with everything in there. So everything is. I figured it'd be nicer that way instead of putting out soups. That way, if people come, they're a little chilly, I can scoop them something nice and warm.
Perfect.
Same thing with our dinner for later. So.
And are you going to surprise me with that, or do you want to?
I can tell you what it is.
All right, tell us what it is.
Yeah, we've got some nice turkey chili and mashed potatoes. So.
Oh my God, some comfort food at the end of the day. All right,
exactly. After all the hard work.
Yeah, so we're here at Judy's. If anybody knows where that is, and if you want to come around,
come on by
4:30, 5 o'clock when we start celebrating. You too can have some turkey chili.
Exactly.
So your company is called The Honest Plate.
Yes.
So tell me about the concept and how it's going.
Of course. So really, I think the core concept of the company is zero waste, locally sourced food, and kind of bringing that to the forefront of letting people know that, like, you want to eat organic, local, healthy, it doesn't need to break the bank.
Right.
And we kind of take care of all the shopping, cooking, prepping, all for you. Everything gets delivered to your house, done in a glass container. So same thing, zero waste philosophy.
Wow.
So all you got to do is pop the lid off, put it in your oven, in your microwave, in a saute pan if you're feeling fancy. And that's it. You wash your containers when you're done and you return them to us with your next order.
Wow.
And just like I did today with our soup, any vegetable scraps that we have left over from a dish, we reinvent something else out of it. So we're not losing anything. And that's what's really important to me, is to kind of make it easier for parents to do that.
Yeah.
So they can instill that in their kids young.
Right.
And make it so it's not like such a thing to eat healthy. It's like eating healthy can be delicious. It can be simple. It can be fun. We love at our new kitchen up in Hampton Bays that we do cooking classes as well up there. So we'd love to get some kids up there to do some cooking classes with. We do home cooking classes, because I feel like with this kind of stuff, education is the most important part.
Yep.
Because that's what kind of makes people apprehensive. You know what I mean?
Right.
You don't understand that can be as cheap or easy as McDonald's. You know what I mean? So
and that's the misconception.
Exactly.
Right. And the, trying, how many of us go and with all great intentions, and we go and we buy $100 worth of produce.
I do it too.
I know. Well, not anymore.
Exactly.
Right. And I think, doing hands-on with somebody who's helping to instill those lessons
of course.
Is it's always better to do it with someone than just to talk at them. And
Agreed.
so I think that's such a
very
great
important.
concept.
And especially living out here, we have so much access to local fish, local meat,
yes,
farms. And I feel like there's a way to kind of go in from just making it like, even the farmers got to try to get it in while the summer's here.
Yeah.
So I would love to be able to figure out ways to help the local food system be a sustainable year-round thing.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So that's all stuff that we're kind of working on behind the scenes to see if,
So I'd like to definitely try to figure out a way in the future to bring, we probably wouldn't be able to bring all our kids in the program because that's a lot, but maybe some of our alums and
exactly.
do a
Or we
cooking
could
class.
do broken up, you can do a thing where you see what kids are interested in what things, and we can do different cooking classes for those kind of things, because not everybody's going to be interested in the same stuff, and we want to make it fun and engaging for everybody.
Yeah.
So there's all sorts of different avenues we could do. We could go do farm tours in the summer, or we can, there's a million different things we can do.
Yeah, that's amazing. And what brought you to this career?
I have been cooking and loving to eat since I was a little kid. So I don't think I could have ever imagined wanting to do anything else.
Really?
Yeah.
Who was your inspiration? Who helped you
My mother and both my grandmothers. I mean,
Really?
I used to hang out with my grandma in the kitchen instead of playing with my cousins outside.
Really?
Yeah.
And what's one of the things that she made with you that's still one of your favorites today?
One of my favorite with my mother's mother, she's Ecuadorian.
Okay.
So we make these things called humitas, which are they're like a version of a tamale.
Mm-hmm.
So they're sweeter. They don't have any kind of filling, and they're just very simple, but it's like one of those things that always just like that flavor just reminds me of home.
Of her. Yeah.
And I mean, I remember being a little kid and making them from scratch, which nobody does. It's a labor intensive process.
Wow.
And I was there, I mean, from the morning until dinner time on a little step stool, breaking up corn and making little packets of it and steaming everything.
Wow.
Yeah.
And we know that food invokes those, the smells and the tastes and the texture just brings us back.
Exactly.
And it's this whole memory.
That's why I love what I do.
Yeah.
Especially now that I'm doing it more on a private side, because it's much more engaging. I get to switch menus all the time. I get to meet new people. I get to go to different places, and I'm always part of somebody's. Nobody's hiring a private chef because they just want to have dinner.
Right.
It's an anniversary, a birthday,
Yes.
a surprise
Yes.
proposal, or something that I'm always kind of an intricate part of, and that's really nice thing to do.
Yeah. And you were so generous to us this past year. We did an auction, and I think your prize of dinner for, what was it, dinner for 12 or something that you cooked was one of the top
Awesome.
the top prizes. People were bidding on top of each other to get
Great.
that, and so we're so grateful. So
My
it helped
pleasure.
us to raise money, and they
any
had an
other
incredible
kind of
time.
donations or anything I can do in the future, or dinners or food, whatever you guys
Good to
need.
hear that, everybody. Nick's in for the auction again this year. He's gonna do
Definitely.
a dinner.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And I live right by Long Beach, so I see your guys' little events going on all the time, and I'm like riding my bike up and down, trying to stay out of the way.
Out of their way.
So,
Good idea.
Exactly. But I love seeing that happening as often as it does. So
Yeah, it's impressive,
it's,
right?
It's really cool.
I know people get a little upset with us, and we're stopping the traffic off for 5 minutes, but
that's their problem.
But yeah, but it is.
They shouldn't be upset.
No, and that's what I say. I mean, when you see that,
It's awesome.
160 kids on bikes on a, it's impressive,
I
right?
love it. Yeah.
Yeah, and to think that so many of them, and the number of kids that are coming to us not knowing how to ride a bike is growing. So we had over 20 kids that we had to teach.
Wow.
Do you remember learning how to ride a bike?
Of course.
It wasn't easy,
No,
right?
it was not.
wasn't easy.
Especially
And whoever
probably when you're a
taught
little
you
bit older.
had to have a lot of patience. Right.
Yeah, definitely.
And, right. And then that's it, right? And when you learn at an older age and you're bigger, that fall is harder and farther from the ground.
You don't have that little kid, I'm not scared, let me just get up and do it again kind of thing. I'm like, well, that hurt a little bit too much. I don't know if I wanna try.
I know. Our team has mastered the steps on how
Awesome.
to teach somebody how to ride a bike. And so
You guys could write a book.
We could write a, see that, Alyssa? We could write a book.
There we go. I'll help, so it's not just on your list.
Oh, good. Okay.
I don't want to make that list too long.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Nick, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
For all of this. So what's your website?
Honestplate.com.
Honestplate.com.
Easy to remember.
And then you deliver?
We deliver all up and down Long Island. We go into the city, into Westchester County, into Connecticut.
And what do most people do? Like a delivery once a week?
It's an interesting question, because most people that's what's good about what we do, is there's no you have to do this plan or that plan.
Uh-huh.
So we have some people that are just trying to supplement their diet with healthy choices.
Mm-hmm.
There are some people that do it to an end, where they want breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day, and they want me to tell them when they're eating what and how much and all that.
Wow.
If they're really trying to, get to a goal quickly,
Uh-huh.
which we can help you do.
Wow.
So there's a lot of kind of in between, but I like to keep it easy, because everybody else is like, well, we're keto, well, we're paleo, well, we kind of
We'll tailor
gluten-free.
it.
Exactly. And we stick
Wow.
with our core tenets of gluten-free. Pretty much 80 to 90% of the menu is gluten-free, vegan, vegetarian,
Great.
and local, and Whole30. So those are our important things. Besides that, we have kids meals on there, which is, like I said, great for busy parents, and
Yep.
kind of good to like, sneak a mac and cheese on your kid that's made from butternut squash instead of Velveeta. you know?
Exactly.
And they'll never
Exactly.
know the difference
They
because there's
don't.
enough cheese in there that it tastes like something else anyway.
Right. I love it. Well, I'm gonna start doing that because I live alone, and I gotta tell you, I do a lot of takeout, and I might as well do.
But that's why
healthy takeout.
It's easy to do because I do the same thing. I'm always cooking for everybody, and sometimes I get home like, do I really want to cook and then clean and then, you know what I mean? So if I, for myself, have those healthy choices in my refrigerator there, ready to go, I know that's what I'm going for first instead of Oreos.
Exactly.
Which is my downfall.
I'm more the salty chips and dip. If that's why they don't come into my house. That's why everybody knows there's no food in my house. Because if it was there, I
Got
would
a very
eat it.
bare fridge.
I do have a very bad pantry. Anne, who was on earlier, one time she came to my house for a meeting, and I'm like, I'm so sorry, I have nothing. And she goes, come on, you must have something. And in the bowl on the counter, the only thing that was there were Chinese food fortune cookies. I'm like, here, eat your heart out. She
There you
was
go.
eating the cookies.
Tell me if you get some good fortunes.
That's the key.
Exactly.
That's the key. Only good news.
Awesome.
Well, Nick, so happy and
My
grateful
pleasure.
to have you back. I know
Excited
you
to
guys
be
have
here.
lunch. All right, our team had some lunch. I will.
Yeah, I've been
I will
feeding
be
them
I'm
around
good.
you.
Feed the team. Feed
Yeah.
the team. That's
well, you
keep
gotta-
everybody
you
happy.
gotta come
Don't
have
worry.
some food soon,
I
too.
will. I will.
I'll
All right,
sneak
Nick.
in
So
one of
I
those
will.
2 minutes you're off camera.
Exactly. I will see you.
Pleasure.
Thanks for everything.
My pleasure.
All
Have
right.
fun.
Okay.
When you coach her, she begins to believe she matters.
I rode a bike for the first time.
And how does that feel?
Really cool. It's like I'm floating.
When you educate her, she sees things in a different light. When you empower her, she goes on to achieve great things. When you celebrate her, she knows she is worth celebrating. When you invest in her, she becomes the leader we so desperately need today. There has never been a more important time to empower the next generation of young women. When she thrives, we all thrive.
All right, we are back. Are we up? We're back with Jillian. Hey, how are you? I'm actually going to bring Alyssa on. She's going to come on in and talk with you. How are you?
Good. Good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you. This is exciting. You're actually at our Giving Day.
I
by
wish
the
I was there
power
in
of
person.
technology. Yes, I
hi.
know. We wish you were here in person too.
Hey, stranger.
I know. I feel like I get the pleasure of seeing you all the time now. It's awesome.
I'm like, oh, okay, just another video chat with Jillian.
And I'm going to excuse myself for a second. I've been live all morning, so I'm going to take my little break while you guys chat about all the good work we've been doing together.
Awesome.
Hi, well, Jillian, thank you so much for calling in today. We've been talking earlier. I don't know if you caught any of our live earlier, but we've been talking a lot about like the mental health aspect of our program and how last year we really noticed coming back into person that we were, that there was a huge need of mental health support for, everyone. But our main goal was our girls. And
I actually remembered from years back, you and I met in Philadelphia and you did a training, and that training has always stuck with me. So I was like, we have to get Jillian back. And at the time it was We Coach. So we found you and we contacted you, and you came in and did a training with us. So I just want to have you kind of go about that. What was that experience like for you coming in, meeting us, working with us, and maybe give us a little background about what you do specifically?
Sure. So I've had the pleasure of working with the team at iTry for about a year now, I'd say. My company is called the Center for Healing and Justice Through Sport. Our goal is to ensure that all coaches, mentors, people working with other people basically have an understanding of trauma and its effect on the brain, and how most specifically we can use sport to help heal. And so I had the opportunity to come in and train the entire iTry team along with the board, which is very special. That doesn't happen a lot. We go around, we train many organizations. To see the board as invested as they are is pretty special. We trained on trauma in the brain. We trained about building inclusive spaces for the LGBTQIA+ community. And we've actually been touching base with each other monthly throughout the year to kind of talk through what's working, what's not working, pitch ideas, maybe talk through specific cases for young people. And so it's been for me, a special relationship. As you mentioned, I've worked in the Philadelphia community running programs for girls as well. And so seeing the overall empowerment of the young women that go through your program is pretty cool.
Yeah, it was so great. I think those monthly meetings we had were so important, because a lot of times you do a training and then you're like, this all is really great. I can't wait to implement it. And then you get in the real world and you're just like, oh no, what do I do now? Or this isn't working. I need to tweak it. Or how would you handle this? So having you, we kind of said you were in our pocket, having you in our pocket, to help us out and really work through some issues as they come up was phenomenal, especially where I think we saved a lot of our attendance because we had that ongoing training with you, because we were able to talk to scenarios. Yeah.
I think your point of the broken kind of mechanism of training is that touch point afterwards. Training's great. Having experts come in and train you on something is wonderful. It's the first step that we look at as a long process. And if you don't have a way to get feedback or an accountability mechanism, it's just not going to be able to be implemented effectively. And so it was really cool on our end to have you want that straight away, because it's definitely a model that we've been moving towards with most of our clients now.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I think that's been instrumental to our success. Cool. And you and I have a special connection too, where I've been invited by the Center of Healing and Justice Through Sport to study the neurosequential model with Dr. Bruce Perry, who is so cool, and it's been amazing. And I think one of my favorite parts about it is the small groups that we have on Tuesday nights, where we really get to connect and talk to other people going through the training in similar, we're all in the same space where it comes in sport and mental health, and how we want to achieve our goals of changing the way youth-based sport is implemented. Mm-hmm. And I feel when we do these trainings, I feel a little spoiled. And I think I've talked about that too, where I feel we don't have any pushback. Like you said, our board was on the training. All our coaches are on the training. We don't have a lot of pushback of implementing new things or trying things out. And everyone on our team is really just here for the success of our girls. Mm-hmm. So I wanted to brag a little bit about this.
Yeah, no, and just to give folks that are watching a little bit of background. So Dr. Bruce Perry is the leading child trauma psychologist in the world. And so he's brought in on the most unfortunate cases of trauma that could be experienced by young people. His model, as Alyssa mentioned, is called the neurosequential model. And our founder, Megan, has worked with him to develop an offshoot of that model called the neurosequential model through sport. And so Alyssa, she didn't mention this part, has been going through a year-long, pretty intensive course in learning really deep, intricate things about the brain from Bruce himself, and then in these groups. She said she gains a lot from the small group from everyone else, but I think that everybody else learns quite a bit from you as well, because you have a unique perspective around this kind of I don't want to say freedom around the sport, but because there isn't like a soccer match tomorrow or the referee saying you have to do it this way, it forces everybody else to think about how they can make their sport more flexible. And so I think it's a really great viewpoint to have. It's definitely adding a challenge to everybody else. And so I appreciate you being there.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I think when we talk about the classes with Dr. Bruce Perry, the most important thing that I think I learned and I brought into iTry was the lesson where he talked about an unregulated adult can't regulate a child. And I think that's something that we really don't talk a lot about when we go into I want to help kids. So I was wondering if you could kind of explain that in the great way that you do it, or you make
pressure.
Brain science, like for my level.
I'll do my best. I'll do my best. So basically, we always say it's the airplane analogy of you have to put your gas mask on before you help anybody else on the plane. But a dysregulated adult can't help a dysregulated young person, right? And so another way to look at it is you need to be the thermostat in the room as opposed to the thermometer. If you're escalated, if you're raising your voice, your brain is wired to actually do that to somebody else. So if I'm around someone that is with me all the time that I care about and they're feeling really dysregulated, it's going to have an impact on my regulation. And so we always tell coaches who are in the position of power in the relationship that their whisper is actually a scream, because no matter what they're saying, even if it comes quietly through them, it's landing heavily with the young people because they trust and look up to you so much. And so when it comes to regulation, the first step of being an effective mentor or coach is making sure that we're checking ourselves and having self-care built in to either the program model so that we have another staff member there that can kind of check us out and say like, whoa, take a few minutes. Or there's small things that we can do on our own to make sure that we're regulated before we try to do anything with young people.
And I think that's where iTry is so unique because we have that support from our board, which is our top, and it trickles down where we really focus on keeping our coaches and our staff like taking care of themselves and making sure. And we also have to lead by example where there are some times where maybe it's like, I'm really stressed out. I had a stressful morning. Like maybe I'm not the best person to ride with a nervous rider. So it's like, and especially in the nonprofit world where you're always like, go, go, go. Like, you know, I have to do everything. I have to do everything. Thinking about like measuring like your temperature. And it's maybe I'm not the best person for this job right now. And having someone else step in too is really important.
Yeah, I think one thing that's also unique about iTry is the relationship you all have with one another. I think in the workplace, we often see that people view it as weakness as opposed to asking for help as strength. And so I think that the ability to say to someone, you know, this is making me dysregulated, can you help me here, is very powerful. And as you said, the modeling to the young people, it goes a really long way, let alone retaining the people that are working with the young people, which is super important for long-term relationships and true trust, right? So it's really cool.
Yeah, and Jillian, what you no, I think
No, you're not.
Am I on? I think I am. Come on.
Sorry.
I got the mic. Just the work that you have done with us and supporting all of us through a really difficult season is you know, talk about everything happening for a reason. The fact that we got to meet you in Philadelphia and what that's led today to this wonderful partnership that will just last for years and years. I feel like you're just one of us at this point.
My entire team is extraordinarily jealous of the way you take care of me when I visit. But I think they're all trying to kind of piggyback on the next trip. I'm not going to lie. But I agree with you. And I think that it's wild to think how long ago that was that we first met and you were talking about kind of the work that you envisioned, and to see it all coming to such the fruition. It's just like, and it's back to what you said, Teresa, like if you believe it, if you manifest it, it will come. And so kudos to all of you for the amazing work you're doing.
Thank you. Jillian, thanks for everything. We're going to be seeing you soon in person. I can't wait. Be there with your little ones and enjoy, and we'll see you soon.
I can't wait.
Bye, Jillian. Thank you. Love you. Yes.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Ooh, we have an announcement, Teresa.
All right. Okay. We're about to connect with somebody really special, but really quick before that, we have a drum roll. Everybody in the background, let's drum roll. Kathy, come on over. Did we make our $5,000 match?
Yes, we did.
All right.
We've actually exceeded because we're beyond the power hour, so we're grateful for everyone's support. But at this point, we've achieved $270,219. Thank you, everyone.
Get over there and color us in, Alyssa.
Coloring job. Yep. That's what I went to college for.
All right. That's amazing. Thank you, everyone, for sticking with us, for donating, for making this work. And while Alyssa's doing that, I think we are going to, are we ready to switch over to, all right. Hello, Kevin, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can. All right, everyone, this is very exciting. We are with Kevin O'Connor, who is the CEO of Dime Community Bank. How are you today, Kevin?
I'm doing very well, although I don't think as well as you. That looks like a beautiful location you're in. Could the weather be any nicer?
No, we really lucked out. It is such a spectacular day, and we're here at the home of Judy Carone, who's on our board and who offers us her beautiful home for today. Too bad you couldn't be here in person. Next year,
I'd rather be there than here. And much more casual.
I can only imagine.
It almost looks like a set. I will say that.
Well, you should see. You should see from my vantage point. It is a set. So, oh gosh, I just have to tell you a Dime Bank story. So for everybody who knows, Dime out here, it used to be Bridgehampton National Bank, and that's been our bank since day one of iTry, and it's been my personal bank. And I think a lot of us were nervous when it became Dime Bank, if we were going to lose kind of that personal touch that we had grown to become so reliant on and appreciative of. And Kevin, just this morning, I got a call on my way here from Deirdre from the East Hampton branch, who caught something on my personal that really helped me. I paid a bill with a check, and it turns out the check was from an old bank account that I no longer have. And in any other realm, it would have bounced and all of that. But nope, Deirdre caught it. She called me. She's like, "Don't worry, we'll just process it through the real account, get rid of those checks." And that's what I so appreciate is no matter what, we have a partner in Dime Bank, if it's my personal, and we trust all of our iTry relations to Dime, and we couldn't be more happy with the service that you provide and the fact that you support us as a community partner and are a big sponsor of our Hamptons Youth Triathlon. So Kevin, just from the bottom of our hearts, we're so grateful for you and for the organization and all that you do, not just for iTry, but for the whole community.
Well, thank you. I mean, it's I know that there was that fear when we got together with Dime, but there's still the same people in the branches that you saw before, the same commitment, and Dime had a history of doing that in their markets, so we've just really continued that. And the name has changed, but the people are the same. I'll say that. And
yes,
we appreciate the opportunity to partner with you. I've been to a couple of your events. I was at the one that we rained at. We came back for the rain date.
Yeah.
And we're able to put out all of our, at that point in time, Bridgehampton ponchos.
Remember that? Yeah, that I know. Alyssa and I were actually in tears. We had just gotten them all ready for the start. They had their swim caps on, their bikes in transition, and the heavens opened, and it was pouring rain, and the next thing you know, everybody's wearing a Dime poncho. I mean, it was a B&B at the time, but man, I mean, you guys went into immediate action, and that was great.
It's things like that and I think one of the previous interview, somebody said about sort of the energy that comes from the people that volunteer and then the people who are staff of not-for-profits, and because you're so mission driven that it's enjoyable to be part of it. It just to see the community, to see the belief in what you're trying to do for these young people, and to recognize that even on the rain date, it was just as exciting. And I don't
Yeah.
think you didn't lose a person. I think everybody was there with that same, well, just do
Yeah.
it again. And
Yep.
the testament to you and your team and the people that are involved. So, you know,
Yeah, and the town, right? And that the town of Southampton, not, you know, they gave us the new date without a lot of hassle. And it was actually, we had been told that you couldn't do an event at Long Beach on a weekend in season, and so that's why at that time we were doing them like on a Thursday evening, and that's when the threat of thunderstorms are so bad. So it was actually the town who came back to us and said, "Why don't you do it on a Saturday morning?" And the fact that now that we can do that, and it's the entire community out here really recognizes the impact that we're having and supports us in innumerable ways. We're just so fortunate.
it's interesting. You know, obviously our institution is a long time associated with the East End, and people have this view of this so much wealth and to recognize that there are people in need, or there are people that can benefit from organizations like yours and other ones, has always been an important part of what we do. We want to make sure that we're giving back to the community that benefits us. And the community bank is only as strong as the communities that we operate in. And it's organizations like yours and others out there that, you know, we'd like to get behind. And, you know, because many of them are customers, that makes it even easier to support. Many of our employees, quite honestly, the volunteers. One of my employees, Teresa McCarthy, she was on your board at some point.
Yes.
She's, you know, she and Claudia really turned us on to what you do, and it was just an easy fit.
Exactly. She was at this year's race with her daughter, who's getting big before my eyes. It's just happening so fast. Soon enough, she'll be wearing the iTry jersey and being out there with us. But Teresa, you know, has been such a strong supporter and advocate for us, even though she's not on the board anymore.
She's a little busy with 2 children, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. So in your role now, has that changed at all now that you're with Dime?
You know, I think it's a little bit different. I have less people directly reporting to me because we're a bigger organization, but it's really sort of the same message: is getting the Dime commitment to the community, commitment to the businesses we serve, getting it out there. It's still in a one customer at a time. I mean, the footprint has changed. You know, we've gone, you know, when I started here, our branches didn't go past Riverhead. We actually, that was it. And over the course of the first 12 or 13 years of my career, we moved all the way into Queens, and we had a branch in Manhattan. This just added to that. And you know, there are communities all over the footprint we operate in that have organizations like yourself that have, you know, entrepreneurs and businesses. And so, you know, we're still taking on customers one at a time, you know, supporting the community, supporting people who are trying to grow their businesses. You know, we obviously have come through a pretty difficult time with the pandemic and what that did to businesses and people. And I think banking as an industry stepped up to really support that. Well,
I will attest to that, because when, you know, with the PPP loans and how fast all of that was going, and then at the end of that, when we had to get them forgiven, man, that's when that personal service that we get from Dime really came. You know, we always knew how important it was, but through that time, it was huge. And just knowing that we had a partner where, you know, other organizations that were with different banks, they were doing it on their own blindly. And we really had, you know, somebody holding our hand, making sure that we were going to be okay.
One of the things that, you know, I'm incredibly proud and incredibly lucky to work with such a great team of people, that they're true bankers. They care about their customers. They're, you know, they're advocates for their customers, and it's our job to sort of support that. And you know, I in a little bit selfishly, I don't need to basically make 100 customers happy. I can make one of our people happy, and they'll advocate for those 100 customers. And I know that, and that's how you leverage. And so it is. It's very gratifying to when I hear great stories like the young woman that helped you today, because it, you know, sometimes we hear it, sometimes we think it happens, and when it really does, you know, it's great. And
yeah, I think it probably happens a lot more than you ever know, because they feel the same way. It's one customer at a time and building those relationships. And it's a testament to your leadership that the same people have been at the same branches for so long. And, you know, I have people who watch my daughter grow up, and it's an important piece of who I am and who now our organization is, to have those long-term partnerships with folks.
I mean, I feel the same way. And I look at the picture over your shoulder of that young woman,
Yep.
and the pride that she has as she's looking up and what she's accomplished. And it's sometimes I think some of our branch managers and our staff will make that same pose when they feel like they've had that victory supporting their customer. So it is it starts at the board level. It always has. It started with my predecessor. There's always been a strong commitment to the community and the organizations and the not-for-profits that really make sort of the fabric of the communities. And it's just some you can have difficult days at work, but if you can participate in something like what you do, it certainly it takes your focus away from what may have been a bad day.
Exactly. Yeah. When you can be part of something that makes you feel good, it makes it all worth it. So Kevin, thank you so much for spending this time, taking time out of your, I know it's a busy time of year for you all over there, and taking the time out to be with us today is huge. I'll be sending you an email with the date for this year's race in July, so that you could put it on your calendar early and bring those ponchos, and hopefully we'll never need them again.
If I bring them, maybe we won't need them. So
That's how exactly. Well, Kevin, enjoy the rest of your day. Wish you were here for some yummy food. Next year, you'll have to come in person.
I will do that. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. That was fun. Is that food for me, Tia? My name is Teresa Roden. I live in Springs, and I've lived there for the past 25 years. I am the founder and chief visionary officer of iTry. iTry is an empowerment program for middle school girls where we train them mind, body, and spirit to complete a youth distance triathlon. February 28th, 2020, we had our biggest, what we call the iTry kickoff that we've ever had. We had just enrolled close to 200 girls in the program. The following week was when the rumblings started that schools might be closing. So I turned to my program team and I said, we're gonna have to get really creative, because this is gonna happen, and it's gonna happen fast, and we can't lose these kids. The first couple weeks, every camera was on, every kid was engaged, and it was easy to interact, and it was fun and exciting. By the third week, what we noticed was they were turning their cameras off. And they were still showing up, though, and that was the important thing. But we knew that there was something going on. We also started hearing rumblings of food insecurity, housing insecurity. So we came up with a survey, and we sent it to every single family that was involved in iTry, and we asked them, just very point blank, do you need help with food? What kind of things are you struggling with, and how can we help you?
Well, I was about 13, so it was really the only, I guess, chance I had to talk to someone who wasn't my mom or my dad, let's say. I don't really have siblings my age, so I was alone, and I didn't have any way to really get in touch with other people who were experiencing the same way and were thinking, and I guess had the same thought process as me, being 13 and in a pandemic.
So as the weeks progressed, if you remember, the governor would say that schools would be open in 2 weeks. There were 2-week increments. So, they would close school, and they would say, okay, in 2 weeks, we'll let you know. And the first time that 2 weeks came, the governor said, no, we're not opening the schools again. But we'll let you know in 2 more weeks. So right before that second 2-week window, we noticed that one of our girls, in her background, in her room in Zoom, there was something hanging behind her. And I just innocently asked, what is that? What's behind you? And she said, oh, it's my back to school outfit. We're going to go back to school Monday. I know it. And so that's my outfit that I'm going to wear when I go back to school. And all the adults who were on, all the program leaders on that call, our heart just dropped because we knew the chances of schools opening again was very slim. And don't you know, that was probably on Thursday. On Friday, the governor made the announcement that schools would remain closed for the remainder of the school year. That afternoon, Friday afternoon, I received 4 phone calls from moms who were sure that their daughters were going to take their lives. That's how fast and how deeply drastic this mental health crisis was, even in those first few weeks. And so we went right into action. We have amazing contacts in this community. We reached right out to Family Service League, and they were on it, and they got in touch with the families, and we got crisis counseling for those kids, and they, you know, are doing okay. But we just knew that that's where our energy had to go, and so we needed to up our game when it came to mental health.
Most of the time, you don't want to call your job a family, because why would you want to call your job a family? But this is a family, because not only does Teresa make sure that you know that she appreciates you, she loves you, she genuinely feels it that way. I know that these girls felt it, you know, they felt the community, they felt the love, they felt seen. And even if it was virtual, at the end, all these goals were met for all these girls from all these different types of places. They come from different communities, different families, different cultures, and we were all able to unite.
I'm so proud of the work that we did during that time in iTry, and so proud of this community, because I've never seen anything like it. A community that rallies together. It didn't matter who needed help. And for me personally, I was always reminded that, you know, it could easily be me. And the fact that the board of iTry kept our organization going, because if we had to shut down and I didn't get a paycheck, I would be in the food pantry line just like everybody else.
I would say persistence, because not just for the girls, but as a person, it was so hard to like wake up in the morning and be like, okay, let's work by my bed. So persistence for everyone, like just trying to keep your head up, trying to be positive, trying to work, trying to eat, trying to work out, trying to be healthy, trying to connect with your family even though you can't physically see them. So this pandemic has been about persistence.
Understanding. We were all finally on sort of an equal playing field. Everyone was going through the same thing, different situations, but it was all under the same umbrella. It was a chance for people to empathize with others and really just allow themselves to be more flexible with how they interact with other people.
The one word that comes to mind for me when I think of the pandemic is love. I think we saw love in action in ways we had never seen before. We were forced to love our neighbor and love ourselves and comfort ourselves and our neighbors through something terrifying and scary, and without love, it would have been impossible.
Okay, and we are back live. So what you just saw, if you were tuning in right now, is just a brief piece of a documentary project that is being brought into life by the East Hampton Library and by this incredible artist who's sitting with me. Yeah, it's you, Andrew Visconti. Thank you for being here with us today on Giving Day, and thank you for including us in what is a masterpiece of the vision of summarizing what life was like during COVID, which I remember as it was happening, as things were unfolding, thinking, somebody needs to document this because it's surreal. It's this moment in time that is people are going to study for forever. And just the fact that you and the people involved in this project had the foresight to do it. And now so I'm gonna actually let you talk about that part of it, how this project came about and where we are in the process.
So the project came about in the spring of 2021 when the East Hampton Library decided they wanted to capture the moment in history that was the pandemic. The original idea was to go to any resident in East Hampton and have them do an audio recording of their how the pandemic impacted their lives. Mm-hmm. I'm more visual, so I said, I really think that we need videos here. And we started interviewing a few people on video, and thank God the library really, really liked the direction we were taking. So we ended up interviewing a lot of people. I have 150 people.
Wow.
But they're not just randomly chosen, just like I try and you, Teresa, we're not randomly chosen just to reach number 150.
Right.
We included you and I tried because we wanted to capture the essence of our community. Our community in East Hampton is made up of teachers, policemen, farmers, fishermen, store owners, business owners, clergymen. The list is very long. And there's also a number of people who do good in the community. For example, we have the people at Project Most.
Yeah.
We have the people at Phoenix House. We have the people at the retreat. And I Try made the cut.
we like that. We like that we made the cut. Yeah. We were earlier today, we were speaking with a woman who works at the Eleanor Whitmore Child Care Center, and the work that we've done as a collaborative group. Now we're involved in something called the East End Fund for Children. And so knowing how vibrant this community of nonprofits are and the work not only that we did during the pandemic, but that we continue to do, I'm so grateful that you've been able to capture a little bit of that magic, that energy in this project.
Absolutely. The idea behind this project is, in hindsight, the idea is to show that, yes, we are this glitz and glamour community known the world over, but in a moment of need, we are a community.
Yep.
And it doesn't matter how much things are changing around here, still there is a strong sense of community.
Absolutely.
And in that sense, including your organization in the roster of other interviews, for us really capture that you're part of this community. You are this community. The girls that you serve are part of this community. Many of our interviews are Latino families.
Yeah.
They're African-American families. We don't want just, wealthy or comfortable white families. Of course, they are part of the community. They are a very important part of the community.
Right. But some of the unsung
community
members, and what they not only, they were not necessarily the ones in need, but they were also on the front lines and helping and doing what needed to be done.
Yes, and in fact, part of what we tried to capture with this collection of videos that will become a documentary is how the pandemic affected everyone in every field, including some people said, it's not bad for me.
Yeah.
It was not bad for my business. Maybe they sold more of whatever they sell. Maybe
real estate.
Exactly. We won't go there.
Yeah.
But basically, we really wanted to capture how everyone was affected in a different way.
Yeah. Yeah.
The power of the documentary will be to see the nuances
Yes.
of how it was impacted. If I make one example,
yes, please.
I interviewed the head of the Lifeguard Association in East Hampton. Everybody knows John Ryan Jr., right?
John Ryan, yep.
But how many of us really stop for a moment to think, how do you train 17, 18-year-old kids, because there's always new kids working as lifeguards, how do you train them at a moment when you have to be 6 feet apart?
Right.
And once you train them, how do you help someone in distress when you're supposed to be 6 feet apart? So what is safety in a moment like that?
Right.
This is, to me, an amazing example of how every business or activity, including your own,
had to adjust, readjust, and manage expectations, and think about safety, right? And what you're saying is so true, because it's not only the safety, especially if it's not the safety of the person that they're trying to save, but their own safety as well. Yeah.
But I have to say that, speaking of your interview, the one that we just showed, I don't like fake emotions, but in the end, when I asked you what's the one word, and you said love, and you could not contain
it kills me
your
every time I
emotions.
see it. It's because it's so true.
Yeah,
it's so true.
And at first, the video editor said, "Are we going to cut this part?" And I said, "Oh no, we're going to leave this part because we really want people to know how deeply people were affected."
Yeah. Yeah. I remember, in those first scary days, right? And I talk about that on the video, but what you were reading in the paper where, it's like all the toilet paper is gone and you can't shop at Cinderella because everything, and people were using terms like, we're all in the same boat. And I was like, we are not. We are in the same storm,
right?
But we're certainly not in the same boat, because you folks who bought up all the toilet paper, you're in the yacht and you're barely feeling the waves. But people I'm dealing with are in the life raft with a hole in it, and the waves are coming into the boat and they're bailing out as quickly as, there was such a dichotomy.
Absolutely.
I think of one of the girls we had in one of our, our Zoom sessions, and she would tell us that she was home with her grandmother, right? This was when everybody was in lockdown, right? And we were terrified. This was when you were cleaning off the groceries, right? And just felt like it was coming like a tidal wave. But she was home alone with her elderly grandmother while both her parents were living at a different house, because the mother was the nanny and the father was the cook. And I was just like, this is not the same boat, people. This is not the same experience that we're taking family away from this kid so that this family's kids can be provided for. It was really a tough
But as you
thing.
can appreciate, Teresa, we know what happened then, but we still don't know what the long-term impact of this is going to be. Personally, I still find myself a little uncomfortable being around people.
Yes.
It's almost like 2 years of that, you sort of are no longer used to
social skills
Exactly.
and do you hug or do you do a elbow?
And I don't need to tell you how probably younger people
Yes.
are even more affected by this.
Yeah.
Because we are, of a certain age, so we've been doing it for a long time. But for kids who were maybe 13, 14, 15 during the pandemic, they lost the opportunity to learn how to socialize.
Absolutely.
In normal.
Exactly. Exactly. And we're seeing that in real time, right? We're in the midst of a adolescent mental health crisis, and it's not going to change overnight. It's absolutely not going to change, and we will be seeing the ramifications of this. They're in some circles they're calling it the lost generation. I hope that that's not the case, because I think overall, right? Any trauma or any difficulty that you have to, face, it builds resilience, right? That resistance builds resilience. And so as a planet, we've all, in whatever sense, right? Even if you were in the mansion during the storm, you still had to build resilience. And so that's what I think is going to come out of this. It's hard, but there is good on the other side as well.
But also, as long as organizations like yours is around, they're not a lost generation.
Exactly.
They have resources.
Yeah.
They have adults that care for them and that offer them opportunities that, yes, it would have been better without the pandemic. But,
Yeah.
when you have lemons, make lemonade.
Lemonade, exactly. And that's, boy, isn't that what you've done with this project, because it's something that'll be there forever, and it's so relevant in the moment, and then it has like this longevity. So where can somebody go to see these pieces?
Right now, most of the 150 interviews, not all of them yet, are on YouTube, and you access the YouTube channel by ways of the East Hampton Library website. Starting now, basically, yes, now, we're going to start working on the documentary, putting together the documentary.
I can't imagine how hard that's going to be.
Where do you think the gray hair comes from?
Yes.
And the idea is to have it complete by April, because we want to be able to submit it to the Hamptons Film Festival so that the local community can see their own reality presented at an international event. What will happen after we show it at the Hamptons Film Festival? I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, I'm excited. I'll definitely be there for the premiere. So exciting. Well, I just can't thank you enough for this project and just the fact that I got to meet you and become your friend. And I know you give so much back to this community. So,
well, it's also been wonderful to get to meet some of your girls.
Yes.
Because we worked not only on that one video, we also worked on something else together, and you brought in some of the girls, and it was fascinating to see how, shy, reserved they were. So a wonderful opportunity to really understand the work they're doing.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I feel like there may be more projects in our future. You just never know. Andrew, thank you so much for making the time to come out and spending this time. Did you have some lunch?
I had lunch. I had conversation with everyone. It was
wonderful.
Thank you so much.
All right. Yep, they'll take care of you right over there.
This is not a gift?
No, well, he usually brings his own. He knows what he's doing.
Exactly. Thank you so much.
All right.
Oh my God.
You can't see off camera, but our guests know each other. This is so
I was
exciting.
standing over here. I got a little loud for a second.
Oh my God.
I apologize. She's so beautiful. We're so lucky.
Hello. Hello.
Hi.
This is so fun.
I know.
This is so fun. Kathy, do you want to join us? All right. So
Yes,
sit.
come on
Sit.
Come on in. Hi.
So everyone, this is Gianna Volpe, who you may recognize, but when she starts talking, you'll definitely recognize the voice.
Yes. So this is awesome. How are you doing, by the way?
I'm supposed to be asking you these questions. No, I'm just kidding. How are we
So-
doing? We're doing really, really
I
well.
saw that. Look at that. So we've hit the $250,000.
We have.
There's only a few hours left, though.
Well, so tell everybody what they should do.
They should text "Help Her Thrive" to 44321. How do you say it?
44321.
44321. Everyone. What's going on, Kathy?
Hi, Tina. How are you?
I am well.
Gianna.
I'm so happy to be helping out. You were one of the first people and organizations to come into the old studio.
Yeah.
The show is now 840 episodes in.
That's hard to believe.
And, most recently you brought in Jules and Becky Lester.
Yeah.
And I just am so grateful for iTry and that you guys exist and that you are helping girls foster relationships, realize that they can do hard things.
Yes.
Shine their lights.
Yeah.
at a critical moment, especially in this critical time.
Absolutely. There's never been a more important time, is what I keep saying. This is it.
It's so true.
Right? On so many levels.
Post-pandemic period, when kids are coming back to school and have really experienced trauma. I mean, this is like global trauma.
Right.
That's something that like, it's still there.
Yes.
And we get repeatedly reminded that there was like this 2-year black hole. And it's like every time we have someone into the studio, for example, I'm reminded that there's like this thing that's kind of, we're trying to gloss over, but we can't.
No.
Right.
You know?
Right. The most recent phrase as saying the lost generation, I just find so upsetting. And as we were organizing,
yeah.
But no. And as we were organizing today, first of all, I listen to your show every morning.
Do you?
And
She's
I think
a
you're
super fan.
so awesome because you give I Try and other communities a platform. You give us a platform. You welcome us. And even a couple of minutes ago, how you recited the organization and what we do.
That's
and
what it's all about.
It's so to me as a listener, it is so genuine. And thank you.
It is. I say it's my honor, my privilege, and really my pleasure. Like I absolutely love, and in fact, and not to bring it down, although it is a sad thing, this morning we lost Wally Smith, our former general manager. And I was putting together, a collage of photos from over the years. And I was, even as recently as right before I got out of the car, scrolling through all the photos. Wow. And you realize that it's like a mosaic. Every single person is part of this big picture. And that includes these girls. These are future, leaders of the world. And really, future leaders of the world, certainly because you guys are helping them. I think back to being a kid, bookish and but brave, but kind of a loner and certainly different. And I think, what if there had been an organization like I Try when I was a kid at this critical moment, especially as women, when our bodies are changing, when, and for girls now, I imagine it's even younger because of social media.
Right.
Right. So it's like, if you can get these girls at a moment where their whole world is just changing and tell them, it's okay. Here are friends. Here are girls just like you.
Yeah.
Here are the tools you need to do a triathlon.
Right.
Like, what a difference you guys are making.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much.
4, 4, 3, 2, 1. Help her thrive, ladies.
Well, Gianna, like I said, I asked you here so I could interview you today, and you've just taken this to a whole new level. But I want to talk about you and your beautiful daughter, and how becoming a mom has kind of shaped your views and your career.
Totally transformed. This is something that for me, becoming a mother, having a family, owning a home, these were goals that totally drove my every movement. And I mean, I was working 6 jobs for like years, just so I could put a roof over my head and start to build something so I could have this family. And it's everything and more. I don't sleep, but it's okay. I never really slept anyway. And it's also scary, and I have to say, I imagine for I Try moms, something that people don't really talk about motherhood is the fear that you feel all the time, of, keeping my baby safe. Is she safe? Is she going to be safe? And I think that's another reason why I Try is important, because, you want to be able to raise a young woman that can take care of herself in a world that's changing all the time.
All the time. Right. Right.
You know?
And it's giving those tools that they take beyond the program that helps them to kind of remember how to regulate, and it has those tools when life gets scary. Well, I've done hard things. I've done it. And so I know the next time a hard thing comes, I know what to do.
Right.
Right. And yeah.
And the one, I'll never forget the first thing I learned, and I can't remember her name, but she was very young, and she was talking about the importance of shining your light.
Yeah.
And I loved that. Because it talks about why it's okay to be happy.
Yeah.
And why not
just
only
okay, that's your
important.
job.
Yes.
Right? That's what we teach them.
And that's what you're
You have
here
one
for.
job. You have one job. This is your job. Your job is to feel good. And how
love
do you
that.
feel good? Right? And I love it because that's how we start the program, and then it gives us a benchmark throughout the whole program, right? And so the coaches have come up with fist to 5. So we say, how's your light today? And a fist is 0, but a 5 is bright, right? So in a particular,
I love that.
Don't you love that?
Especially because, you were talking with Anthony before about the mental health crisis.
Yeah.
And I had it happen just yesterday, where I sat down with an old friend, and I'm having the casual, oh, how are you kind of conversation. And they said, I'm really not doing so great.
Right.
And, and so with Vista 5, that's a great way to let someone know if you need to, I'm not doing so great.
Yeah.
And they're
in this accepting environment that it's okay if you're a fist, and it's okay if you're a 5 or you're somewhere in between, and then we'll do whatever the activity is. And I love when we do it at the start, and they'll say things like, I'm at a 3, I had a fight with my friend, or I'm at a fist, I have such a bad headache, or whatever the thing is, and then we'll do our empowerment session, and then our fitness session, and we come back into a circle. We ask them again to go around, and inevitably, I'm at a 5. The headache's gone. I'm at a 5. I know what I'll do. I'll call my best friend when I get home. We're going to figure this out. So just
it's
processing,
comprehensive,
right? And so that's the moment. This is my favorite part, right? That's the moment where our program leaders will take the minute to say, and guess what? Now you can feel in your body how you can go from this to this,
right?
And how you can get there, right? It's in being in community and being active and all of those things. And to be able to look at them and say, now that you know what that feels like, nobody can take that away.
Right.
And someday in your future, you're going to be at a fist. You're going
to remember.
Well, but even more, somebody's going to say to you, oh, you don't feel good? Try this, take this, drink this, do this. And it may not
know.
You're going to know. You're going to know, I don't need that. I know how to get there.
I love that.
And then we brainstorm, and they're like, oh, I'll call a friend and we can go for a bike ride.
Right.
I can dance in my room, whatever it is. So instead of us preaching to them, right, and saying, you know what, when you exercise, your endorphins go up, and no, we don't do any of that. We let them experience it, and then they tell us, wow, I can't imagine it. I feel so much better now. Now I know what it feels like to have my light bright.
And I love the friendship element as well. You're talking about creating community.
Yeah. Family.
Yes.
Right. And I'm sure in the past they've talked to you about that. They feel like for the first time they're accepted for who they are, no matter what they look like or act like. It's this sense of being part of something bigger than themselves that they would not.
Lucky. We're so lucky iTry exists. I'm really grateful that you asked me to help on Giving Day. I know there's only a few hours left, but you're making it there.
We are.
I know you will. And I'm so grateful to you for starting iTry.
Well, we're so grateful for you, for your show, and for getting us out there and making, you have like this wonderful gift of making anybody who sits with you, even when it was just on the phone. I remember being in my car during COVID doing an interview with you, but you just have this beautiful way of calming energy and this accepting energy, and you do your homework ahead of time, and it's not easy. You do try.
I try.
I remember, and you're so nimble, right?
Thank you.
I don't know if you remember,
That's
but
six jobs, that'll
I
get
know,
you there.
but we had an interview. and like everything that could go wrong
Went
was
wrong.
going wrong, and you were just going with it, and it was
It's important. That's an important skill, and I think that comes from things having gone wrong.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about that when you were talking about like sort of creating a system for success, so that girls know as they grow that, okay, something's going wrong, but I remember in the past things went wrong and I did this, this, and this.
Yes.
Right.
And I was thinking about how important, especially when we were talking about mental health, depression, things like that. I think about my journey.
Yeah.
And I think about how little things in the past would have tripped me up.
Right.
And it's this cause and effect kind of thing where now I know, well, just keep going. Just keep going.
Yes.
They have like a saying where it's like, if you're in HE double hockey sticks, just keep going.
That's right.
And it's really, I think that I like to say persevering in the face of adversity is like, that's what I'm all about. And it's gotta be.
Yeah.
And if you keep going, you're rewarded.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right.
And
Absolutely.
It's building that muscle. It's building that muscle.
Yes. And I liked what you were talking about, Fist to 5, because it shows that even before fitness, you're helping the girls get to a place where they can feel good about feeling good about working out and doing all
And
that
how
stuff.
often do you even check in with yourself on how am I feeling? I don't know.
Yeah.
Right, let me just think about that for a second.
Make it build that muscle to keep doing that.
Yeah.
I'd like to encourage people because just keep checking in with yourself.
Absolutely.
And going to 4, 4, 3, 2, 1.
No, and as we've
Help it
highlighted
thrive.
all the virtues of the program, a big part of the fundraising is the program is free to our participants.
That is so huge.
So this fundraising is going to allow us to serve more girls in our community.
Yeah, because this is a very high cost area that we live in, and people do not realize that not everyone can exactly afford to live comfortably.
Right.
There are families who are food insecure. There are families who are not able to keep up with rent, particularly in these times, in the face of a recession, rising energy costs and whatnot. This is a way for parents to be able to offer something to their kids that they may not otherwise be able to afford.
Exactly.
Right. But there are also friends of ours with deep pockets who might be able to help her thrive, help out a girl who might not be in the same place as maybe their own daughter or granddaughter.
Yes. Thank you.
You are so welcome.
And one of these days, Melody, or what's your daughter's name?
Harmony.
I knew it was musical. Harmony. Oh, if
she
you
has
have a sister, it could be Melody.
Yeah. Because we got to give her like a cool name too.
Yeah. I like
Ladies.
Harmony.
I see.
I know. Do you want to stay?
Oh, no,
no, but you can. You want, or do you have to run?
Would you like
But
to come in?
Come on in. All right, join the couch. Scoot on. I feel like I feel like the view. Yeah, the view. Just scooch over a little bit.
Oh my gosh!
Hi. Hello. Oh my goodness. Yes. How are you?
So
good to see you. This is Kathy. I think you probably met last Kathy Borza.
How are you?
So Jess Mackin, maybe some of you recognize this powerhouse, James Lane Post.
Yeah.
So I remember this is the first time we met. You were just about to launch.
Yes, that's right.
So tell us about this journey and
Talk about perseverance.
Yeah,
It's been a really exciting time. We launched James Lane Post about 2 years ago, and we just cover arts and culture and do a ton of community give back stories that really focus on the East End. So we're just so excited to be here.
Beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
It really is. Yeah. It really is. And not only that, I mean, the events that you've been curating are fantastic. So we had the opportunity. What was the name of the wellness event?
Empowered Movement.
Yes,
which was great. And you had some of the girls come and join us for the day. We did a dance body class at the Baker House, and it was all about empowerment through movement, and which is something that
Did they love it?
Yeah, it was so much fun.
They loved it.
And there was a beautiful panel discussion, and yeah, it was just a really nice morning to spend together. And we want to do more of those. So
good. Well,
we're planning
sign
that.
us up. There was so, I mean, I got so much out of it. Hearing the panelists. Gina from Paddle Diva was one of
Oh, yes, Gina Bradley.
Yeah, she's amazing. She is amazing. She's Spring's mom, so she's been on board with us since day one.
That's fantastic.
And really spoke, to my heart, because she believes that anybody can be an athlete and anybody can get up on a paddleboard, and I think a lot of at least women of my generation and probably older, there's always that self-conscious,
and like a misconception where you think I
can't do this, and
I need to look like X, Y, and Z,
exactly.
right?
Right. And I think that was kind of the theme of what the panelists were talking about on that day, that anybody can do it, and you just gotta put yourself out there, and your body can do amazing things.
Absolutely.
Right. The more you use it. And I think, now becoming, at a different age and stage in my life, and seeing my contemporaries, and then like my mother's generation, and the decline that can happen. It's so like, you got to keep moving.
Yeah, movement is
you
so
got to keep
important.
moving.
It really is.
So what we do with the girls and instill, I think team sports are great, but I don't know a lot of 40-year-old women who are still playing soccer. Right.
Exactly.
But when you learn to love to swim, bike, and run as a kid, those are things you can do your
entire life.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And
anywhere.
Yeah. And you really appreciate living here when you do. I mean, I always loved to swim, but when I started open water swimming, I just had this whole new appreciation. I live in Springs. I can basically go to any, bay, beach, get in and swim along the shore, and it's crystal clear. It's safe. I can put my feet down. You just appreciate.
I've heard from so many people that swimming, especially out here, is like incredibly healing.
Yeah, absolutely. Just being on the beach and being able to walk around and like
the
all
salt,
of it.
I mean, all of it, the positive ions of the air, the salt water, being buoyant and free and light. And then it's like snorkeling, because the water's so clear and you're in this much water. So you're seeing the crabs and the different.
Teresa, I have a question.
Yes. What's your question?
I wanted to hear about the coaches, because I have to imagine that as much as the girls are getting out of this, it has to be giving back to people like yourself, you, Kathy, and the coaches, the people that are instructing these girls.
Absolutely. I mean, when we are in program, our program team, which everybody stay tuned, because they're going to be taking over the afternoon. We got girls coming, and they're going to be doing a lesson with the girls. But we always say we are never
in the box.
Yeah, that's right. We're never
show it in action.
We're at our best when we are doing the program, right? Because we do the lessons again every time with them. So when it's the day to do affirmations, it's like, gosh, why do I forget to do this every day? Visualization, I should be doing this. And so you do, because you can't just talk the talk. You got to walk the walk.
It's a nice reminder.
Exactly.
And you mentioned Gina Bradley. Do you have like yoga elements to this as well? Like, I mean, as far as training's concerned? The triathlon training is, swim, bike, and run. That's done on Saturdays. And we have professional coaches, swim coaches, cycling coaches, running coaches who work just on that with them. But our program team does the empowerment during the week with each of the different schools. And then after the empowerment session is a fitness session. So often we bring in instructors to do a yoga class or a kickboxing class or something like that. So they get a taste of everything. So,
some kids love when we do Zumba or a dance.
Right.
Others hate that, but they love high intensity, whatever, or basketball. And I would rather, do anything than have to play basketball or baseball and put myself on the spot. Right? It's so that every kid gets a chance to realize that, fitness doesn't have to be what you see in gym class or what there's so many avenues to it.
Growing as well, right?
Yeah, how many schools are you in now?
I want to know because I'm like thinking of Harmony's future.
Yes, exactly. So this year we will. Our hope is to add West Hampton Beach.
Okay. Amazing.
Last year we added Hampton Bays. So basically we're in every school on the South Fork from Montauk to Mastic, and including Riverhead.
That's a lot of schools.
So 13 schools. Yes. And where are you now?
I don't tell anyone.
Okay, you can tell me off camera, but because we'll start planning now.
Eventually, they'll figure it out. I'm somewhere on the East End, as we all are, and I can't wait for the North Fork and Shelter Island is coming.
Yeah, that's
we're
right.
coming for you.
We are on the lookout for new school partnerships. So yes,
so great.
Yes, we'll have her in an ITRI sooner than you think.
I can't wait.
And as far as the coaching, I am not a coach, right? I view myself as someone who's physically active and enjoy it. But when I go out and do the trainings and I'm more as a volunteer. And so one day I had a job of traffic and drop off and pick up for the kids.
Incredibly important.
I was about to say that's like integral.
Yeah. In the summer when we train at Long Beach here in Sag Harbor, I really had my closest hands-on with the program. And I've been with the organization 3 years, but this past year was when we were able to go back in person.
That's right.
So it was such an exciting year. And to watch these girls get on the bikes, and some of them are better than others. And I had the task of staying in this guarded area of bike lessons. And it was so touching.
Yeah.
It was so touching just watching someone learn to ride a bike.
Yeah.
That's
And
amazing.
it's the moment, right? Everybody remembers that moment.
Yes.
About it right
Oh my gosh, the best.
Right? And this freedom. And
although not the best at first, you're like, I will never do this.
Yes. But it's terrifying. It's terrifying. Actually, if the video that we produced that started the day today, it has a clip that I was our program leader Reagan was working with one of the girls at East Hampton to get her to ride, and I was able to capture the moment and that feeling. And it's so, she's like, I can't believe, I feel like I was flying. Right, to capture that moment was so incredible. And Tiffany, who's here with us, who's going to be part of the conversation this afternoon, was an interesting, we've done a lot of training now in what we talked about, trauma and in trauma informed care and coaching. It's been a game changer for us. And so Tiffany, one day she got off the bus and she said, I feel dizzy. And so it was a biking day, and we said, okay, well, you're not going on the bike. Then another day she was on the bike, and you could see like her head was going to the side, and we were like, all right, what's going on? Her parents are Spanish speaking. So when we had our family day, our program leader, who is bilingual, was able to bring the mom over to me, and we were able to kind of talk through what was going on, because we didn't know if it was a reaction to medication or what it was. It turns out, thank goodness, the mom told us that she was very anxious. It was a stress response. It was her anxiety. That's why,
and that's how
she didn't want
presented.
Right. And instead of, because she's 11 years old, she didn't have the courage or the wherewithal to say.
Well, and a lot of people don't understand that trauma is a physical thing, and that it's something that happens to your body as well as your mind.
It can come out and so she couldn't really. She didn't just tell us, "I get too scared," right? She was saying all of these other things.
We're not even realizing that it was connected.
Yeah. And once we realized that was it, because she had this thing where she would like like almost fall asleep, and you can't do that on the bike, right? so I'm out riding with her one day, and we're singing as we're on the bike, right, to keep her. And this whole song, you got to keep your head up, and the whole we changed all the words, and we did this thing. Then one of our board members, I had a different job, so one of our board members came to be her ride along, and I taught her the song. And for the ride along and the race, she had like this one-on-one from one of our board members. Jackie, I hope you're watching out there.
Super good.
And she took over the singing and the whole thing, and Tiffany was amazing, and she was successful. And that's that's the
story.
training.
That's what it's all about.
It comes down to that. That one girl, and yeah. So I mean both of you, we owe such gratitude because you do so much, right? But you do so much. I mean, we talk and we tell people about us, but you have audiences that we could never reach, and every time we ask, it's a yes.
Yeah.
Every time we ask,
what you're
it's
doing
a yes.
is so important, and for us, it's
of course,
yeah.
Well, thank
really
you.
is.
Thank you, because you don't have to do it, but you do it. And thank you.
And that's what it's
that's
all
beautiful.
about.
Yeah, it's all about.
We're happy to help, and it's all good.
We love you so much. Thank you for taking the time to be here today.
It's a girl crush.
Hey, thank you so much. You are so welcome.
It's mutual. And same for you. I'm gonna hug Jess off camera. Thank you so much for having us.
Okay.
Good luck getting to the top of the thermometer.
Well, we will.
We will. Yeah, I know.
This is exciting for me. Because I've never met you in person.
How do you do?
I do great. Are you okay with a hug? Yes. Everybody, this is Mary McDonald. I am so grateful that you took the time to come today.
Yes, it's fine.
So Mary has been a supporter of iTry since probably day one.
A long time ago.
Tell everybody how you found out about us.
Sharon McCobb told me about it. And I thought I just thought it was such a great idea that I decided to help.
And you have a home out here?
I do. Yeah, in East Hampton.
East Hampton.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
So I drove out this morning from Brooklyn.
You're hopefully going to spend the weekend.
Yes.
Oh, good.
Yes.
Good.
It is beautiful out here at this time of year, isn't it?
It's the best.
Yeah, it's lovely.
The best.
Lovely.
And did we not get the best day?
Yeah, you were lucky because it's not been so nice.
No. I know. The rain at the beginning of the week wasn't looking so good, but yeah, the weather gods are shining down on us today. So Mary, tell me about you a little bit. Did you have a career before?
Yeah, I did. I suppose I can say I past tense now. I'm a nurse. I taught nursing school for about 20 years. And then I started my own business on developing tests with faculty from nursing schools. So I got a degree in measurement, psychology of measurement, as well as nursing.
Wow.
And so I've written a couple of textbooks, and I try to lecture people on how to write multiple choice exams that are fair.
Wow.
Because it's difficult.
Right.
It's not, I'm sure you've taken plenty of multiple choice tests that made absolutely no sense. Yeah.
Right.
Well, that was my mission. I don't know how much I accomplished, but I tried.
It seems like you did. Definitely. And where did you practice nursing?
In the city, in Brooklyn mostly.
Okay.
I live in Brooklyn, and I was born in Boston. My husband's from Brooklyn, so we wound up in Brooklyn. He's an attorney in Manhattan. And I love Brooklyn. It's a wonderful place, and we love it out here as well.
Have you seen a lot of change in your neighborhood in Brooklyn over the years?
I suppose. We live in a neighborhood called Park Slope.
I've heard of it.
And when we first moved there in 1971, it was a borderline kind of a place. Now it's, up and coming. It's not, everybody likes it. I have 3 sons. They live in the next neighborhood. With
how wonderful.
My 5 grandchildren. So we're all very close, and it's a great life.
That's great. That is really great that they're right there. I think we're struggling out here with the kids can't afford to,
that's what
to come back.
happened in Park Slope. But in the city, you can move into the next neighborhood. It's not so far away.
Far away. Yeah.
Right.
The next neighborhood
Another
here.
subway stop.
Right.
And, in another neighborhood. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what my 3 sons all did.
Mm. And where did you teach nursing?
I taught at a few places: Long Island College Hospital, Long Island University, Pace, Wagner College on Staten Island, a few different places.
Yeah. And
I was all over the country though with my lecturing the faculty. So I was in about 20 states.
Wow.
But these usually little small towns where, you had to carry your bag up the those creaky stairs, those kind of places.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. And so what advice would you give a young person who's considering nursing today?
What advice would I give? It's becoming a very difficult job.
I think it always was.
It was. But when I was young and I was worked in the hospital, I'd have 10 patients, but 4 of them were in for a workup for a gallbladder disease. Everybody was put in the hospital for. Now,
Right.
If you're in the hospital, you're usually very sick.
Yes.
And it's a burden. And the number of medications that they distribute is that's what a lot of the nurses do all day, is go around with the medication card.
Yeah.
But it's a great profession, and you can do a lot of different things in nursing.
Yeah.
I was in public health for several years.
Oh, wow.
And I really liked that. I liked working with in the community.
Do you think that the pandemic has changed things
the pandemic made a drastic change. Yeah.
Yeah.
And, a lot of nurses left.
Yeah.
They couldn't
Take it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people. And in fact, I don't think you can really be a nurse in a hospital past age 45. It's too much.
Too much.
So, a lot of the nurses who you meet if you're unfortunate enough to be hospitalized, are young women
Yeah.
or men. More men now than ever.
And it's really interesting.
They're not, the older people have become administrators or, that kind of thing.
Right.
It's a difficult job, but it's very rewarding.
That's for sure. And you just don't even, unless you're in the hospital or a loved one's in the hospital. I mean, you really you see the difference in care, and you have to have the right heart and the right, you need the training. But I think having I when my husband was sick in Southampton Hospital, it just, whoever the nurse was made all the difference, right?
Yeah.
It could, because it was, that's the closest contact you have with somebody. The doctor comes in and does, if you miss them, then forget it. But it's the nurse who's
It's
really,
true. That's true.
really, everything revolves. And if you have a good nurse, it makes all the difference.
Yeah, and most of them are. It's a little worrisome when we hear there's a shortage of nurses and
Yes.
people go into the profession so they'll get a job.
Right. Because
That didn't used to be the
it's a calling.
motivation.
It has to be. It's not a job. It's,
it's a job, but it's not. It's a job that you have to pursue. You want to pursue the career. You want
Right.
to be. That's what you want to do, not just get a paycheck.
Yeah.
And that's troublesome to me. But I spent an awful lot of students, and most of them are highly motivated, and they really want.
Well, it's a difficult. My daughter went to St. Anselm in New Hampshire, which is one of the top nursing schools, because you can come out of there in 4 years as an RN.
Right.
But they tell the nursing students as freshmen, they say, look around. Not,
I know, it's terrible.
It's terrible. But
when I started at Boston College, the dean of the school stood in front of us all and said, "Look to your right and look to your left. Neither one of them will be there when you finish." I was like,
or you won't, right?
Really? Is this what's going
It's
to
like
happen
law
to
school,
me?
right? Yeah.
But it's just very intense.
Yes.
It's intense because
Yes.
they give you a textbook that's this thick and
Mhm.
say, good
Yeah.
luck. You have to know everything in there by the end of the course. It's crazy. It's just
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
But that was what I did with the faculty, was trying to help them develop classroom exams that really tested the students' ability.
Right.
So and the ability to think. I guess
And are they still using those
the
questions?
textbook that's the 4th edition. They wanted me to write a 5th, but I passed. I said, I'm done. I can't do it again.
Yeah. Yeah. And are you enjoying your grandchildren?
Very much.
And you said you had 5?
5.
Wow.
The oldest is 8.
Wow.
Yeah. My sons took a while to get their acts together. Neither one of them, the 2 oldest ones, the youngest is single, neither one of them had children until didn't get married till they were 35. And then they did it within 7 months of each other.
Oh,
They
wow.
got married. was really hectic.
And are all the grandchildren sort of in the same age range? Eight's the top.
8 to 4.
Nice.
Yeah.
Huh. And they're close because they live.
They live around the corner from each other, actually. They can walk to each other's houses without crossing the street. Wow. They're on the same block around the corner.
Stay on the sidewalk.
Yeah. And then my single son is in the same neighborhood, but not quite as close. He loves them, but he likes them to go back home.
Yeah. But how wonderful for you. That's so unusual these days, right? Families are just so spread out and it's just so nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we spend a lot of time out here in the summer.
And they all come.
Yes. And we keep the oldest two, the boys, we keep a lot, for a couple of weeks at a time.
Oh, nice.
The girls are a little younger. They don't, we haven't had them yet. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. And what was it about when Sharon told you about iTry that?
Well, the bullying and intimidating children always really bothered me.
Mm-hmm.
My kids went to a school that's pretty progressive in the city, and that in Brooklyn Heights, and that didn't happen there. The faculty were very tuned into that, and it always bothered me to think that kids would go and have no one to sit with at lunch, or and particularly the girls. The girls, from what I understood,
were worse than the boys. Yep.
And I just thought this was such a great idea to get these kids and they also, I understand it's not just sports. You do other activities with them.
Yep.
And you can see, I follow you on the web, and I see the little clips of the kids speaking, and it's just a wonderful thing you're doing for them.
Thank you.
Nice to see action happening, instead of a lot of talk about it.
Yeah.
And
well, the other day we're doing workshops for our alums, and there were 3 girls in Springs that didn't have a ride. It was in Southampton, so I picked them up and we drove them, and it was a self-care workshop, and it was so much fun. And then driving home, one of the girls, Samantha, and I were talking, and she's like, I think it's so cool that you started iTry. And she was asking me about it. And I was like, yeah, it started right here in Springs, where, and she goes, you know what, Teresa, she's 12. You know what, Teresa, a lot of people have ideas, but not a lot of people follow those ideas through. I think it's so great that you had the idea for iTry, and look now. I was crying. Here's a 12-year-old girl who experienced it and has the foresight to realize that that's what it takes. Everybody can have an idea, but the trust and the effort and everything to bring that idea to life is I love that she understood that and gave me that gift of reflecting that back
I'm sure
to me.
you did. And it's really what else impresses me is the commitment of the people who run the program.
Yeah.
I know Sharon. So,
Yeah.
It's just you can see that these people are committed to this, and it's a great idea. It's a great
heart
program.
Yeah, heart and soul, and
And it works.
It works.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of surprising to think a kid who can't ride a bike can do a mini triathlon. It's really quite an accomplishment.
Right. And
Yeah.
one they take such pride in, and just, everything changes for that kid. The way they view themselves changes, the way their family views them changes, the way they act in the world, and then the school community improves. And we had one girl in William Floyd that was so tough. She was so tough at the beginning, and just gave us such a hard time. And throughout the program, we just found a way. And this is why our team is so incredible, right? I say to our program, Sharon and the athletic team that trains them for swimming, biking, and running, I said, that's their job. Sharon's gonna get them to the race, but the program team, the program leaders who work with them at the schools, your job is the hardest job. Your job is to love them and to try to identify that one special thing about that kid that maybe nobody else noticed. And that's what we were able to do with this girl, and identify just this wonderful gift she was to the world. And we gave her opportunities to be a leader and help other kids. Well, a couple months later, Alyssa and I get a call from the principal. Can you come and see me? And we thought, oh my God, what happened? What did we do wrong? We're getting called to the principal's office. Well, she sat us down and she goes, what did you do to Soraya? That's the girl. We're like, why? What happened? Well, she used to be in my office at least once a week with a complaint. or you know, she did something wrong, she has not been in here. Not only that, all her grades have gone up. All her teachers are asking us, what's going on with this kid? She goes, it's you guys, it's iTry. And that she went on to be an ambassador for younger kids. They would call her back from the high school to talk about, you know, about how she just kind of changed things. And it's amazing, right? It's always comes, you know, we
I'm
always
sure
say
she's not the only one.
no, well, and that's just it. And,
Yeah.
and I always say it's all worth it. If it's one kid that we help, it's every bit of this is worth it. Every bit of that $300,000 that we're raising today, it is worth it just to help one soul. And we know that it's so much more than that. And not only just those girls, but their families and someday their children. And it just goes on, this ripple effect. And none of it truly would be possible without people like you who saw that there was something tangible to this that was worthy of your hard-earned donation. And so that's why for me this is so wonderful. Because
how did you come up with the idea, if you don't mind me asking?
No, not at all. I'll give you the very short version since we have about 3 minutes left. But I was just never an athlete at all, never thought of myself that way. And in my 30s, I saw people doing a triathlon, didn't know what that was, and decided, you know what, I'm going to give it a try. And that one decision changed my entire life. I came home, I started training with some women. I ended up doing the Block Island Triathlon. I became, you know, it changed. I had to change the way I thought about myself and spoke to myself. I was always, you know, as we do, harsher on myself than I would ever let anybody else. But I knew if I continued to talk to myself that way and think that way, I would never reach my goal. And so this transformation happened from the inside out. And I trained my body, but the most important thing is I was training my soul. And that never changed. I knew after completing that I would never go back to being that girl, that woman who just berated herself for no reason, that was getting me nowhere, right? And loving myself and appreciating myself and giving myself the encouragement that I needed to reach a goal. That changed everything. And after I did it, I just wanted everybody to experience that. And so then when my own daughter was going into middle school, I reflected, God, if I had known all of this at her age, instead of waiting until I was in my 30s, well, that would be a game changer. And so that's where the idea came from. And it started at her school in Springs. And, you know, all these years later, more than 1,100 girls have gone through the program. And it just, every day, it's a privilege to be able to do this work and see so many wonderful people come and join us in our efforts. Well, thank you.
Well, thank you. You did a great job.
Well, Mary, it takes all of us. We all do our piece, and
I think it takes someone like you to motivate everybody to participate and to appreciate what's happening with this.
Well, I try.
You do.
I do.
Yes.
Well, Mary, thank you for taking all this time with us today. I hope you got something to eat. Do not leave without grabbing something over. Chef Nick has been knocking himself out for us.
Oh, okay.
All righty. Are these your glasses?
No.
No. Okay. Somebody else left their glasses. Uh-oh. Oh, all right. Hello, Kathleen. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Oh, thank you so much. Sam, do we know if one of the girls is coming out?
Yes.
All right. How are you?
Yes, it's chilly.
Of course. Keep your coat on. It's actually perfect temperature for me. I was a little warm, you know, a little worried I was going to be too hot.
It's great. But for being, I was like, I'm going to bring my coat just in case.
Yeah.
It's okay. So how are you?
I'm good.
How's it going today?
I think I've been just sitting here getting to talk to everybody. So I don't know. I think we're doing really well.
I'm good.
What time is it? It is 3:15?
Oh,
there she is.
Fair.
Hey, Jack. We're going to get you mic'd up.
Thank you.
Hey. Come on over. Oh, my beautiful girl. How are you as I fall?
How are you?
Look how long you are now. Oh, my goodness. So, Jackie, this is Kathleen King.
Hi, nice
Hi, Jackie.
This
Nice
is
to meet
Jackie
you.
Stewart.
What's your last
Sorry.
name?
Tulane.
Tulane?
Mm-hmm.
Nice to meet you.
Are you done cooking? Did you cook?
My coat.
I don't know. They didn't cook yet. All right. You stay busy while I talk with Kathleen. Oh, she got my favorite pants on too. Aren't these gorgeous? Okay, everybody. So we'll become more
so
professional.
old and I just like them.
Yep. I am here with two of my favorite people, Kathleen King, founder of Tate's Bake Shop, and Jackie, I always say it wrong, Tulane, who is an iTry alum. Now, what year are you now in school?
I'm a senior in high school.
Senior in high school at Southampton.
Oh, nice.
So Jackie did iTry. Did you just, how many years did you do
I did it twice.
You did it twice. Okay. Excellent. Excellent. And what are you up to these days?
Schoolwork. Most definitely schoolwork. Sports.
What are you playing?
I just finished my field hockey season, so.
How'd it go?
It went. It
went.
Game, but it was a lot of fun. So.
That's okay. And what do you like about being on a team?
I feel like I just learned a lot of lessons on being a team. Just being in a team. I'm sorry. Learning how to work with other girls my age is just such a rewarding experience, and playing a sport with them and working towards a goal of trying to win something is just so much fun.
Yeah, that's
Getting
wonderful.
along with people is the gift that will serve you for your life.
Yeah. So do you think iTry has impacted the way you are these days at school, or on, going and having the courage to go out for a sport?
Oh, absolutely. I think iTry just impacted my confidence overall, and the friends that I've made during iTry, being in those small groups that we started out as in 6th and 7th grade, those have been my friends since then.
Oh,
just my best friends.
Nice.
Yeah.
I know. All the groups are great, but that year was.
I did have a great group.
You had
Sometimes
a great
there's
group.
groups that just meld, just easier and better. Yeah.
And it's so nice for us to be able to then reach back and pull you back in for special things. And Jackie's always been great about in an earlier interview, we were talking about how I just say to you guys, just say yes. If I text you and there's an opportunity, just say yes. You never know where it's going to go or what's going to, and you always have really stepped up when we've needed help. So I thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
Another good philosophy.
Exactly. So we wanted to give Jackie the opportunity to have a conversation with you, Kathleen, and ask some questions, and you can ask questions of Jackie. So it's not so much me being blah, 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 but just I know that you probably know a lot about Kathleen at this point, and she's had her own ups and downs in career and life, and so you can ask her anything you want, and she may answer or she may not.
We'll see.
And don't forget to use the mic.
Absolutely. Can I ask how you started? Like, how did your baking start when you were a child?
Well, I grew up on a farm out here, and when I was 11, my dad said, you're old enough now to buy your own clothes for school, so you should make cookies and sell them at the farm. So it was okay. That was a generation where we did not say no, I don't want to do that. And so I started doing that, and I found I really liked it, and I really loved how the people were so happy with the cookies and how it made them happy, et cetera, et cetera. And I made decent money doing it, so I just kept doing it through high school. And I actually wanted to be a veterinarian, but I was smart enough to know that I could not be a veterinarian because I was not smart enough. So I kind of said, well, I have something with these cookies, I could do something with that. And that's how it all began.
But you were a chemist when you were coming up with recipes,
you could
right?
Say that.
Yes. Well, we both read the same book.
We did.
Right?
We did, but I nowhere near a chemist. Everything I did and decisions I made with baking, et cetera, did not really come from knowledge. It came from intuition.
And trial and error? Or
It'd be like, oh no, this would work or that won't work. And it was just
Just
feelings.
learning
But
from
I
experience.
can't tell you, it doesn't work because A, B, C, D. No, I'm still not a scientist.
And how does the intuition come to you?
It just comes, it just comes. And
Like
I've
in
learned-
the moment, or like days later, an idea will come to you to try something new?
all
of the above.
All of the above. And as you get old, we all know what that voice is, that first voice. And as I've gotten older, I've learned that that first voice is my answer. And we complicate everything by arguing with it or saying it might be wrong or why I can't do that or this or that. But the more you practice it and the better you get at it, you listen to your first voice and you'll be okay.
Yeah, we just earlier, and you can go back and watch, and this is somebody I want you to meet too. We had a young artist. Her name is Nicole Corbett on, and she had a successful career in business, and then had this calling to do art. And what she does now is she creates these moon jars, the big pots, and as she was doing that, she had a voice say to her, use your hair, right? So, use your hair. What is use my hair? And it turns out, so when she was doing the glazing of the pots, she's like, okay, use my hair. And she would dunk her hair. And it's this whole, they're spectacular now.
Wow.
And just her whole process is now, that she's made, it's captured on video. She just did her first live expression, but the way she does it is she meditates first, and she gets herself into a state where she just lets whatever is supposed to happen flow, and then literally just in a like a meditative state. And they're gorgeous. I have to find out if the show is in East Hampton, and I was able to bring a couple of our girls to the show to meet her, and it's just extraordinary. So somebody to listen. But we were talking about that voice, right? And I think we talked about this in iTry, is that when the more you listen to that voice, the louder it gets, and the more it can direct you in ways to go. Have you ever had an experience like that?
I believe so. I think that using my intuition and just really listening to that voice is so helpful, and it will guide you through the most challenging experiences. So I always try to, I think that's great advice, always just to listen to your intuition and your gut feeling, because it's almost always right.
Don't talk it down.
Yeah. And one of the things I know we work so hard in iTry is that inner critic, that voice, right? That we just constantly. I just in the last conversation, I was saying before I started this journey, when I did my first triathlon, I was so hard on myself. I was brutal to the point where I would never let a person talk to me the way I would talk to myself. And then changing that is something so life altering, and it's a constant daily thing that you have to, it just comes back, and you start doing it again, and you have to stop yourself. I'm wondering if that lesson from iTry has persisted, and you catch yourself and you go back to the affirmations and all of that.
Absolutely. So I think that I've learned throughout my life that you are your own biggest critic, and that you just have to understand, and I did learn this in iTry, just to don't listen to that part, because you're better than that. I feel like we underestimate ourselves in that way, and I think that if you just keep affirming yourself and using that positive reinforcement that we learned so much, like just saying to yourself, like, I am smart, I am intelligent, like I'm beautiful, saying anything like that just is so helpful with your self-esteem and self-confidence.
You have to be your own best friend.
It's so true. It's more important than I think we realize.
Well, it's very important, and the older you get, it's even more important. It's even more important. There's like the stage you're in, and then the stage like I'm in. They're like I don't know, they seem like the harder stages. And then there's the middle.
The happy middle, right?
Happy middle.
Yeah. And you realize, right? You realize that each stage is pretty special and wonderful, and then you get past the stage and you're like, oh, I didn't appreciate it. So from both of us, appreciate it. I remember being in my 20s and somebody saying, oh, youth is wasted on the young, and I was like, what is he talking about? It's very true.
Yeah.
So appreciate every. I think every age, just appreciate.
Yeah, you have to, and also as you proceed in life, you will start to see more and understand more and apply more. That basically everything's a choice. You know, if you're angry, you're choosing to be. I mean, it's a natural instinct to be angry, but if you stay there, that's your choice. And when you realize that all these things and some things are negative, that this is what you're choosing.
Right. You can't always choose the circumstance that you're in, but you can choose your reaction to it. Which is hard to remember in in those moments, right?
Yeah, because I mean, it's human to be like, "Rah!" But staying there all day, then that's what you've chosen to do that.
We have power over our own
Exactly.
emotions.
Exactly. And that's pretty liberating too.
Do you have another question for Kathleen?
Yes, I do actually. So I was wondering how your small cookie bake shop on the farm, how it got to be such a name brand that I see all over the country,
all over the world.
Yeah,
I know it is a little bit of a crazy thing. Well, you know, I'm kind of just a naturally progressive person. If I'm doing something and I like it, I am putting one foot in front of the other. I never set out to create this type of brand. I did want to be a national cookie brand. I did want to be the best cookie in America. But I never really thought I'm going to be, you know, the brand, you know, and I'm going to sell it for millions. And I could never thought of that. But I always did think of doing my best, being progressive, moving forward, treating people fairly, giving back to my community. And it just kind of, I just kind of arrived there. Lots of hard work and sacrifices too, but it wasn't,
and setbacks.
It
and
wasn't
comebacks.
a mission, and I was never driven by the money. You know, I was driven by the product and giving customer the best thing I could, and, you know, scoring a new account. To me, that was like, yay, more so of scoring that account than yay, money.
Right. So that more people could experience
and
the
be
best
happy.
I love that. Right. Be happy. Right. You truly do. Oh God. I mean, and when I see them and it makes me so happy.
Yeah.
Right?
It's a little surreal. You know, when I pass the store that I used to own and people are doing all the Instagram and posing outside and stuff, I'm like, it's a little surreal. Yeah. I never really, fully embraced what it really is.
Oh gosh. And we have to wrap up, but what is it about iTry that keeps you so attached and involved and generous and kind to us?
Well, you and all that you do, the results of Jackie sitting right there, all these
and
young
Tiff,
women
you want to
around-
come on over? Come sit
around
next to me.
here. And you know, I just think it all starts when you're young. I was blessed with great parents, a mother ahead of her time. So I never heard anybody putting anybody down. She never put herself down. She never spoke about looks. There was never such a conversation about limitation. And for me, that's how I grew up. And then when I came
in a generation that not all girls were brought up in
yes,
that
and then
way.
I came into the world, and I was like, whoa. You know, someone would say, my mother said I was fat. My mother said I was stupid. I was like, what? you know. And so I believe I had that's everything of my success is my parents. So for people that might not have that kind of opportunity, I Try is there to provide everything that I learned at home. And it makes all the difference every step of the way for the rest of your life.
Oh, my two favorites are here. Oh, Kathleen, thank you so much.
My pleasure. Pleasure to be here. Nice to meet you, Jackie.
So cool.
Oh, so cool, so cool.
Oh, especially somebody who grew up in Southampton with it, just to be able to spend this time. It's really, really wonderful.
Great.
All right. So, Jack, I don't know if you can stick around, but I think the program team is going to be doing some stuff coming up. We would love for you to be a part
Best
of
of
it.
luck to you.
So nice meeting you.
Well, you're new. You got the whole big white page coming.
Yeah.
I love that.
Okay, thank you.
Cheers. Love you. Thanks, Kathleen.
Oh, my pleasure.
Make sure you have something to eat. God. They'll take it off for you.
I'm Carrie Mahoney, and we're hosting a self-care night for the I Try girls. Has anyone done like a girls' night, self-care night? Some of us have. How many people here have heard the word self-care? So who feels like they can explain what self-care is?
Well, self-care is kind of like telling yourself that you care and treating yourself a certain way because you care. And it's like the opposite of beating yourself up over things.
Yeah, sometimes it's the easiest way to describe things. What it's the opposite of. Yeah, definitely. Anybody else have an idea of what they think self-care is? How many people here are super nice to their friends? Yeah. How many people here maybe once in a while are not super nice to themselves? Maybe just like the way we talk to ourselves in our brain, where we're like, oh, could have done better, that wasn't good. Yeah, we are not always as nice to ourselves as we are to our friends, and that's where self-care comes in, right? Every once in a while, we have to figure out how we can take care of ourselves. Does that make sense? So we're gonna do some really fun crafts and activities tonight that are examples of self-care, and you'll actually get to take everything home with you so you can keep doing it at home. But before we get started, does anyone do something that they consider self-care, like right now?
I wash my face even though I don't want to, and I like do that type of thing, and I completely do absolutely nothing when I want to.
Yeah.
Because that's what I want. And yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah, sometimes doing nothing is the best version of self-care. Anybody else have like a self-care routine or something they like to do to kind of take care of themselves, relax? We go in waves, right? Sometimes we're like really great at taking care of ourselves, and then sometimes we'll have like a few days or maybe a week or two where we notice, I'm not feeling great. And then we also look and we're like, we haven't been taking care of ourselves. Sometimes self-care is doing our nails, doing face scrubs, kind of that thing we like see in movies where it's like, you know, everyone has like their hair up in the cool thing and they've got like a green face and they're like in their row. Sometimes that can be self-care, right? Sometimes self-care is simply drinking enough water in a day. How many people here drink a lot of water during the day? Okay, some of us are super hydrated, some of us are not. How many people here try, I'm not always great at it either, to eat like a decent amount of vegetables or fruit throughout the day? Some like more nutritious food. Okay, yeah, so that's self-care too, right? Sometimes it looks like going to our spa. Sometimes it looks like eating healthy. Sometimes it can look like maybe journaling. Anyone have a journal here? Cool, tonight you're all getting journals. But sometimes maybe writing down our feelings, having a planner to organize our thoughts, but then also like our activities and stuff. All those things are self-care. So let's start doing one of my favorite ones. Has anyone made their own sugar scrub before? Cool, so the first thing we're gonna do is make our sugar scrubs. So the best part about sugar scrubs, and one, it's only 3 ingredients. It's gonna be brown sugar, coffee grinds, and coconut oil. your table is clean and ready to go, you can come on up and pick out what kind of journal you want. We have big journals, small journals. We have the spiral kind, if that's how you prefer to write. I know sometimes when we're left-handed, we don't like spirals. But you can each pick out one for now. Raise your hand if you currently have a journal. I asked that before. How many people have a journal? All right. What kind of, when you journal, do you write about how your day was? Do you write about your feelings? What kind of journaling do you do?
Parts of your life that you, when you are my age, you're going to want to remember what it felt like when you were 12 years old and 13 years old. It's really, really a great thing.
Grab one piece of paper, and at the top, we're going to write my self-care list. I'm going to do this too.
Since my hair gets really naughty, sometimes my mom has this like mask, but for the hair.
Okay.
And I just like when I go to shower, I just put them, and I just I'm just there in the shower with it on, and then it's just nice to like wash it off.
Yeah, okay, so a hair mask. I like that a lot. And sometimes you can go to the store and get one. There are also ways to make hair masks at home too, with stuff in the kitchen. So we're gonna write hair mask. Love it. Who else would like to share something they do? Would anyone from this table go? You can have some good ones earlier. This table. Just like washing our face. All right.
Over a decade, one amazing community program there has been helping young girls improve their self-esteem through sports. And not just any sports, triathlons.
Yes, triathlons. And as I found out, this tough training is building strength and empowering these girls for the future. Take a look.
Try, make a circle.
On Foster Memorial Beach in Sag Harbor, New York,
change is happening.
And I want to see your best power pose.
Middle school girls are feeling invincible, led by their very own superwoman, Teresa Roden, fueling young girls' confidence through triathlon training with iTry.
Push yourself today. That's what today is about.
It all started in 2005. Teresa had just completed her first triathlon.
I was never an athlete. I was last pick for every kickball game my entire elementary school career. When I first decided to do this race, I quickly realized that I couldn't continue to talk, have that internal dialogue that I had my entire life, that voice inside of me that said, you can't do this, you're too slow.
With several triathlons under her belt, she looked at her middle school daughter and had a thought.
We could empower girls at this age and give them all of the tools and the training and the love and support necessary to do a really big goal like doing a triathlon. It can change everything.
The iTry program is now in more than 12 nearby public schools, offered free of charge. Starting in February, Teresa and her coaches train girls to be ready for their first youth triathlon in July. 11 to 14-year-olds swimming 300 yards, biking 6 miles, and running 1.5 miles.
When we empower them at that middle school age, 11, 12, 13, where they're so open to learning, we teach them that you can be, do, or have anything that you set your mind to.
But this goes deeper than athleticism. The girls also train their minds through after-school empowerment sessions.
We do lessons on things like affirmations and visualization and how to appreciate yourself and love yourself. We do a lesson on real beauty where we hand out geodes and they get to see that beauty is from the inside out.
For 11-year-old Amina, iTry has shown her she can achieve more than she ever thought possible.
At first, I didn't want to do it at all. I wanted to quit because who would want to do something like that willingly?
She came into the program not knowing how to ride a bike.
I thought that biking just wasn't possible for me. I thought that my brain didn't work that way, but now that I can actually do it and I've reached all of those limits that I used to have, I'm so extremely proud of myself, and now I know that I can reach any limit that I push myself to.
For 11-year-old Tiffany, the choice to join iTry was simple. She wanted to do it for herself.
When I wasn't in this program, I was lame, boring, always liked to play around. But when I got in this program, I stopped doing those things. I worked hard and to stand up for myself.
Tiffany's already doing it.
I feel like Superwoman, Wonder Woman.
The program has had more than 1,000 girls complete a triathlon. Some of the alumni even return as coaches, like Sophia Rodriguez, now a junior in high school.
I feel like if I just give them little tips and let them know that I was in the same boat as them. iTry, it's a little cheesy, but it's like a sisterhood because we're all together. We're all working towards the same goal.
Team on three. 1, 2, 3, team.
Now in its 12th year, Teresa reflects on the success of the past while looking to the future.
In this moment in time that we're living right now, especially for women and girls, there is not a better moment to be empowering young women who will be the future. They are our future.
Amazing. And this is so exciting because all of that training that they've been doing, they get to put it into action tomorrow at the annual Hamptons Youth Triathlon. So to learn more about the program, go to today.com/health. It's a cool story.
Yeah.
Hello, hello. All right, we are back. I have some special guests with me. This part of the afternoon is all about the girls. So you guys weren't here, but this morning, and the birds are agreeing that they're happy that the girls are here. We got the birds going. This morning, we've had lots of adult guests come on and talk about why they support iTry. And this afternoon, it's going to be all about you guys, right? So if you look over here, you see this is our goal. What's our goal, Tiffany?
To reach our 300,000 goal.
$300,000. That's a lot of money, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it takes a lot of donors. Do you know what a donor is? What's a donor?
Someone who like gives money, or sometimes it doesn't have to be money, like some type of thing, to a like company or a
organization like iTry. Yeah. So we have been asking our donors to donate to us so that we can reach this goal of $300,000, which seems like a lot of money. But when you think we are going to work with 200 girls this year, that's a lot of girls. And what does the program, what does the program give to the girls that we need money for?
Bikes and everything, bikes, helmets. Sneakers. Swim caps,
and goggles. Very good. Getting this down, guys. They're getting our supply list ready, so we have it in our minds. Yep. Anything else?
We need t-shirts to wear.
Our t-shirts to wear. Yep. And did you ever take a bus?
Yes.
That I'm telling you is probably one of the biggest costs we have, is when we have to have buses.
For just little practices, we take normal bus. For bigger practices, somewhere that takes more longer, somewhere far away, we take a Hampton Jitney.
We take the Hampton Jitney. Did you like being on the Jitney?
Sometimes it gets messy, so I didn't like it. Little space. I had tiny space in it.
Yeah, but it did have air conditioning.
Yes,
right.
it did.
You didn't ride the Jitney, did you? Because you live close to Long Beach. So yeah, but that is all of those things, and our coaches, right, and our program leaders, we pay so that they are the trained people who take care of you and get you ready for the race, right? So all of that adds up to a lot. So I'm so grateful for the two of you being here today. Everybody who's tuned in. Actually, wait, do we have an announcement to make? All right, this could be exciting. Alyssa, you better come with your pen. This could be it. All right, so Kathy's going to come over.
Hi, welcome.
Hi.
Nice to see you both.
Nice to see you too.
At this time, we are at $278,000.
Oh my God. Okay.
So at 4:00, we're going to have a power hour. So any donations at 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. will be doubled. So please, over the next couple of hours, if you can donate, that would be amazing. And again, at 4 to 5, really would give us a huge boost. Any donations then, because a very generous board member has agreed to double donations we receive at that hour. Thanks.
That's so exciting. Okay, everybody. So Kath, can you just ask them to check the camera angle, because I don't really see Tiffany. Yeah, maybe yeah, you guys scooch over towards me a little bit. That's that works. That's better. All right, thank you guys.
Thank you.
We want us all to be together. And are we live on Instagram, Alyssa?
Yes, we are.
Is there a donate button on Instagram right now? All right, so what we're hoping is that our friends are tuning in through Instagram, and if you want to donate to help us get to 300,000, it's really easy on Instagram. You can just do it through there. And Alyssa's going to be reporting to us if any. Sometimes iTry girls and alums will tune in and watch. So if there's any good comments, let us know.
You know who's on?
Who's on?
Skylani.
I knew it. I knew she'd be on. Hello, Skylani. Where are you?
She says hi.
Oh, we miss you. Oh my goodness. So she did iTry in 2019? 2018, a long time ago. Skylani, when did you do iTry? We need you to come back now.
She says she misses this.
I know. Well, every year when we do this, she tunes in. So you get to stay with us. You get to do the lesson and the whole thing. But so right before you guys sat down with me, we showed again the clip that you guys were in from the Today Show.
Yes, you did.
What does it feel like to be, how old are you, 12?
Yeah.
12?
Almost.
Almost, not even 12. How does it feel to be featured on a national television show when you're only 11 and 12 years old. How does that feel?
Oh my God. It feels weird. It's crazy. It feels like taking care of a baby. But like really happy.
Really happy.
Except you didn't expect this baby. It just kind of came.
It just appeared.
It just teleported.
Yes. So right before when I was talking to Kathleen King, and we were talking about in iTry, especially with our alums, when we ask you to do something, right, we just say yes. Right? Yes. And that I give you two such credit that when we asked you if you would be willing to be part of this filming, what did you both say?
Yes.
Now, let me ask you, were you nervous?
Not really.
Really? And what about you, Tiffany? Were you nervous?
I didn't know until my mom told me. When my mom told me, I was kind of mad at her if she's watching right now.
Are you watching Tiffany's mom?
I was mad that I didn't go to school today. But I had fun during her work. I had her phone thing. But like when I found out, I was really happy to see you guys again. And I hope my mom will let me join again.
Good. I'm counting on you both to come back again because those younger girls are going to need you. So when they taped you for the Today Show, what happened? Did anybody in your family watch it?
Yeah. Yes. A lot. Actually, only my sister, because I was in summer school, and she recorded it on her phone, so I saw it, and it made me really scared, because like probably like 1 million people already watched it, and it made me cry, because like I didn't know that it was actually gonna happen, because I got bullied a lot in school, and now I'm like, I'm gonna show you what I got, and now I was on TV, and everybody was like happy for me.
Really?
Yeah.
That's really wonderful. That's really wonderful. And how about you? Did people call you that saw it and people in your family or people you hadn't heard from in a while?
A lot of people called. Actually, on the day of the race, when I was checking in, someone stopped me and said, "Oh my God, weren't you on the Today Show for iTry?" And I said, yes, I was.
Did you feel like a celebrity?
Yeah, I was kind of confused. Same happened to me at the race.
Really? They recognized you?
I was like, do I know you? And they're like, no, I just saw you on TV. I'm like, oh, okay.
Well, you know, what is so interesting about that piece, right, is that it happened before the race. It happened when we were training, even before the run-through, right? So you didn't even know if you were actually going to be able to do the whole race at that point, right?
Yeah.
And then it showed, but what it doesn't, what I wanted to do today was kind of ask you, after being the big stars of iTry this year on the Today Show, what the race was like for you and what it's been like after the race. Has anything changed? So let's start with how was race day for you?
I woke up, and as soon as I woke up, I realized what day it was, and I just wanted to go back to bed. Was it
hard to fall asleep the night before?
It was hard. It was difficult. But I got there and I was even more anxious. I didn't know what was going to happen. And when I got there, as soon as I checked in, and I'm walking over to the beach, and I'm like, oh my God, is this actually happening? I'm like, am I really doing this? Is this really happening right now?
Yes.
And I was in the water, and I'm like, I don't think I can do this. This is just too crazy. But overall, especially crossing that finish line, it was just so amazing knowing I did that. And I still didn't really believe that I actually did that. It was so crazy. I just couldn't understand.
What was your favorite part?
My favorite part, honestly, do you mean of the running, swimming, and biking, or just overall?
Overall.
Crossing the finish line.
Was your run tough, or were you kind of on
the run
pilot?
Was so tough.
Was it?
I barely made it.
but somehow you did, right? And once you felt the energy of the crowd at the finish line, did it feel like it was pulling you there?
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Okay, so hold that thought. Tiffany, tell me about your race.
So when I woke up, I had a big smile on my face. I was happy, but my sister Natalie, she was mad because she didn't want to do it. Mm-hmm. My mom forced her to do I Try. But I got straight into the car. I was like, this is not happening. Like,
this is my day.
This is my day, yeah. And then I fell asleep in the car ride.
Good, because it was really early.
When I got there, I started to run and skip because that means I felt like happy and the joy. I didn't want to keep it inside. I just wanted to take it out. So after that, I had it fun. When I went home, what did I do when I came home? I just I didn't feel like tired at all because I'm used to it. Yeah. I do a lot of sports because sports is my favorite thing to do. Mm-hmm. And yeah, that's all I did after the race.
Yeah. So when we were training, Tiffany, remember you were having an issue on the bike, right? Yes. That you would get really tired, and so tell us what we did to help.
So they helped me get over not my fear, but I couldn't ride a bike because I actually forgot how I did it, but I was scared I was gonna fall. But my friend Sharon, I forgot her name.
Who, Sharon?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
She helped me a lot. She's over there actually, and she sang the song we sang. She helped me a lot. I was so happy that she became my best friend, and she did nothing to she believed in me to ride the bike out there, and she's very sweet. And
yeah. So we're gonna wrap up. Tell me about this.
This, can I hold it?
Please.
The book, I got published in this book, and it happened during I Try. During all of these I Try related things that I was doing, and without I Try, I wouldn't have done this. I just would not have wanted to. I wouldn't have the confidence to do something like this. But it was I Try that kind of pushed me, and that made me believe that I can do this and that I am worth doing this. And it just fully changed it. It just fully changed that I would do this and how I did it.
So let me see. You're 12 years old. You're a triathlete. You're a national TV celebrity, and you're a published author. Is that right? At 12. You're peaking early, my friend. You're peaking early.
You're telling me you're in that book? Yeah, I'm in this book.
Will you read it to us?
Oh, here it is. Okay. It's a long one. It's long, so it's 3 pages.
Let's hear it. If I need you to stop, I'll tell you to stop. Go ahead. just start it. Let's see how it goes.
Can you?
You want?
Yeah.
Might cry. Okay. Oh gosh. Okay. It's called Confidence in Myself. Even though others don't know me, they feel as if they don't have to know. But I know myself. That is all I need. Even if others see me differently or don't want to see me at all, on the inside, I am strong. I am creative. I am wild. You're killing me. I know myself, even if others don't want to know me. Self-love.
You're making me cry.
Is the hardest thing to find. When other people don't love themselves. But remember, you know yourself, Amina. Don't let that change. Other people don't know self-love, but that's okay. As long as I know myself, that's what matters to me. I don't care if people tell me I'm weird or if I'm not like them. I'd rather be weird and out of the ordinary than not love myself. Categorization is the worst thing in the world. People think you are different because of your looks, intelligence, personality, social status, everything you do. But on the inside, I am strong. I am bright. I am nothing like anybody thinks. People say they know who I am, but they don't. People think I am boring, blank, too smart, too antisocial. I wish to make people happy. But sometimes I need to worry more about myself. I'm slowly getting sick of worrying about other people. I may be called selfish, and I only worry about myself. But I need to worry about myself. I have to care about myself because I care about others. You can call me selfish. I accept that I seem tactless, but I worry about myself. I am endless. I am bold. I am true to myself. I can be whatever I wish. I don't need other people's opinions to influence me. This is your reminder. Stay true to who you are. And don't let anyone change you, because you are endless, you are bold, and you should be true to yourself. Amina Dahl, age 11, from Bridgehampton School. Unbelievable. Get over here, you guys. Oh, Amina, it's so beautiful.
Oh my God. Good job.
Well, if you can't donate after that, did you not feel that way before I tried?
It was so different before and after. Like after, I truly feel all of those things. I am that poem.
All right, program team, come in. I'm done. This was just unbelievable.
We have a message from Skylani. She said that was so beautiful, and she's definitely going to inspire many people, and good for her for putting herself out there. That's what she says to you from a former icebreaker.
I am so proud of both of you.
And we raised $100 on that Instagram.
And that becomes $300.
Yeah, there we go.
There you go. Look at that. You just helped us raise $300 towards 300,000 because you are bold, because you are brave, because you are the example.
Because we're confident.
Because we're confident. This is beautiful. I need to buy a copy of that.
This is for you to keep.
You're kidding.
Yeah, I bought an extra
you
one
need to
for
sign
you.
it first and sign your page. Sign your page. Hey, Gab, why don't you come over first before the whole team comes? Come on over. You want to grab her the microphone?
Yeah.
Hello, stranger. Neighbor, but stranger. Oh, it's good to see you. Come sit with us on the couch.
I can't believe
Did you
it.
hear that?
I did not hear. You can't hear much.
You can't hear. Well,
There's
you'll
a
have to watch.
lawnmower.
You'll have to watch it back. But we just read the most unbelievable poem that Amina wrote, all about how she feels so confident and powerful after just 1 year of doing iTry.
Yeah.
So
I only did 1 year.
I know that's all you need sometimes,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So why don't you tell us what your iTry experience was and how it's led you? I hear from the grapevine that you are very involved in a lot of wonderful things.
Should I talk
Yeah, you
into
can
this?
talk right into that.
Well, I'm Gabby. I am in the 12th grade at East Hampton High School right now. I did iTry only in my 6th grade year because once I got past that, I started doing travel softball and sports at school, so it really didn't fit into my schedule anymore. However, it definitely did influence me a lot. Now I am president of East Hampton High School. I am going to school to be a nurse. I'm doing dual program right now. I did win homecoming queen. That was
Abby. You know that's exactly my daughter's.
Yeah.
You were homecoming queen.
I was homecoming queen.
And
That
she
was
was
super
president?
exciting. Yeah.
Good girl. Good
What
girl.
else? I'm doing a lot. I actually biggest accomplishment right now. I just bought myself a brand new car.
Awesome.
And I have to work to pay that off right now. But yeah, definitely. I don't think any of that would have happened if I haven't pushed myself beyond what I once said I could never do.
You keep pushing yourself.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you doubt it that you would be able to do the triathlon?
Oh, I completely doubted myself, and because I was obviously like I was a little bit different than everyone else. I was always the girl. I can't run. I can't do this. Obviously, I played sports, and I was super like athletic, but I wasn't like fit or anything. And I completely doubted myself on the fact that I could do a triathlon.
Right. And now, don't you feel like you can apply that to anything?
Exactly. I just keep pushing. Like I'm proving myself, my middle school self wrong every day. I would have never thought that I was like going to be able to make friends in high school. I made so many friends through iTry. I still actually like talk to some people from it, and you can always be like,
from different schools too, right?
Yeah.
From
you can always be like, oh, you did iTry, like I saw you there. It's very interconnected, and I really don't think like that a lot of the things I've been able to do would have happened without me knowing that I can do it just from doing that one thing.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that with us, because that's really important for people to know that even though here's somebody who did it 1 year and it's influenced the rest of her whole life, right?
Yeah. Now I'm on a completely different track that I would have never been on.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
We're in the land of the landscaper, so hopefully people watching can hear us. It's a little loud, but we're gonna switch out. But can you stay for a little bit?
I will.
They're gonna do a lesson. You guys can stay, and I'm gonna just switch out with Alyssa. So you guys, why don't you ask them a question while we're doing the switch out?
Well, let's do it. Get a little get to know me, because I have no clue who you guys are. What school do you go to, or what's your name?
My name is Amina.
Amina, what's your name?
My name is Tiffany.
Tiffany? Amina and Tiffany. What schools do you guys go to?
I go to Bridgehampton. I go to Hampton Bays.
Hampton Bays. Okay, I went to Springs. Springs is a little crazy, but we do our thing. What grades are you guys in?
I'm in 7th. I'm in 7th.
So you've only done 1 year of iTry?
Yeah.
And you're planning to do it again?
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you do any other like sports outside of iTry?
Not yet this year.
Yeah.
I'm doing basketball.
You're gonna do basketball?
I have practice today, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
I played basketball in my 8th grade year, and I played volleyball and softball and tennis my other years.
I actually lost my game last week.
In what sport?
Basketball.
Yeah.
And I was disappointed to myself.
Yeah.
But this Saturday I have it.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna try to push myself.
Yeah.
Because I only have like 2 more practices.
Really?
Yeah.
That's good. That's good. Have you made any friends from like iTry that you wouldn't have known without it?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
Not many girls from my school, but a few from other schools.
Yeah. Hello, Alyssa.
Hi.
How are you? I love the Crocs. Do you want to wait?
Yeah, I was hoping that the Crocs wouldn't be on camera. I bought nicer shoes, but they're so much more comfortable. All right, everyone, we are going into our power hour. So that means that any donation that is made now will be matched 2 to 1. So if someone donates $10, that means iTry gets $30. So all your money goes a long way. So how much, if someone donates $100, how much money does iTry get?
$300.
$300, yes. And we actually, while you guys were all talking, we raised $310 on Instagram. So round of applause. Woo!
Excited.
All right, I'm going to welcome in our program team and some of our alums coming back. And we are going to do a really fun lesson. So we have Natalie Cisco, we have Reagan, Jackie, everyone scooch in. Jill, Sophia, and DNI. So just make sure you have the mic. Scooch over a little bit more. Actually, I'll just. Okay.
Hi, everyone. Okay. So part of iTry, we do this triathlon, but the other part of iTry is not just physical, it's our empowerment sessions. And our empowerment sessions are spent in the classrooms after school, right, you guys? And what we do is we really try to build our mind. So we thought today we would do one of the lessons that we usually do in school. And so what we start off with is we bring these kind of random objects into the class. We think it's kind of fun. And we usually ask if they would choose something. So just by looking at this package, maybe Sophia, can you tell me what this is?
Cat treats.
Yeah, these are cat treats. Like, raise your hand if you saw these in the store and this is for you. Like, would anyone choose to eat this as a snack?
No.
Does anyone have a cat, by the way? Yeah. So maybe would you pick this up for your cat? Okay, maybe for your cat. But if I said, this is for you guys, we brought this from iTry, would you be excited?
No.
No. Okay. All right. That's interesting. And why not?
Because it's cat trees.
But look at the package. It's so cute. And it's like bright and fun. And there's a sweet little cat on it. And if it's healthy for your cat, maybe it's good for you. No? You don't think so? Even though the package is still, this package is so nice, still no? Okay. And, okay. Well, let's just give it a see. I mean, what if it's like, special cat tuna flavor, and maybe you like tuna. Let's give it a test.
Rusty loves it.
Rusty loves it. Okay. Jacqueline, can you tell me what's inside here?
Those are Starbursts.
Is she right?
Oh my god. Yeah.
Now, what does that mean, Starburst? Ooh, we love it. Now, would you want one of these?
Yes.
Okay, and now why?
Because they're like Starburst.
We had to open it.
Yeah.
We had to look inside.
Who can tell me when we do that in real life? Like, how does that apply to us, like day to day, like maybe in school?
When we get to know each other.
Yeah, right? When we get to know each other. Can anyone give an example of like when that's happened?
I have an example. I actually met my best friend when I started running for president, and I randomly asked someone in my class, I was like, do you want to run with me? And he is actually, I had my ideas about him. He wasn't my favorite person. He turns out to be the exact same person as me. He is now my best friend in this entire world. So
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Has that happened to anyone else before?
Me,
You too? Oh, she has.
I have. So I met my friend when I was in kindergarten. I had no friends during that time. She was the only one there. She had an attitude. We got in a fight a lot, but now we have been friends for 7 years. But she never gave up on me. She I can't explain it. It's hard for me a little, but like right now, she knows I'm here because she's watching. She just got out of school and she told me that like don't be like nervous, because like everyone there will love you and her. So I told her like she's the best, and but she's leaving next week, I think, or next month. And that when I found that, I started to cry because I didn't want to lose her. But she's gonna come back on my birthday.
Sounds like such a good friend. You want to give her a shout out? Is she watching?
I don't know if she's watching right now.
What's her name?
Kim.
Hi, Kim.
Hi, Kim.
What a good friend you are, Kim. And it's so true, right? Sometimes it takes, like your story, it sounded like it took a lot of time, and your story sounded like you really got to know them just by working together. And it's so true. We often do that. It just takes time and patience to get to know somebody better. And just like this package, maybe this would have taken a long time to open, right? It would have been sealed. So we open up and we become vulnerable, and we let people get to know us, and that, so that their label of us might have changed too, right? Do you guys want to share an example of if you've ever been labeled, or you've heard anyone be labeled before?
Well, it's always when I'm running a fundraiser right now, and it's a lot of work, and you have to make sure you verbalize what everyone should do, and sometimes that might come off as bossy, and I'm sure most of us has probably been called that. But it's really, they don't know that I love to listen to rock. They don't know all these things about me. They just know what they see in that moment. So I feel like if we all just took a moment to get to know each other, we realize that everyone is so complex.
Yeah, and it's such a good reminder, just even for ourselves, because sometimes we label people just, because they're new, like a new person comes to school and we think already that we have a lot of times 6th grade, you're in a new school, right? So 6th grade is the start of middle school. And so everyone's kind of in this new school together. So these ideas of who you are kind of new. And so it's really nice that we do this and help give that reminder, even for ourselves, because even when you're a grown-up, you still sometimes will meet new people and have this idea of who they might be. Yeah.
So at this time, I'm wondering if you might feel comfortable to share some labels you've heard used for people before. What are some labels we've heard?
Like, I told Elizabeth, but I heard someone calling this guy a name, but I'm not gonna say it because I don't feel really comfortable saying it. But he was called a loser a lot because of his size. But I never cared about his size, his personality, that thing. Well, I cared about helping people, taking care of people. But when I see someone being mean, I stand up for myself or for them. Because sometimes they just don't deserve bad things in their life
Absolutely.
I do.
Absolutely, that's really beautiful. Any other labels that we've heard used? It might not be one that we were called or called someone else, but we've heard used. Can you think of any, Jackie?
Mean.
Mean, for sure.
Sophia. Well, I guess just annoying for speaking.
For speaking.
Yeah, just
taking up space.
Yeah.
I feel like a really big label is how we look, because not even that, but people look a certain way, and that's automatically how they're judged. That's the first thing you see. I definitely have been labeled as the annoying girl who takes too much room up and all that. So I think there's a lot of different labels, and most of them are pretty harmful. So
I like that you brought up that there's a lot of different kinds of labels, because one thing that people think might be a compliment is labeling somebody as really smart. And so you know there's this kid in school and they get good grades, or you think they get good grades a lot. So you say, oh, you're so smart, you're so smart. But what do you think happens to them when they don't do so well on a test or they miss an assignment? What do you think happens to them? How do you think they start to feel if they've been labeled the smart kid and then all of a sudden they have a mistake?
They start to feel let down in a way by themselves.
Totally.
a lot of kids, especially in high school, burn out. They get tired of being the smart kid. They get tired of being labeled the smart kid, and they run out of steam. Like you get to 12th grade or 11th grade and you're taking 5 AP courses and you don't have time for that, and you just let yourself down because you want people to think of you as a smart kid, but it's hard.
It's a lot of pressure, right? Yeah.
Can I bother you? Do you mind if because we have so many amazing people here, we have an example that we use in the classroom, which is this jar, which doesn't have a label on it. And one of the questions that we ask our participants is how we learn about what's inside when there's no label. So I'm curious if you are comfortable sharing some ways that you've engaged with others to make them feel comfortable and not labeled, if you have advice for other people your age.
I met my best friend. Hi, Colette. Yeah, I met my best friend through a summer camp, and they are very quiet. They're very introverted, and everyone kind of stayed away from them until I also was left alone. And I figured, hey, why not talk to this person? And we are very loud, so it's a little surprising, but it just takes a moment. You need to really get to know someone to find out what they're made of. So I feel like that's important to know.
That's amazing. Does anybody else want to share?
I think that by treating everyone with respect and just treating everyone as a human being, you can realize that there's just so much more to what you see on the surface. So take that. I think the best advice is just to take that time and get to know other people.
Absolutely, yeah. And we change, right, as people. Are you guys the same people you were in 6th grade as you are now?
No.
Not at all, right? You've grown so much. You've learned so many things, experienced so many challenges. So, I mean, we adapt and we change. And so that's why labeling is such a silly thing, because you're not the same person.
Sometimes we can put label with we self. So, and for language, it's a very strong for a lot of people. So, but when I lost, or when we lost the fire, we can say, oh yeah, I can. Because when you don't don't speak English very well, you feel very silent. You say, oh, I am very silent. I don't talk with everybody. So when you lost this fire, oh yes, some people can meet you and say, oh wow, she can talk, she has some opinion, she can do anything. So, and only for the label, when we lost or we take off this label, we can do anything. It's same with a try. When the girls get the power for run and go to bike and swimming, wow, it's a nice power. And the girls, for all women, need this power for the future, because we need to empowerment for change any situation in our life and another life, of course. So for this is a try. We can, and we can go together.
Thanks, Dina.
So at this time, I'd like to ask if there are any ways that you would like to be known.
I would like to be known as the nice girl, because I love to help people. I love how people take care of each other, like me and my friend do. There's this one girl in a class that people call her the quiet kid, and they make fun of her for no reason. She didn't do anything. She didn't say anything to them. She's like, this girl's so stupid and things. And I tell them to stop, because I tell them, what did she do to you? She didn't say anything. Doesn't matter if she's quiet. At least she's paying attention. And they're the bullies in the class. And people call me the annoying girl, the bossy girl, and I don't care.
So think of the ways that you would like to be known, and remind us again, how would you like to be known?
I forgot the question.
So kind. So you want to be, at first you mentioned you wanted to be kind, right? You're known as the kind. I would say definitely you're a kind friend.
And it sounds like you're a kind friend in all kinds of situations at school. So you're showing what you would like to be known as. Amina, would you mind sharing how you'd like to be known?
I'd also like to be known as kind, because everyone tells me that I'm so loud, and that I'm really annoying. And it's not like I'm trying to be annoying or anything. That's just how I am. But like on the inside, I'm trying to be kind, even though I look annoying on the outside.
Well, we don't think you look annoying on the outside. We think that you're very kind, and we love that you're willing to speak up for what you believe in.
And do you know what that's called? When you speak up for yourself, it's confident. So, and when people say you're loud, that means you're confident. And that is a huge, reward and just feeling to have that already.
Yeah. Never ever apologize. Never ever apologize for taking up space, and never ever apologize for being who you are, because that is the biggest waste of time.
We're all trying to do something great, but like whoever doesn't want like to appreciate us.
I think I just want to be known as the girl who is. I think everyone should be known as the person who's just doing their best. I am doing my best. Everyone here is doing their best. And we should not judge anyone for how they are living, who they are at all. We're just doing our best.
So great.
I would like to be known as trustworthy.
That's super important too. Sophia?
I guess I want to be known as the person who's always there for you. Just right there if you ever need me.
That's beautiful. Thank you, everybody. This was really great. And I hope you enjoyed learning a little bit about one of our lessons that we do in empowerment and iTry.
Hello, I am Haley London, the dietitian nutritionist for the iTry program. And thank you for tuning in on Giving Day. Really important day for iTry, so please give and support this incredible program. And you are?
I'm Jackie Tulane.
Jackie, were you part of the iTry program?
Yes, I was for 2 years in 6th and 7th grade.
Wonderful. And?
I'm Sophia Rodriguez. I was part of iTry my 6th and 8th grade.
Wonderful. So today we're gonna make our famous iTry bean dip. Now you might say, beans? I don't like beans. Have you ever heard anyone say that? Right? Do you like beans?
Yeah, absolutely. I do.
You
like
do?
beans.
Okay. Do you like corn? Do you like corn? Do you like salsa? Do you like avocado?
Yes.
Now, what would you tell someone if they didn't like one of these ingredients? Do you remember what we learned at iTry?
Just don't have to put them in. Sum it up.
So have you ever made a cake?
Try it first.
Try it first. And also I like to tell them, if you ever made a cake, you have your sugar, you have your butter, you have your flour, you have your baking soda. Who likes to eat baking soda separately, just like on the couch, a nice bowl of baking soda? No one, right? So you might not like one of the ingredients, but you put it together, you give it a shot, you try. iTry doesn't mean I try new foods, but we can in this instance. And you try. So let's make this recipe together. So our first thing we're gonna do is measure 1 cup of our beans. So would you like to measure the beans? I'll get you a spoon here, and you could just fill up this cup. Oh, thank you so much. Now I almost broke a cardinal rule. Hygiene is super important when you're cooking for your friends and your family and yourself. We have to wash our hands. So let's take this to the sink. What would I do without see how amazing iTry is? We're using soap, making sure our hands are nice and clean, so we only pass on good flavors and not bad germs. Oh, look at me. What was the song? Happy birthday to you. Yeah, nice and good. Make sure you get over the nails. Cook this for your friends and family. When you're cooking something that doesn't go in the oven, you need to be a little more mindful about washing your hands, because otherwise germs can get in the way. So how about you measure out for me 2 cups of the black bean? And how about, for fun, you cut each avocado in half. You feel confident about that? We want to remember safety when we're cooking, to just pay attention to one thing at a time, keep our eye on the knife, and watch our fingers so we don't accidentally lose our fingers. So careful lifting it. Yeah, be very mindful about where the knife is and where your hand is. Perfect. Great.
Nice.
Pretty good. Great. We're just gonna give this a little. Try to keep the avocado on the cutting board to keep your fingers safe. When we lift it up, we run the risk of it slipping, and our fingers are very important. Beautiful, beautiful. And now we can start to assemble. So, how about you dump those beans right? This is gonna be a very simple recipe. And then we're gonna talk about why these components, what do these do for you? Great. And now you can try one more, you can fill up again, 1 cup of corn. Sure. And I'm just making up these proportions. This is not essential, this perfect balance. It's not like making a cake. If your family likes it a little spicier, you might add a little more salsa. If you like more corn, you add more corn. The measurement police are not here today. Beautiful, look at the colors already. So I want you to start thinking out there in the world, and my iTry girls, the colors we have, does that play a role in your nutrition? Just pay attention, we're gonna talk about it in a little bit. So I like mine a little spicy. I don't know about you. So I'm gonna say, let's go ahead and add this whole thing of salsa. Now you can make your own salsa. You can chop up tomatoes, cilantro, onions, a little chili pepper, salt, pepper, and make your own salsa. Or you can use a good ready-made salsa, so this is super easy to do with your family. The avocado's fun, so what I want you to do is just, go around the outside of the avocado and mash it up with the fork, and then, sorry, just getting all the fun parts. And if you can come around and slice this lime in half very carefully. Perfect. And now, a great way to cut is to now put the flat edge down so the item doesn't roll, and give it one more cut so it's easier to squeeze. Okay. Nice. Beautiful.
Should I squeeze these in there?
Yeah, so I'm gonna get out of the way and let you squeeze those limes into our recipe.
Ooh.
Okay, great. Now you have 3 more. Actually, you have keep going. You have keep going for you. You have a few more avocados to get to.
Thank you.
So avocado, while you're squeezing and mashing, do you know why we encourage you to eat avocados when you're training for a triathlon or in life when you're any human? Do you remember what benefit an avocado might have?
Is it healthy fats?
Great. It provides super healthy fats for your brain, for your body. It helps you process your energy. It helps you utilize your muscle. It helps you do everything. You need fat. So iTry girls know that they're not going to shy away from fat, but they're going to choose healthy fats. iTry girls know they need snacks throughout the day. They need this strength and endurance. They need this balance. So a healthy snack like this lying around in between meals is a great thing for you and your family. We like to use this recipe that we're making. You can make it for breakfast. You can add some eggs in a tortilla, and this bean dip can become part of a great breakfast burrito. So many times we've had girls go, oh, I don't know if I like that, and then they just finish the entire bowl. So we're gonna leave this one avocado out. Poor avocado, but it's okay. Would you like to just sprinkle a little salt and a little pepper in, and then we'll mix it up. We'll give it a taste, and we'll see if we need to add more. But you can add a little bit more. Don't be afraid.
Okay.
Why does an iTry girl need some healthy added salts? Do you know what you're losing a lot of when you're training?
Electrolytes.
Exactly. You're sweating, and in your sweat is salt. So don't be afraid. You need to replace your salt and your water. Do we do that? How do we replace our hydration when we're training?
Drinking lots of water.
Lots of water. Do you need anything else really? No. Not really. Lots of water, some salt, a pretzel maybe, a little bit of protein, but great. You want to pepper us? Did you pepper also? A little more pepper, because we're spicy here at the iTry program. We got a lot of flavor, so they say. Okay. I think we're good. So now the fun part, you can take turns mixing our masterpiece. What do the beans provide while we're mixing? Do you know why this bean is so essential to this healthy snack, making it a healthy snack?
Protein?
Yes, the bean has really good high fiber carbohydrates for energy and protein. And when you combine that with the corn, it gives you a complete protein. So this is a snack that does everything your body needs for a meal. We really pride ourselves on teaching this positive nutrition and giving your body all the nutrients it needs. And this meal gives you everything else. What does the corn, do you know what corn does for you? Corn's a really good carbohydrate. So people, what do you ever hear the story about carbs? You hear people talk about these carbs, these carbohydrates. Have you heard this out in the world? Any comments you've heard about this?
People cutting them.
People cut them or say they're bad. Why is that for someone? First of all, you're both growing, and you trained for a triathlon at one point in your lives.
Mm-hmm.
Why are carbohydrates so essential?
They give you energy.
It's energy, and if you are not energized, your body is gonna. Do you remember where I told you where your body will pull from if it's not getting the calories it needs when you're
Your muscle?
your muscles and your bones and your brain. So you guys, you are really impressing me. Your iTry knowledge is incredible. So here we have our bean dip, and you notice the colors aren't as bright as they once were, but we have the color red, which is going to be helpful for all different parts, all different antioxidants. You have yellows, you have greens. Sometimes we slice up some cilantro. And all these colorings give a benefit to your brain, to your cells, to your joints, to your body. So let's see what we think of our concoction here, our healthy iTry bean dip. So we have some corn tortillas. Now these happen to be blue corn. I'm not saying these are healthier than white corn, but they're pretty. So why don't you guys give a little taste and see? Cheers. So we don't double dip, we'll just take one little chip, and that's really important for hygiene with your family. Normally we encourage iTry girls to take a portion of something. Oops. So they can slowly eat. This is very light.
I'm going to take another. It's really good.
Now, does it need any salt or pepper?
I think it's really good.
Yeah? Would you add anything to it?
A little more pepper.
A little more pepper. Let's do that. See? The flavor. So, let's get a little more flavor in here. The lime is really good. Again, you can add cilantro. You can add parsley. It's such a great thing for breakfast. You mix it with scrambled eggs. You have an incredible breakfast. Serve it. Your family will be really impressed. And all we did was open some cans and put it together, right? How quick was that?
How long does it last?
Well, I mean, with anything in the refrigerator, cover it well. And for several days, you can enjoy this. I would say 3 to 4 days, covered tightly, maybe a little bit longer. You can actually freeze this if you wanted to, but it's so easy to make. I don't think you'll have much left over. Most of the time people are like, I'll save it, and then they gobble the whole thing up because it's a perfectly balanced, easy snack that's gonna help you in your training and in your life when you go off to college, and you'll know how to cook for yourself.
Yeah, that's important.
Right? And you can be like, I have this special dip in my pocket that I can show everyone. So anything else you want to say about anything you've learned in nutrition with iTry, or how it's helped you since you graduated from the iTry program?
I've just learned how to keep a healthy balance of different types of food and making sure that I get my protein, carbohydrates, everything that my body needs.
I feel like it's just helped me keep in mind what I need in my diet instead of just cutting small little portions because that feels right. It's what energy you need. It's more important than just the physical part.
Beautiful. So thank you for joining us here in our iTry Giving Day, and please give to these amazing, incredible girls that move through this program. And hopefully one day you'll have a young girl that needs to be inspired, and we at iTry are here to really help them learn to love themselves and empower them.
Hey everybody, we are back. That was amazing. This is Haley London, who is iTry's nutrition dragon, and who has really designed our nutrition program into something that we are so proud of, and we're going to talk about that in a few minutes. But while we had some special guest drop by, and I wanted to have some time to talk to both of you. So, mother and daughter, the apple does not fall far from the tree.
There
So, Terry has been on our board now for how long?
I'd have to say probably 7 years or so,
Yeah.
something like that.
It's been a while.
I think it's been about 7 years.
Yeah.
And then Emma has jumped in and helped for the past couple. As my daughter Emma, as an occupational therapist, she's been helpful to some of the programs that we do in training.
Absolutely. And were you a blessing to us this year coming back after COVID and knowing that we were set to deal a little bit with the mental health issues of our kids, but the physical issues were a little bit more surprising. And so we had more girls this year who couldn't ride a bike than we've ever had, over 20. And so having your support with them, and just we had one really special girl who needed an alternate to a bicycle. And it was your generosity and your husband's generosity.
Got a truck. We have a truck. We're good.
Because Emma works at all the schools. She knew that Bridgehampton had a tricycle bike and was able to secure that for us. And this family brought it to Long Beach and picked it up and made it possible for one of our girls to be so successful, where we had a lot of conversations on how we were going to do this, and do we buy a bike, and that really was just such a wonderful solution. And so tell us a little bit about, you'd been kind of on the periphery, but this year you really got to get in and be a part.
Yeah, I had never even attended the triathlon, so I didn't even know what to expect. I came to one of the first bike practices with the tricycle, and I was really nervous because I know this participant prior to iTry, and I was a little worried that she would see it and immediately be like, I'm not riding that. Like, it looks so different, except that when I brought it, she said, "This is for me? A bike for me?" And immediately got on and rode longer than I ever expected her to ride just at the first practice. And then fast forward to race day, because I wasn't able to be at any of the in-between trainings. And I basically did most of the triathlon with her, and she swam the entire distance. We biked only inside the parking lot rather than going out, but she biked for the same amount of time that others biked. And I think the most special moment to me was when she was finishing the race, and she was very sensitive to the clapping noises, and the crowd was able to read that, and most people just silently started clapping instead of.
Well, I love that you brought up that moment, because that was my favorite moment as well. So we had done a practice where, and anybody who's ever seen the race knows that the girls who finish first, they make a bridge, and then all the girls coming after get to run through that bridge, and everybody claps, and it's very boisterous. Well, we were practicing that one day. So it was just about 4 girls and the coaches, and we were doing that. And as girls were finishing a run, they were doing it. And Emily came up and she went like that. And she goes, "I hate the loud noise." So I was there and I said, "Oh, you know what? Do you guys know how you cheer for somebody who's deaf?" And we did this, right? That was it. We did that for her that day. We never talked about it again. Race day, the same thing happens. I'm not there, but those 4 girls who did that, they immediately said, "No, this is what we do." And they it got silent, and everybody did this so that she would have that moment. It was the most beautiful, right?
And how quickly it transferred to like all the parents and people who, it was tough because other people were finishing at the same time. But for the most part, people really like quickly understood that the noise was bothering one particular person and transitioned to a different kind of celebration.
Yeah,
just the girls learn that mindfulness and that compassion. It's so second nature. It's so beautiful.
Yeah, and we haven't ever been able to be that inclusive when it comes to physical.
Yeah.
But because of you and because of one of our running coaches who's also, an OT, and because the soul of this particular child, we needed her to be, we needed her more than she needed us, believe me. And just that we were able to give her a successful experience. And that is so.
And I feel like the experience for the other girls, I mean, the other girls from her school were so supportive and,
and that just transferred to every school, it was really wonderful. Really wonderful.
Well, it's the same old thing. It takes a village, and that's what we're providing.
Yeah.
We're providing all support on all sides.
So
and that's really what we're doing. We're able to now add the mental component, adding Emma's expertise on the other side.
Chocolate, come here.
It makes a big difference. It has made a big difference already.
It certainly has. And Terry, I know. No, nobody works harder for this day than this woman who has supported every cause known to man in this area. And then for this, she reaches out to every person she knows multiple times. And how much has that raised for iTry this year?
I think we're about $19,000 today.
$19,000. Come on. Terry wants to get to 20. So if you got the text, you can just come back with a little more, get her to 20.
Just tack it on a little teeny bit more. Goal-oriented here, for sure.
Absolutely. But, it means so much to so many.
Absolutely.
And you just bring so much love and light to me personally and to this organization.
Well, my mother would say, her grandmother would say, it takes one to know one.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. That's right. We do have a way of attracting just the perfect people at the perfect time, right? Yeah. Always. I'll never forget what you said to me. She's like, all right, I'm ready to get involved, but I was going to do this thing, but you know what? The trees don't need me.
That's right.
iTry needs me.
That's
and man, right. iTry definitely needs you. And thank you for introducing us to this.
No, thank you for introducing me to just more of what we can do, but in a whole different way. I mean, just seeing Emily complete the race and be so happy.
Yeah.
And, and just to see how everyone else responded, no different than the other kids who finished.
Yeah.
Just that she was just another person doing the race. They didn't see that her bike was different or she was doing something different.
Exactly. Well, thank you so much. Thank you guys so much. I'll let
Go get it.
Yes.
Go get it.
Keep texting.
Go ahead.
We're almost there. We're getting close. All right. Thank you guys.
Thanks, Taylor, you're great.
Thank you. Hold your mic. Thank you.
You want to take your
microphone.
Hold on. I'm attached. Okay. I'm gonna take your salsa with you.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah. Just leave it there. That's fine. Salsa with me. Yes, take your chips.
Okay.
Enjoy your bean dip. Love you guys. I'm excited. Love you guys. Okay, girls, why don't you come back and sit?
Hi.
Excellent. And do we want to bring Jesse over first? Come on over.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi, how are you doing? Good to see you again.
Great. You too. Come on, sit for a second.
All right.
So, everybody, this is Jesse, and
Hello.
Here I'm going to give you the mic. Do you want to tell us why you're here today?
Absolutely. I'm here to give the proceeds from the iTry products that were a portion proceeds from our menus at two of my restaurants, Sen Restaurant in Sag Harbor and Que Pasa in Sag Harbor. We had picked out two dishes and gave a portion of those proceeds to iTry. So I'm here to present the moolah.
This is great. All disclosure, I did have the salsa over at Que Pasa the other night, and it was delicious. Not as good as your bean dip, guys, but maybe you just before you leave, make sure you try that bean dip because maybe that needs to go on the menu.
Okay, all right.
It could be, and it's got to be called I tried bean dip.
Ooh, okay, cool.
Okay, yes. Okay, awesome. You ready?
Yeah. So
this is exciting.
Do you want help?
Yeah.
I'll hold this for you.
There you go.
I'll be your Vanna White.
So I have two checks here. I just wanted to make sure I was making it out to the right people. iTry with an I.
That's us.
There you go. So the first one, Tip Top Hospitality, that's Kipasa,
Okay.
is donating $75
Woohoo!
of proceeds over from Kipasa. So thank you very much. We are
Thank
so
you.
honored to be a part of something so amazing, the whole team is very, very honored to be a part of this, and yeah, congratulations.
Well, we're so grateful for the support. Honestly.
Simply iTry, yes.
Yes, I-TRI. Just like the logo.
Perfect. Okay, so that's the first one on the right here. 2022, as this should be a yearly thing.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, indeed.
So who am I?
All right, Jackie, you
All
can hold
right.
that one. Woohoo!
All right. The next one is from Big Fish, that's Sen Restaurant. So we did our veggie spring rolls, which proceeds came out to $338.95.
Woo! All right.
Again, my team over at Sen is very thankful, very honored to be a part of something so amazing. So we're just so happy to be able to be a part of something, and happy to.
This is
the
wonderful.
proceeds, yeah.
This is wonderful. Hey, Kathy, can we enter Jesse into the contest for the prizes since it's over $100?
Yes.
All right.
We can.
Look at that, Jess. You might win a prize.
All right.
That would be nice, right?
Yeah.
Why not?
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And then that's that one.
Oh, well, thank you so much. Have you ever been to Cape Pasa?
Not yet.
Not yet?
Okay.
All right.
All right.
We'll definitely have to take
I
them
love
there.
Sen.
When the bean dip's on the menu, though. We're going to hold out.
Ooh,
till
I like that.
And you can hold
Challenge
this one.
accepted.
Yep.
Yeah, and then Sen Restaurant. So we have great sushi over at Sen, along with a lot of other stuff, and tacos over at Cape Pasa. So you can pretty much fill in the whole week between tacos and sushi.
There you go.
Yeah, we got everything.
You guys do you like sushi?
Yes,
All right. Yes. What's your favorite? Uh-oh.
Spring rolls, yeah.
The spring
Spring
roll.
rolls,
Yeah,
there we
there we
go.
go.
Yeah,
There we go. How about you, Jack?
I love California rolls.
Yes.
So
So
delicious.
that's the one thing that you will not find in Japan, right? It's a
Yeah.
California roll, right? That
California.
obviously came from here.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's some really cool stuff. We're also doing ramen. At
Oh,
Sen.
wow.
So a big bowl of ramen is always a good thing for filling, especially today's a beautiful day. But once it gets really cold, the only thing to really warm you up is a big bowl of ramen.
All right, we'll have to try
From
it out.
Sen.
Yeah,
Right,
from Sen.
Sen.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Exactly. Well, Jesse, thank
Yes.
you so much for stopping by
Absolutely.
and supporting us, and we'll see you next year.
Yes, I'll see you next year. Thank
Yeah,
you so much.
Thank you.
We'll
Yeah,
do it for
thank
the
you.
whole month next year.
Yeah.
All
sounds
right.
good, sounds
Good luck.
good. All right,
Thank
ladies.
you. All right.
Congratulations.
Thank you. All right, Jack, you can just you can just pin that other little, you don't need the whole thing. But so we got to see the most amazing cooking show I've ever watched. Did you get to see any of it?
A little bit.
Yeah, we watched
the beginning.
clips of it. Yeah, yeah. I mean, the lighting was good. The filming was great.
They're taking it on the road.
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
So, as I was saying before, Haley, now both of you guys did nutrition with Haley, right?
Yes.
Yes. So we haven't obviously been able to do it in the last couple of years because of COVID, and we're hoping to be able to do it again this year. But what do you remember from those sessions? What's the thing that's kind of stayed with you?
Definitely coming together as a group with, I think my parents came several times, and we went to the Sag Harbor School District, and we came together and made a delicious snack. It was so much fun, and we got to cook. I think I cooked with my dad, and I met some new friends there too. So remember that?
I love that. I love it.
I feel like I got to learn about how to have a good relationship with food, because especially being 11 or 12, I don't know what protein is or what carbohydrates are. So really thankful for just having that.
Yeah, yeah. And Haley, I just love your whole approach, and we're very protective, as you know, of our participants and the messaging around, around food, and where, a lot of times we'll talk to people and they'll be, it's got to be organic and it's got to be, and not everybody has the means to do that. And so the way that you give us alternatives and ways to be healthy without it feeling judgy or unattainable, just the whole thing about we're not ever saying you can't eat ice cream or Oreos. It's that you are training your body for this big goal. So you have to be thinking about how you want to fuel it. And the fact that you're building the body, I always thought, right? Like you're building your body, the body that you're going to be in when you're 80 years old. And you know, how think about all of those things. So, so what is it about, you know, about the way you present and about iTry that really makes sense?
Well, this will be my 10th year with iTry, and it is just a beautiful program, and I think it just fits well with my mindset. So it's easy, it's all natural to be communicating with the girls and with you. Just the concepts of empowering your body, fueling your body, endurance, strength, mindfulness in eating. It's not about calories and weight. That's never anything that any girl needs to focus on, but focusing on self-love and really nurturing and nourishing. And what does it mean to be nourished? And that there's not only one way to do it, but it's a balancing act, and it's what's within your means. It's making little adjustments and not letting yourself get hungry, and like taking care of that little girl that's still in you and giving her positive messages, setting a foundation. So yeah, 70 years from now, you have built on these wonderful building blocks this incredible human. And that there's not one formula for that. And, you know, all the rules that people try to throw at you about body image and all this stuff, it's all made up, you know. And iTry really teaches like this coming from the inside, like fueling yourself, not just with the food you're taking in, but from what your thoughts and your mind and what's happening inside. And just us eating healthy is just a part of that, another way to nourish our souls and like just be nice to ourselves. Just a way to like give yourself a hug by having a good meal and being mindful about what you put in your body, but not neurotic, of course. Yeah,
exactly. I love that. Building these unbelievable humans.
Yeah,
that's right. I mean, look at you guys.
them.
Look at
I
this.
mean-
So these are just beautiful humans on the, you know, inside and out, and it makes me so proud.
Yeah, and the confidence that you exude at your age, it's like, I don't want to like, you know, pat everyone too much ourselves, but you're incredible. And the nutrition's a piece of it, but this whole program is just, you can't even put into words the beautiful humans that it helps to create. I mean, you were beautiful before you started iTry, I remember, but this foundation at that critical time period between 6th and 8th grade, where most of us don't know which end is up, especially as young girls, and just learning about the fuel for your body and learning all the tools you teach.
Yeah. Well, I remember at the very beginning, we felt we were getting funding, right? And from like the East Hampton Healthcare Center, and they wanted to see what the results were. Right. And so at the very beginning, you guys are lucky you weren't here for that. But I mean, the very first year and the second year, you weren't even a part of it. But we would go, every girl went to Southampton Hospital, not in the hospital, but to the building next to it. And we had volunteer nurses and doctors, and they would take their blood pressure and their heights and their weights and all of this stuff. And we would do that before and then after. And we also did all of these, you know, how many sit-ups can you do in a minute? How many, like all of this kind of testing pre and post, right? It was a lot. And what was interesting, so by the third year, anytime any of the girls would get on the scale, right, what would happen? They'd go, what do I weigh? What do I weigh? So we even got a scale that you couldn't see, and it would go, and I would say, you don't need to know, but it was just that feeling, you know, they always puts anybody on a scale and you're being judged, right? So after like the third year, this is what we found, that every single girl gained weight, but they also gained like 3 inches. It was just incredible, right? And what I found after that, I was like, you know, I have 3 years of data that's telling me exactly the same thing, that every single one of them are going to gain weight and gain height. And so we stopped doing that. And instead, what we did is we really talked to families and girls, because when you are 11, 12, 13, what's going on?
you're still growing.
That's right. It's puberty, right? And guess what? You're supposed to put on fat because that's where you get your hips and your breasts and that. And so to know that going in, because sometimes, right, you'll gain weight and then your parents are like, oh my God, what's going on? When you know that's what's supposed to happen, and it all evens out in the end. And iTry is about feeling good. So why are we going to focus on something that you might not feel good about? So that's why when Haley came on board, it so matched that, right?
And we bring the parents in too. So the message goes home. The message is about fueling yourself, feeding yourself good food. Throw away the scale. Do you feel healthy? Do you feel strong? Do you feel fueled? And that's the priority.
Yeah. Excellent. Excellent. Well, Haley, thank you so much for. I am so not. I'm not. Not only am I not a saint, I am like the most selfish person you ever met. Because
well, thank you. Look what you've done for us.
No, because this is what feeds me and fuels me, and just being able to see you guys and keep you close and knowing if we call you and ask you that you say
yes.
You said yes, and all of these people who I'm looking at out here, and you guys can't see yet. And everything that's happened behind the scenes today to bring us close to our goal. And I'm hoping it's almost there. At the end of the day. I know some things have been going on, and we'll be getting a drum roll soon, I think. All right, so I'm gonna have you guys take your mics off. Sure. And can you bring those over to Kathy? All right. And okay. You can leave. You can leave this here. Great. Okay. This is exciting. Are we pulling? I
think we're sharing what we have. And we are soon pulling.
Okay. All right, everybody. So anybody who has donated $100 or more today is entered into our drawing. There's still time. We're not drawing yet. So if you have not donated, this is the time to do it. Come on over, Nat. Great. All right, Reagan, what do you got? What's prize number 1?
So prize number 1 is a gift from Lilani. It's a Cabby leather train case, and as well as Scarlet Rose Pampered and Relaxed package, which is this. So this is worth $750 value.
Wow. So for your $100 donation, you're now entered. You come on over, Jill. For a prize worth over $700.
That's right.
Wow. Come on. If you're out there and you haven't donated, this is your chance.
Okay, so I have a package called Couture. This is the Couture package worth $715.
Wow.
You guys, this bag is filled. It's got Athleta gift card and merchandise. Check this out. It's got some hats.
Even the bag itself is cool.
Yeah. It's also got a 1-month session of in real life sessions with Marissa Iverna and 1 session with Charlotte LaGuardia Abbott.
Oh man, I'm gonna donate. I want to be in on this.
Amazing.
So this is Empower Her, valued at $328. It's the Jetty Fitness Poles and Artisan Scarf. Kimberly Green was here earlier today from Greenpeace. She was earlier. She donated this artisan scarf, and it can be found at Matriarch in Sag Harbor.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, I love Matriarch.
Me too.
Beautiful.
You should give a shout out to Matriarch. Matriarch is a major donor to iTry. Whenever you go shopping there, a portion of your sale comes back to support our program and our team. So, Patricia, I hope you're watching. So thank you. And thank you to all the people who have made these gifts possible for us, because, wow, amazing. Thank you, guys. All right, that one goes with yours. Fantastic. Hi. Now we're doing cocktail hour? Why don't you stay for cocktail hour?
Okay. Don't twist my arm.
All right, everybody.
All right.
Yummy cocktail.
Is Bobby coming over for cocktails? And Judy? Come on, Bobby, it's cocktail hour.
There you go.
Judy. Thank you.
And the base of this is called Origin Holistic Spirit. It's
Do you want to talk on the mic?
Yes. All right, everyone. The base of this cocktail is called Origin Holistic Spirit.
And it's a woman-owned business. I mean, I think you guys are seeing what's happening here. You know, we're empowering each other over a great cocktail. But it's a woman-owned business. It's very clean. And what I love about Origin, I actually met her through Jessie from Zen and K Pasta a couple of weeks ago. And I told her about iTry, and she donated a bottle to us. And she's like, definitely celebrate with us. So,
and it's our color.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So it's a blood orange cocktail.
One for you.
Wonderful. Excellent.
Thank you so much.
How wonderful is this? Okay, I'm going to give Bobby the mic.
Okay.
After we
the mic and the cocktail.
and the mic and the cocktail. All right. So we're not. This is not our end of the night toast, but we've been doing pretty well toast.
Cheers.
Do we have an update?
Cheers.
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 Wait, we need to get you a glass, my friend.
Yes.
As an update, there's absolutely something to be celebrating. At this point, we're at $294,000.
Oh my goodness!
All right.
Wow! So we're
Let's give
so
it-
grateful
let's give
for
it a hand.
everything. But we can do it. We can do it. We have an hour to
have a cocktail,
go.
Judy. We're
An
at
hour to go,
294.
and then we'll be drinking champagne.
That's right.
I don't really want to eat on camera, though.
Well, you can drink on camera.
I can drink on
All
camera.
right. So a toast to that.
Okay, it goes to 294.
All right.
294.
Yeah.
Cheers,
Hi.
cheers.
Hi, how are you?
And
Cheers.
where's the mic? Cheers. Where'd the mic go? Okay.
What's in this?
So Origin Vodka, which is a woman-owned brand.
Virgin vodka?
Origin.
Origin.
All right, yes.
Origin.
This is PG, yes. Origin Vodka.
Well, is it PG or not? It's not virgin vodka. It's origin
We
vodka.
still have
Origin
kids in the
vodka.
vicinity, so it's yes.
We're not giving them vodka.
No.
They have a mocktail.
Yes, they have their
We
own.
created mocktails just for them.
Okay.
Use the mic when we talk.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right. All right.
Okay,
So
I'm way too close to the camera.
So,
it's not that kind. Oh, yeah, it's that kind.
Oh, yeah, no,
Oh,
I
it
see
was
on
the
the
keep
screen.
color. So
so
Bobby, welcome.
Teresa.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Thank you for dropping by on our.
Judy.
Hi, Bobby.
Hi, Judy. Kind of interesting with the microphone, though, right?
Yeah.
Don't you feel?
It's a good mic.
Oh, it is a good microphone.
Hi, Bobby.
It's clean drinking.
The cocktail's pretty good.
Is it?
Yeah.
You made the cocktail.
My husband made the cocktail. He's a he's a mixologist. We'll cheers to him.
Here is to many more years of iTry, because I mean, this is for Teresa and all
These
you
guys.
guys,
Yep.
you incredible program leaders who do the work of iTry. You guys are the ones that make iTry what it is. So here's to you.
Cheers.
And
Cheers.
changing more girls' lives.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Cheers.
And I think we're so lucky.
Oh, you have a
I'm already mic'd. I'm mic'd all day long. But what I would say to you guys is that there's nothing more gratifying to me than when I hear one of you say, "I can't even believe this is my job." Right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
All the time.
I don't know how many people hear that. And that's, for our board
Yes.
to know that that's how this staff feels, that they feel appreciated and supported, and realizing that we were very early in the day. I was talking to Nicole Corbett, who you guys are all going to meet. She's an amazing artist. And I was talking about when I first started doing this work way before iTry, and read Louise Hay. And in the end of her book, she says, if this is what was taught in every school, what a different world. And the fact that we go into schools and we teach self-love. I mean, there's nothing more important than that. And we just got to hear from these girls. Judy, you have Bobby, you have to go back to Amina brought a book where she's now a published author of a poem that she wrote called Confidence. It'll blow you away. And I'm just so blown away by every single one of these girls, this incredible staff who gives, as we know, it's not a normal job, right? When I interview, right, what do I say? your job is to love these girls, and that is not an easy thing to ask, and you do it over and over, and the time that you spend, and you know, we talked to Kalina's mom earlier today. You got to see it, and just the personal relationships that this staff forms with individual girls, and those are so meaningful, and something you can't, you know, write down in a plan book, right? We ask a lot of you, and you come through above and beyond.
Can I say something?
Yes, please.
I was just going to say that one of the gifts that we have as program leaders is that we're given the same space, the same love, the same, you know, possibility to be heard and seen by the people that we work with, so that when we're in schools with kids, we're showing them what we know and what we see is our positions with program leaders. So it's been a great gift for all of us.
And I also believe, right, and that we are never as good as when we're in program, because as we were redoing those lessons year after year, you're like, shoot, I should be doing this every day. I forget to look in the mirror and tell myself, I love you, right? And so that really helps us to reinforce what we do for the girls, we end up doing for ourselves.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I wanted to add that when I come home after being with the girls, I feel empowered myself. So that's why I don't consider it a job, because I go home having such a boost of energy that I'm lucky enough to bring home to my family. And I have a little boy, and this boy knows I try.
Yep.
And so he might not be in the program, but he is getting the same lessons because I bring it home, I share it with them. So it's like I'm getting so much from it too, and I feel really thankful for that.
Oh God, do we have the best team? And Bobby, you know, it was a couple of years ago that you came to this for the first time. And
well,
now,
I think I joined one of the committees and saw firsthand that the whole family benefits from a lot of these this program. So that was what was really attracting to me, to be able to help to work with more girls each year.
Yeah, and you've really stepped up you've taken on a big role with us now, being our treasurer.
It's a little bit. We spend a lot more time together.
Yes, we do. But it's
We're your new family.
It's a little more commitment, yeah, but it's fun.
Yeah.
And we've come a long way in the last couple of years. Got a long way to go, but we got a lot of momentum. No,
we sure do. We sure do. And what would you say to people who are watching that want to get involved in?
I'd say reach out, come to the website, because we're really looking for people that know things about finance and HR. If you know anything, reach out to us, because we'd love to work with you.
Excellent. And Judy, we got to talk this morning, but
yeah. No, I would just add that you know, people say, how can I get involved? The world is a mess. Everybody feels discouraged. But what we share is very positive energy and optimism and the can-do spirit. And it's very easy to get beaten down in the world we're living in right now. There's so much negative energy, and iTry is such positive energy. And I know that my involvement in iTry gives me this incredibly positive energy that I take with me everywhere I go, in everything that I do and all my interactions. And, you know, one person, one vote. But what we do at iTry is we're building the future of, you know, people that will be socially engaged and have, you know, a very strong moral compass and want to help others and understand the value of mutual support and friendship and community and all of those things that we teach our girls.
Well, if you had been watching the lesson that happened on this couch just a few minutes ago, and the older girls really talking to those younger girls, and what did Gabby say? Take up space.
Yeah. Take up space. Yeah.
Use your voice. Take up space.
Yeah.
I mean, that's who we need.
Yeah.
That's what we need right now.
Yeah.
Right?
And we're creating those adults through this program. You guys are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, cheers to us.
Cheers.
Cheers to us. Okay, we are going to have a special guest. Come on. Are we ready? What are we doing next? Oh, we still have 2 minutes. How about that?
Oh,
we're having a 2-minute break. Even better. I can really finish my cocktail. Okay, everybody, don't go too far away. We're going to take a 2-minute break and we'll be back with really something special. So come on back.
When you coach her, she begins to believe she matters.
I rode a bike for the first time.
And how does that feel?
Really cool. It's like I'm floating.
When you educate her, she sees things in a different light. When you empower her, she goes on to achieve great things. When you celebrate her, she knows she is worth celebrating. When you invest in her, she becomes the leader we so desperately need today. There has never been a more important time to empower the next generation of young women. When she thrives, we all thrive.
And then Judy and I are going to do a sing-along with you. And we're back. We are back. Everyone, here is our special guest, Inda.
Oh, I'm so glad to be here. Listen, I was telling Judy, I pulled up and it is like, it was like taking back to college age time. I mean, if you're sitting out there at home, you pull into this magic set and it's like a big old block party. Yeah. And that's the energy I feel here. And everybody's getting their snacks and we've come around here in this beautiful set and all this love. And I've been watching it on what's been said and it's absolutely spot on.
Oh.
Now I'm glad to be here. Honored.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank
amazing.
you. I think back to, we do one of our best events is Mentoring Day. And usually what we do is we bring about 50 or so professional women of all different backgrounds and career fields and in person for the day with our girls. And it's a magical, extraordinary day. But during COVID, we couldn't do it. And I remember we changed it and we did it virtually. And we had you as one of our guests.
Oh, you got me going because I didn't even, all of your days are whatever you've invented days. And this is a beautiful example of that.
Invented days.
And I don't know, so I don't remember what it was called, but you're saying what it was. Good. And you guys started doing calisthenics. And this whole workout to some indie music, and I'm there in the rapture, and I'm doing them as well. And it was Zoom, so you had to do the exercise. I was just so high after that. I thought, this is awesome. We're doing calisthenics. We're doing our little
to music that you wrote.
It was just fun,
right?
And everybody's in myself because I'm like yes, whatever the hell it was. Right. Oh, I don't know because I never could do those anyways.
Yep. Yeah, and it didn't matter because everybody was doing it at different.
Which is something that I got it, listening to this and attending some of these events and so forth. And I was going to say, I wasn't that person that had the hand-eye coordination. And what I love is I'm sure we're not the people to do the triathlon, but we become that. And I'm loving that. Like, we aren't those people, but we are.
Yes.
And that's what I got from that day. Like, I'm not that person to sit there and do whatever the hell that was, and jazzercise or Jane Fonda or whatever the hell it was at 10 in the morning. But I was that person.
Right.
And I think somebody came by the house that day, and he's looking at him like, Jim, just a second. He's like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm trying. I'm I'm trying to get my moves going. And it's like, I'm not that person, but yet we are that person.
We all have it inside us. It just needs to come out, and for somebody to tell you it's okay for it to come out.
That's how I felt. It was a great metaphor, because I was 2 steps away from having water wings on. And if we'd have been, I'm like, oh yeah. And Jim's like, what is going on? And I'm like, it's an I try thing. We're just doing it.
When you talk, use the mic.
Yeah, sorry.
You're with two people who are very used to mics.
So what is this? I know it's clear we're having a thunder, but what do you call this?
It's like the Jerry Lewis telethon for I Try, basically. That's what we're doing.
And I'm of that age when you say Jerry Lewis telethon. I said, of course you're having Jerry Lewis telethon.
Yeah. I know.
So how long have you been at this?
So wait, let's back up for a second. So when I was a kid,
okay.
So if you remember, Jerry Lewis telethon was Labor Day weekend.
Oh yeah.
Right? It was like 3 days of Jerry Lewis. And I was
like 24 hours
obsessed.
Yes.
I was
we
obsessed.
all were, and you kind of started seeing them fade, and you were wondering, like, at what time
was he going to,
and then of course is Dean Martin going to speak to somebody, and will they
fighting?
Yes, will they mend fences, and and then they bring the bar cart out, which you just did.
Yes.
You just did, and I was just thinking, oh my God, this is the Jerry Lewis telethon.
Right. And then he'd wheel in Mikey.
Right
in the wheelchair,
and we'd all
cry, and I would run in with my piggy bank to my parents. I'm like, we gotta just open it. We got
it. Was it multiple sclerosis?
Yes, MS, right?
MS,
and they would say, Teresa, we already donated. I don't care. Billy needs it. Billy's in a wheelchair.
We all did, and we all looked to see who was the guest, who was coming up. Yep. It was our entertainment for 3 days.
And then the phones.
The phone banks.
The phones.
And they'd have all the, the
celebrities
and their
on the
answer,
phones.
this just in.
And then drum roll. And it was so low tech that it was like flips on the number.
And so you've done that. You've created that. And when you told me that, I was like, oh, I get it. It's genius.
So I used to do it alone in my kitchen. And we would do when I guess the first time we did it was a Giving Tuesday.
Okay.
This was like early on before
there is a Giving Tuesday,
right? Okay. So we did it, and I'll never forget. Like the goal was probably like $2,000 at that point, and I was so excited, that we got there, and then it's just grown. And a couple years ago, we were just doing it at Judy's kitchen table, and I said, why don't we do a couple of Facebook Lives, and we would have people just drop by, and it's just kind of
momentum.
It got
momentum. And I think that's what I'm seeing here too, from you saying, you start in the kitchen, and often we think that we have to have it right out of the box perfect.
Yeah.
And we don't. We just need some momentum. We need some energy. Look, we all suffer from that. We all do. And I don't think the rapture, this COVID, it didn't help us any with that.
No.
And maybe the one, if there's, a gift, is that we come out and go, well, whatever, we were locked up under house arrest. So whatever we do is going to fly. And look at that board, and look at all this is flying.
I know.
And maybe that is maybe a gift from that, as we say, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And you were already teaching the girls that anyway. Just be who you are, let it fly. And then we got schooled on that being locked down.
Yeah. Yeah, you had to pull deep.
There's an I Try story that I love to tell, because it just shows who this person is. I said to Teresa one day, we were training the girls on their bikes 2 weeks before race day. And there were, I think, 4 girls in Springs that didn't know how to ride a bike. And I said, Teresa, it's like, race day is in 2 weeks. Like, what happens to these girls if they don't know how to ride a bike? And she said, never happened. They all do it. And the I Try, the youth triathlon, is setting a goal and achieving it. And this girl, she's like, nothing is too hard. Nothing is too challenging. Nothing is too much. It's like she just keeps pushing the goalpost, and we keep growing, and we keep meeting our goals and creating new expectations, and here we are.
Well, Judy, too, if you can't figure that the bikes are going to work in 2 weeks, you got to stop.
Right.
And so I love that. That's a great one. That is so
Yes.
you. It's never happened.
Yeah,
Of course,
it's
it wouldn't
never happened.
because T's not going to let that happen.
No.
And of course, it works. I love that because you
Well,
think
and
you can and you do it.
Exactly. But it's not, I mean, I am powered by an incredible staff that actually, we all have that. We make a promise to those girls and families when they sign up, and that if you show up, we will make sure you get to race day.
Yeah.
If it means I have to carry you across the finish line, and there's been moments, there's been some carrying across, we will do whatever it takes.
Yes.
And that's, I make that promise, but our staff fulfills it. And our board makes sure we have the means to provide everything that we provide. So it's just a beautiful, we're so fortunate. We're just talking about, manifesting and attracting, right? And boy, have we attracted just the greatest staff, the greatest board.
Look at who was here today.
I
It
know.
was an amazing
I've
day.
been spying in on it,
Yeah.
just like the Jerry Lewis, just to see who came in, just like the old days on Jerry Lewis. And I kept looking. I was like, oh my God, that's great! I just saw them. Oh, they're here. It was great. I've been viewing in to see what's going on.
So if you didn't watch the piece with Nicole Corbett, you have to,
Okay.
and you too. We
She's
have to.
she's a remarkable
and
woman.
she's Springs, an artist who's living in Springs. And
Okay.
we talked about just how great, it's really is this place where you can just be so creative, and it's just the energy there.
It is a mecca. Now, is it the concept that they think this house is in Springs right now, or is it just this?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. It's like Sesame Street. Like, where really is it?
Oh, you
know
mean
what I mean?
like the phone bank in India?
I'm just saying.
Oh no, she's really in Springs.
Okay. Well, okay. So we're in Springs. You are right, though. There's a vortex in Springs. I live down the road from Springs School for the most part, and it is a vortex. And I remember meeting with you at my kitchen table, and I could tell right then that you're a visionary. And what I loved, and I love people that want to make something out of nothing. I love that. That's the best. Isn't that the American? That's a human way. It's a human way. Let's get something going. And I do think there's some magical quality. The fact that a lot of this goes on in Springs, I love that. Being a Springs neighbor.
And that's where it started.
Yeah.
Right. And it could have never started anywhere else, because they just have, they don't have a big budget, and they are very supportive of people who want to do something. You've done programs with them. Amazing. You want to talk a little bit about the programs you've done?
Well, and I tell you what, and it goes hand in hand with, I do a lot of work with Project Most. We're a Project Most neighborhood. I've got Martha, who's their educational coordinator, right in back of me. I've got kids all around our neighborhood who do work with Project Most. And I'm literally, if you had a good arm, you could throw a tennis ball to Springs School. So that I feel like we see that benefit every day. And what I do, I'm a musician, I'm a singer, songwriter, storyteller. In addition to that, we do go in and do work with the schools, really with anybody, getting them to express their own voice. And I think while it's not maybe a triathlon, it reminds me of it, because we're going towards the goal of, let's get our feelings and emotions in a song. Let's write that song. Let's record that song. Let's produce that song. Now, maybe some of the people I work with, they're not going to go into that as a profession.
Career.
And I don't care at all. I love it when we get the person from the volleyball team or the football team who's going to come be with me, because it's not about.
And who can't carry a tune.
I think it's not about, and here's the thing. I don't see this as totally about the triathlon, and I don't see the work I do as about the song.
Yeah,
it's about the fact
exactly.
that we're all in there and we're exploring something new, and
It's a
we're being
journey.
people that we didn't even think that we had in us, but we all have that in us.
Right. Right. And also we always talk about with iTry, it's facing fear and doing it anyway. And a lot of times, coming out of your comfort zone in something like singing or playing an instrument or having an idea and putting it out there in the group, that's something that brings up a lot of fear. And that's what you're providing too, is this safe space where kids can be creative without worrying about,
being judged.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, this year, now that who knows where we are, but we seem to be coming out of last year. How about that?
Yes.
That's what we can say. I would love I'm just throwing it down here. I would love, and we talked about this, I think this is the year I'd love to put some, I don't know how many sessions we can do, but I'd love to come in and have a little music quotient, just a little something about music. I know music and a bicycle don't seem to go hand in hand, but I think they do.
You'd be surprised.
I know.
There's a lot of singing that goes on when we're on
and
the
you're putting the
bicycle.
playlist on, and I think it does go hand in hand. And that's what I love. The minute I met you, that you did get that. There was a lot of vitamins and minerals were going in. Just listening to Haley, I mean, perfect, right? Yeah. All the vitamins and minerals that are going into this.
Building these incredible humans.
So I'm suggesting you need a little bit of a music quotient. I'm just saying.
I'm with you.
No, I think we do too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need some music. We need some tunes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know if you know this, but since we've talked, I now sing in the choir at the First
The one you
Baptist.
loved. You love that choir.
I know.
They
And
let you. They let you join.
They believe it or not, they let
You
me
came-
join.
Well,
yes.
Teresa announced. She said, "You're going to be blown away. I've been going to the church to hear the choir, so you joined the choir."
Mm-hmm. I love it. It's my favorite thing in the whole world to do. It brings me so much joy, and just the spirit and the welcomeness.
What happened? They just kept seeing you in the back. They just said, "Come on up."
Well, no,
You get closer?
they had open. Anybody who wants to join, and they did say we're going to have to do auditions, and I was like, uh-oh, and that never happened.
That makes my day, right? Because that brought you. I remember you just
Yes.
lighting up, saying that we had, with you, going to have a coffee. I think the coffee lasted 4 hours.
Yeah.
But I remember you telling me about the choir, and that makes my day.
Yeah.
I've got to come. I'm going to come hear you.
Definitely come. Right. It's
love that.
Something.
And you had what was the pastor or the clergy? I don't know what we call.
Pastor.
Tisha. She came to visit.
Yep.
Is she still over at the church?
She is.
No,
She's
she was a
powerhouse.
firehouse. She was on one of the days that I came to visit.
Yeah. And just, I mean, that's why I can go to that church, because she is just so, her sermons are like nothing you've ever heard before, because she's smart and she's articulate and she weaves these concepts in incredible ways. She's a huge Marvel fan, so she'll be like talking about Spider-Man, and then the next thing you know, it's making so much sense why she's talking about Spider. It's so it's I can't even put it into words, but it's her. Plus, it's just this beautiful, welcoming community, and it doesn't matter, what you look like, what you believe, who you love. It's all welcome and they have good music.
I love that. Well, that's the key to anything.
Joyful. It's all about joy and gratitude. And yeah, it's great.
I love that.
So talking about joy through music.
Well, we'll play a tune.
I would love for us to play.
But I have enjoyed sitting on the couch and having what do we call this? The Jerry Lewis telethon works, but it's like a sit-in. You have this. Are you exhausted?
Believe it or not, I'm not.
What time did you start?
She's been talking since 11 this morning, pretty much nonstop.
Well, I love it. Well, of course, and I've always remembered, didn't Oral Roberts go in the prayer tower? Wasn't that something? Wasn't there a deal in maybe 1987, 86, and money was getting tied over at the church, and so he decided to go in the prayer tower and tell the money. And I know he got tired. But I think you've perfected it. You did not have to go to the prayer tower. You just came to Judy's backyard.
Exactly. Right, this is much better than any prayer tower. Yes.
I saw you had the beautiful catering and got some sandwiches over there.
Yep.
So this is the best prayer tower we got
ever. I know.
Well, no, you perfect. Just could come hang on the sit. Just like an MTV. When they went in the bus and did they started a reality TV show.
We can take this on the road.
I felt that. I got that vibe. I'm like, this is somewhere between MTV, little Jerry Lewis nod, little prayer tower, the Kapamoo house. And it was party, the I Try event. And I'm like, God, this feels so good.
Right? I know.
Yeah,
I know.
it does. Yeah.
One of our program leaders came over to me and she goes, "Don't you leave us for TV? I can see you being a TV host."
Absolutely.
One of these days.
Absolutely. Well, no, I'm impressed. I'm in awe, and I do believe. Just putting it out there. I feel like I know there's a lot of work to be done to get ready for the event with the triathlon and all that goes in. But I feel like maybe a little music, just a little.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just something.
Oh, I think the girls would love it.
Okay.
Music is a community thing. music brings people together. Learning how to sing a song with a group and several voices merging at one time
And the
in a room.
creative process of writing something like an
Yeah,
I Try
incredible.
anthem kind
Yeah.
of.
Maybe that's it. Maybe it's some kind of thing like that.
Yes.
Well, I don't even know who I've talked to today, but earlier, one of the girls who's here or was here, she presented me with a book, and the book opened to a page, and it's a poem that she wrote that's now published in a book called Confidence. You have to read this. I read it out loud. I was bawling.
Yep.
She asked me to read it out loud, and I just and it's so powerful. But that could be turned into a song.
And what was I can't remember her name. She's a college, she's a high school senior, and she wrote her college essay on her I Try experience. She was sitting right there.
Gabby? Was that?
No. Kind of blonde, short, maybe hair tied back. You don't remember?
Yeah, that was Gabby.
Was that Gabby?
Yeah.
Rosy cheeks.
And she wrote her essay,
She wrote her college
on that.
essay on her I Try experience.
Now let's just say she only did 1 year of I Try. I haven't heard from her in all these years.
Really?
Uh-huh. And it was her dad about a month ago, who lives in our neighborhood, and drove up to I pulled into my driveway and a truck pulled in behind me, and it's him. And he goes, I just had to stop. I go, what, are you following me home? He goes, yeah, I had to just tell you how he goes, I think you know this, but what you guys are doing and I Try, it's so big. And he tells me about Gabby and all of this. I mean, this was one year, and she's writing her college. I get those all the time. The college essays kill me because, right? What's the prompt? What was something meaningful?
What was a transformative experience for you, or something?
And
Well,
time and time
this
again.
is transformation. I love
Yes.
that.
Yeah.
Did you? That's just, and you must have just probably wanted to hug him and cry right there.
did.
I'm sure you
Of
did.
course I did.
Yeah, of course. That's what you would do.
Of course.
Yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
And that's a good tie-in. I will ultimately play a song because I think that's another one. Is it Nora Conlon?
Yes.
She's a I Try alum.
Yeah.
And she's off at college. What is she?
She is NYU.
She's at NYU, so I feel like when
I
you
hope Nora and her mom are watching. We miss you.
Well, when you called, I was like, that's some big shoes to fill
Yep.
because the Ringer had to go to college, and so I have to play a
You're
song.
stepping in.
You're the understudy.
I have to play a song in Nora's place.
Yes.
And when
you
she
do.
plays, I do cry. It's just it's touching, and
Yeah.
I know
Well, I had given her a song. We met, and I gave her, and I said, Nora, I don't know if you're going to like this, but to me, this is an I Try song. You know how we're all about the light, and it's a song based off of This Little Light of Mine. It's not, and she just did it and owned it and just made it into something so special for us. And we have it recorded
forever.
Lynn came last year. Lynn Blumenfeld came last year.
Yeah.
And we sat on this couch and we sang This Little Light of Mine with Lynn.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a moment.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we're so blessed, right? We're so blessed with the talent, the local talent, and how generous all of you are. And we know it's not an easy career path, but the fact that whenever somebody asks for your help, this community just steps up. And so
that is the truth.
Yeah.
That is the truth. This community gives the shirt off their back all the time, and always and always and always. And that's the other thing is there's so much abundance, whatever community you're in, that you can do that, and that's what I love is the abundant spirit. There's often some thoughts, oh, well, if we do this, we can't do this. If we do this, no, it's just abundance.
Exactly.
And it's an abundant mindset.
Yeah.
And I see this beautiful pink, chart climbing, that's abundance. And that's the belief that we're doing great things. And this community has that in spades, just abundance. And that's what we need, the abundant mindset.
Yeah.
That's it. There's always enough.
There is
always enough.
And there'll always be a bicycle rider in 2 weeks. We can figure that out.
That's right. One way or another. One way or another. Hey, Sam, could you go see if anybody is on that side that wants to come for the concert?
The concert.
All right.
The concert.
We're going to have a little
The concert.
concert.
Oh, pressure.
The concert. We'll gin that up, get some people over.
Exactly.
No, I was just speaking to somebody. I said, well, I don't know. Nora went to school, so Teresa called because we got to get this going.
Your second choice.
Fiddle to Nora.
And I'm okay with that.
Yes.
I'm okay. I'm okay with that. It's exactly what's supposed to happen. I do think that singing and finding your voice does go hand in hand with this.
Yeah.
Because there's a confidence and I see that in Nora, and I see her develop.
Yep.
And
well, the thing,
blows your mind.
Nora and her mom always comment on that iTry gave her the confidence to do that. And Nora's mom was so moved. Like, it was after Nora had sung, and one of her family members was complimenting her on how she did, and she just looked at her aunt and said, "Thank you." And they were blown away that she knew how to take a compliment. Right?
Isn't that the hardest thing?
It is, but we do a whole lesson on that. Every iTry girl leaves knowing how to take a compliment.
Hard for everybody.
How to give them and how to take them.
Hard to, that's hard. I think that's hard for all humans. I think that's also, I'm going to go out on a limb. There's facts and opinions. I think it's even harder for women.
Oh, yeah.
And
yeah.
But humans, we all have that problem. But when you can hold that space to say thank you and again, I think that's part of the abundant mindset.
Yeah.
You're not thinking that when you're teaching that, but that's what it is.
Well, basically it was Lori Gordon, who's on our board, who taught it to me. And, she gave me a compliment and I did my regular deflecting it.
Yeah.
And she said, "You know what? If I was to give you a gift, you would never take that gift and throw it back in my face.
Yeah.
When somebody gives you a compliment, they're giving you a gift. So accept that gift gracefully." And that stuck with me, and it's such a big lesson. And I just always now, you give me a compliment, I may not believe it, but I will always look and say thank you. And
that's a great metaphor,
right?
Of course, I'm like, let's take the champers and the chocolate and the flowers. That's a great, you'd be so grateful. You'd be like, thank you. Hey, that's a great one.
Yeah, and every girl learns that lesson.
I'm gonna start practicing that. That's a good one.
That's right. So we've got a great audience now.
Look at if you're sitting at home, we have a beautiful studio audience. The iTry event at Judy's Pad is going to go. It's going to be like MTV. You need an RV.
Yes. Well, do you remember? I don't know if you remember, but at one point, Hampton Jitney had iTry plastered over the bus. And it was
Teresa's
it was
face.
my face and two other, as giant as it could be. So
how'd you handle that as far as, we talk about receiving? Good. Yeah.
Yeah. I love it. I love it. But people used to be like, "I just saw Teresa on the bus." And I was like, "Teresa's not on the bus." "Oh yeah, she is." They would send me pictures of it. Oh, it was amazing.
Well, I think we should plant a seed. I do like the idea of the jitney bus doing the road show. It's like starts here, like bookend starts here, do a little road show. I can think of a lot of things on that, and then do a bookend, but I do like that.
Awesome.
There's nothing like a road trip to,
Yeah.
It's kind of limited when it's like in your 20s on the MTV thing. Now you come to our age, how would that be if we were all on a bus for 3 days?
Well,
now that would be a story.
Well, we would bring Chef Nick for one thing.
Definitely bring Chef Nick.
I don't even think this, like, how long that would be the telethon itself. Like, how long could you stay on the bus? Remember that thing? Well, I'm thinking of like, much like the Jerry Lewis thing. You know how you had the thing where you held the car? You had to have two hands on the car.
Right.
And if you took your hands off the car, you don't win the car. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It was always some deal like that.
Yeah.
Brand new sports car. And people would start falling by the wayside. They fall asleep. Something like that.
Yep.
And like a reality show, how long can grown adults be on a bus? I don't know. We'll cook something up.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Hey, Sam, do you want to join us? Come on over. She's the only one who didn't get a chance to sit on the couch.
Yeah, come
yet
sit on the
today.
couch.
Come on, sit on the couch.
Sam.
And Liliana, do you want to come sit on the couch too? You didn't get a chance either. Come
Come sit on
on.
the
You guys come. I'm happy to relinquish.
That's right. Just say yes.
Yeah. Just say yes.
Come on over. We have a little.
The
Come
mic
on
is all
over.
yours. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Liliana is Sophia's mom.
Hi,
so she's our
Liliana.
official iTry mom
Hello.
today. And this is
I'm Sam.
Hi, Sam.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Sam was an answer to our prayers this year. So we started training at Suffolk County Community College in Riverhead, and we didn't have enough swim coaches.
Okay.
And this angel just happened to see our brochure in the bathroom and stalked us on Instagram.
I love that.
And offered to volunteer. And we actually said, nope, we need a coach. You come. And the girls, Alyssa and I are so jealous because the girls fell in love with Sam. And they
I
were
love
like,
that.
Alyssa who? Teresa who?
You literally found a brochure in a bathroom.
Yep.
And the rest is history.
So there's marketing 101 for you.
Well, I've often thought about that, crop dusting, just throwing the pamphlets off and then in the bathrooms, however it goes, you don't know. And that's just it. You plant a seed, you get some momentum going. I love that story that you got in contact, and that's beautiful. Yeah.
And what about you, Liliana? What have you seen in Sophia from being part of iTry?
Yeah, I think since she started with the program, I can see a lot of changes in her, for good, really good changes.
Really?
Yeah,
I mean,
thank you.
Sure. No, thank you. Thank
you.
you for supporting her and bringing her to things when, we say yes, but there's a lot of power that has to go behind that yes when she wants to do things.
Thank you for the invitation.
Yeah,
Okay.
we love you.
Thank you.
And for the work, Liliana also works for the town of East Hampton in Human Services and does so much for our community.
God, thank you. That's the Lord's work.
Yeah.
It really is. Thank you.
Yeah. It really helps us quite a bit. All right. So I think we need to get this show on.
Well, we get a show. Let's get a song or so. Yep. We're gonna go low tech. I've got the microphone on here. It's a concert at Judy's Pad, the iTry. What is the official? We're calling it the iTry Giving Day. So we're at the iTry Giving Day. Judy's Pad.
Judy's Pad.
Next year, let's get this thing on MTV. Something we're gonna.
Can we?
Oh, don't you think?
What do you think? All right, everybody, start visualizing that. You like that?
I love it.
That would be great.
Oh, soon they'll be, and you'll have reached the pinnacle of the thought process. They'll be doing skits on Saturday Night Live about this, and somebody will play you, and it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I'm honored to be here. I'm going to play. Again, these are the big shoes for Nora Conlon.
Nora, I hope you watch.
This is a song. It's called. I'm going to do Free because this is what we did. This is a song off a record that we made in Springs, which is a creative vortex, Springs, New York. We converted our house, kind of like Judy's Pad. We converted the entire house into a recording studio. And we made a record called Shelter in Place, which who knew, that came out in 2018. Who knew that we would literally be sheltering in place? In fact, the show we had, Shelter in Place, was the last show that we had before everything shut down. We had a show in Bay Street here in Sag Harbor on March 7th, and then that was it. It just closed. And the show was called Shelter in Place. And we debuted. We had such energy because we just thought, what a great idea this is. And we had debuted this video called Free, which we played at the Mentor Day, the online, and we did the exercises and the dancing to it. And then,
Wave, you're the one who led it.
Well,
Kendra was talking.
Well,
she was doing.
Well, Natalie, you got me. I mean, that was 10 o'clock in the morning, and we're doing the yoga Lati Zumba dancing. So the song's called Free. We made the video. We were dancing to it. And the irony at that time was we weren't very free. So it was just crazy because here we are. We're so ginned up to do this song and this energy. And then we got locked down. And I feel like you gave me just such a lifeline on that. And you're like, the girls love that we play that. I like, they do. And so I was so touched by that it had a life. And freedom has a ring to it. And that spirit, that expression of freedom has a ring to it, even if we are locked down. And I remember that day, all the stories of the girls who had continued on with iTry, even at home. You guys made it work. You guys made Zoom iTry. And so I felt honored to be a part of it. So I'm going to play you Free, the acoustic version.
Okay, I love it.
And if you guys want to do your Roomba, Zumba, yoga Lattes,
go right ahead.
Like iTry, this is a Springs product. Yeah, I think you're the guitar mic. There we go. 'Cause I woke up in the desert, yeah. I woke up in the spring. I woke up in the valley of the shadow of death, but I fear no evil. For thou art not with me, and I am free. 'Cause I'm free to roam. Oh, I love it. And I'm free to go. to spread my wings, to be free. Love it. Complacent in Tucson where I met you by plane. Was a whirlwind, was a daydream. Sometimes everything ends up in pain. But I wanna be free, and I am free. I love it, 'cause I'm free to roam, and I'm free to go, to spread my wings, to be free. Oh, love it, 'cause I'm free to roam, oh, and I'm free to go, spread my wings, to be free. And then this is a good part, the sing-along dance where we go, oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 yeah. I love that. And everybody asks me, like, what does "oh" mean? I guess it just means spirit, and it makes you feel good. You always need like a rally cry, like everything not so good, everything good. You need like to howl a little bit. Oh, we got that going. I feel that. We go. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 yeah! Look at you guys! Yeah! That feels. You know, we talked about this earlier, but that day you guys had your program, the Zoom Mentors Day, and guys, we were all dancing to the song. I love that, and I had never experienced that song like that. I don't usually sit around doing Zumbalottis to my songs, and so that was. I probably should. It was so, and I'll tell you, I have a wonky knee, so I don't think of myself in that way. But you guys, it was a beautiful meditation, really, because it didn't matter what body part you had. We were just moving it, you know, and we were bringing air. And that's what I'm saying. The yoga, it was kind of like, just be free to do what you want, whatever, how you want to move. And I'm sitting there and I wasn't prepared for that. Cause you know, in the days of Zoom, it was like all above. Yeah. And I probably had cheated and was wearing some like, you know, Yoda jammies or something. But I thought
COVID pants.
Yeah, some COVID pants. Yoda, yeah, exactly. Star Wars jammies. Yes. And I thought this is kind of fun. Like, who the hell cares? We're just gonna dance in the jammies and make our bodies move.
Exactly, right? And we were able to feel free even in these little spaces. And that was so special, and really so special. And today has been so special having this time.
I'm so glad to come by and be part of this. I want to do a music thing where we'll do some Zumbalottis, some music, some finding, whatever the hell, whatever gets them in the pool, you know.
We're gonna do Zumbalottis in the pool.
Okay, now how about this? Like some TikTok video, right? We'll make a song and then we'll do one of those things with water wings and we'll do this whole dance thing. And
so your title could be creative director.
Yeah. For 5 minutes, I would love that job. Yeah. And I would like to, and I can just see the special shower caps and with little water wings and stuff and the floaties, and we'll do like some Zumbalotti Taekwondo, something like that.
There we go.
In the swimming pool.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Let's do that.
Let's do it.
Just something that's fun. That's just it too. We've had such like serious times, and we gotta just put that fun back in it. That's the thing. And when you are singing and when you are dancing and you are moving, I mean, that's the whole thing. Let's put that fun back in there. If we're going to be dysfunctional, let's put the fun back in dysfunctional. Come on now.
I'm with you there.
And it all starts with the song.
It sure does. Oh my goodness. Where are we with time, Sam?
It
time check.
is 10 of.
It's 10 of? Oh,
5 of, actually.
5 of.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Are you nervous to do how does that going to work? Are things going to, because people can still donate and continue on?
Absolutely. So people can continue to donate, but we're hoping to get to that 300 by the end of the night. By the end of the next 6 minutes. I don't know. That would be up to the powers that be to let me know where we are. But I don't know. I'm feeling pretty good.
You should feel. Well, I was looking at this and just watching a bit. This is a beautiful day, and to see that's just gravy.
And
it's not about the money today. I mean, that's the purpose of the Giving Day. I get that, but what I'm seeing, that energy is matching the energy of us all being together and your work.
Yeah.
So that's just a byproduct, and that's just energy so that we can keep doing more of this.
Absolutely. And Inda, so many of those donations are $25 donations, $10 donations. Sophia made a donation. That was okay. And my daughter, Abby, I don't know where she thinks she's getting this money, but she donated $100. I'm like, Abby, is that coming out of my account? I don't know. But they're it's not all $10,000. This is as grassroots as it gets. And this is, okay, come on over, girls. Come on over.
Oh, I love this.
Start filling in. Start filling in.
Oh, that's right. There you go.
Oh my goodness.
We did it!
Oh my God.
We actually exceeded.
Oh my God. This is the normal moment.
We exceeded.
No, we didn't. I think I might have.
Oh, you fell off the board?
Yes.
You passed
We're up to the sun.
We're at $300,083. And if anyone's still feeling generous, well,
Everybody come on over. Come on over. Stand behind the table.
I love
Did you say that in the comments, right? I love I try.
We're 300,000.
Come on. Is my phone over there? No, it's not. I don't know where my phone is.
This is unbelievable. I am so proud of this team.
Look at your team.
The
Look
generosity.
Look at this.
To everybody.
Charlie.
Even Charlie. Even Charlie.
Charlie's alive.
I love I try on the count of 3.
I think that's a great idea. So
Okay.
1, 2, 3. And I also want us to do 1, 2, 3. Thank you. And because we want to be able to send out a thank you to everybody who donated. If you donated $10 or $10,000, $100, just so everybody knows how incredibly important this day was to the future, so that more girls like Tiffany and Sophia and the girls you got to meet today have an opportunity to prove to themselves that they are strong, that they are brave, that they are capable and worthy, so worthy of all of the effort that they put in and the effort that everybody here and at home has put in to their futures. So let's say thank you to everybody who donated. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Indo, you got one more song for us? Sure. Okay.
I know. I'm trying to think of like the celebrate. Yeah, we should stay here. Come on, let's come on.
Stay.
Yeah, come on over here. It warms us up. I mean, it is odd, doing that going here.
I might sing.
Oh, you got
Oh, good.
I love singing.
Me too.
Charlie.
Is it your friend?
So you like to sing? So maybe in repetition we'll get the chorus. The chorus goes, better days, better times, honey, love is all around. You go, better days, better times, honey, love is all around. You gotta do the better days, better times. That's good. Better days, better times, honey, love. Better days, better times, honey, love. All right, you get the idea and I'll start it over. Go something like this. Oh, the help has come, but I don't know when. Please stay. When will I see you again, my love? There's gotta be a better way. Oh, now the bells are ringing and they're hard to hear. I know I felt the laughter when I felt the tears. I know, 'cause there's gotta be a better way. And we go like this. To better days was it in my mind. Well, there's one more part. Better time round the table, better pass the wine. Good things, they all take time. Please stay, 'cause help is surely on the way. And we'll get to the chorus. We'll get to the chorus. We will. You know it's surely on the way. And the chorus goes something like this. To better days, better times, honey, love is all around. Better days, better times, honey, love is all around. Better days, better times, honey, love is all around. And you can do a lower part where you go, better days, better times, honey, love is all around. Better days, better times, honey, love is all around. And maybe you hit the love is all around. Better days, better times, honey, love is all around. We'll do that again. Better days, better times, honey, love is all around. Better days, better times, honey, love is all around. And we'll do one more and we'll go. Better days, better times, honey, love is all around.
I'm sorry. Now I'm losing my voice after all day, but man, love is certainly all
Love
around.
is all around. Yeah.
I love you all so much.
We love you, Teresa.
Yeah.
Love you, Teresa.
Yeah.
You are a loved human being, and thank you for bringing so much love to our community and beyond. It's like the power of an idea, and to actualize that and to have the momentum. And you are an embodiment. Not only do we go through the program and have the athletics and the spiritual and the joy and the growth, but you've done it. And we see that and we're like, wow, one person can make that difference. And if you can make that difference, then we all believe that. And man, we need the hope. And you brought it.
Thank you. Again, it's my vision, but it's all of these incredible people that make it happen. And boy, did we make it happen today. What a team. Chef Nick, I hope you saved me some chili.
Oh, we got it.
All right. I love you. Hey, Vertigo, come on in front of the cameras. You need, yeah, I know, they don't want to. But powering this incredible day was an incredible team. I hope you saw some of the behind the scenes. And Matt and Fred. We could not have done any of this without this incredible team that made it happen. And Sam, who's hiding back there, but Samantha, thank you so much for just pulling it all together. It made it seem so seamless. I know there was a lot going on. Thank you for keeping me on track, and we did it. We did it. We did it. Oh, that's right. Sorry, my right hand. And Miss Beautiful Tia Green here, who just made this into such a spectacular day. I didn't have to worry about a thing, and she kept everybody happy and fed and things moving and beyond. What a day. Was this fun? Stick with me, Tiff. Stick with us. Thank you, everybody. Good night. I know.
Success. It's beautiful.
Off the board. We went off the board.
Beautiful.